The Junior Mustangs have only one game between them and a 2019 championship. All the action goes down at 1 p.m. Saturday at TD Stadium.
The Junior Mustangs are battling the Ottawa Sooners this Saturday in OPFL Bantam Championship action, here with number one in your playbooks and number one in your hearts, Tyrell Campbell. Brother, you've been leading the postseason in touchdowns. Can you just take me through how good are you feeling these last couple weeks on and off the field?
I've been feeling great on the field and just been bruised a few times off the field, but gotta get better and just keep my body in shape, and couldn't done like all by touchdowns without my O-line and all that.
And can you talk about Jerry Momo a little bit, because you've been dominant, as I established already, throughout these postseason, but so has he. We talked about the cream of the crop and the teams rising to the top, but talk about the individual players. Do you pay attention to Momo at all on the other side of the turf?
I mean, he's probably the best player in our league. He brings it to the table every game. He's not going to back down for anyone, especially not us. And this big game like this, he's going to go extra hard just like we are.
Preparations are at an all-time high, and we had a chance to meet up with DJ Fonte and Gage Hamilton.
Now, Gage, can you just talk about, the cream of the crop rises to the top? Obviously, it's got to be London versus Ottawa in the finals. Talk about the excitement of playing in a championship dance this weekend.
It's pretty exciting because our Bantam team hasn't won a championship yet. So if we win this, it'd be pretty exciting for the team.
And going off of that adage from Gage, DJ, talk about that potentially making history for the London Junior Mustangs program. You're already coming into this year winning in the prior level. What would it mean to you to make history here in Bantam?
It'd be great because it's like the first time it ever happened, and it's also my first year playing at the Bantam level. So I'm like a first-year guy, so I think it'd be amazing if we take the W for this game.
Here with one of the coaches, Sean Campbell, before battling it out against the Ottawa Sooners here, right here at TD Stadium on your Saturday afternoon. Your thoughts making it to the championship, and what does this game mean to, not just yourself personally, but all the boys here on the field?
Well, our boys worked hard all year. They put the work in the classroom, especially in the classroom, which has kind of paid off on the field. It's a testament to our year. Put the work in, it shows results on the field. It's gonna be a battle this weekend, and Ottawa is no slouch of a team, but neither are we. We have great coaches in our coaching staff, and these kids have bought in this year, right? On offense and on defense. So our boys are ready, and I hope Ottawa's ready too as well, because we're bringing it.
Last question, Coach, a bit of a mouthful too. This team has not lost since the beginning of May, and that was here at TD Stadium to the Essex Ravens. Not only is losing, I would imagine, a bit of a distant memory, but you guys have to keep it that way this weekend in order to win the championship. What do you say to this team after going through the journey that they've been on? And let's face it, since May 12th, pretty much undefeated.
Right. It's a good thing you said the journey. And I've been preaching the journey all year since day one. And I think with that loss has basically humbled our team. And since then, I'd say we've been on a journey, and we take one game at a time. But now we're climbing now. Now we've climbed, now we're at the peak of the mountain now, right? So now we're at the very top. So now we got to take care of business now, right? So if Ottawa's in our way, we got to take them out. As much as we, I'm not to say we respect the Ottawa team, but they're not our friends. We have our own brotherhood over here, and that's how we look at it. When it comes game time at 1 o'clock on Saturday, the better team's gonna prevail. And our defense is ready, our offense is sound, and we're ready. We're ready to go to battle. We're ready to hit the gridiron and then go to war. That's what it is.
Offense and defensive lineman Harlan Luther is ready and looking for a personal first.
Championship action this weekend here at TD Stadium. OPFL Bantam action between the Ottawa Sooners and your London Junior Mustangs. Here with Harlan Luther. Just talk about the excitement for playing for a championship and potentially making history for the London Junior Mustangs.
It's pretty exciting. And if we win, it's my first championship, so I'm trying to get that. So, yeah.
So not only a monkey off the team's back, but a monkey off your back personally.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the journey to get here, though? Because this is the team, let's face it, you lost the opening game of the season here at TD Stadium on May 12th to the Essex Ravens. Since then, perfection. Can you talk about the journey, though, to get here?
Well, we're all working hard, trying our best, and we're just trying to get a championship. So.
DC Depeche Manyar is spreading positivity amongst the team at a very stressful time.
This is a team that suffered a loss back on May 12th here at TD Stadium to the Essex Ravens, but since then has not tasted defeat. What are the keys to the game to make sure that doesn't happen this weekend and a championship is raised?
Play within yourself. keep your emotions level, play with energy, and in the end, and what I'm going to be telling our guys, if you dig deep and find within yourself everything you can, everything else will take care of itself.
DB coach Danny Valenti Jr. on his thoughts with Ottawa coming into town.
You know a lot about winning, good sir.
Yeah.
What would it mean, though, to see this team win on the Bantam level this Saturday against Ottawa?
It mean a lot, obviously, just to see a junior Mustang team win a championship. That's always good, you know. Always growing up playing junior Mustangs, it's always good to see another team winning, especially like these guys having lost the first game, coming back from a little bit of adversity. And then just like this is my first year coaching, so to have that championship as well, it's just it's like a bonus a little bit.
Head coach Kenemy has played in many champ games, but notes this group of boys is very special and continues to amaze him.
You know, well, it's been a great season. You know, we started in January, and our kids, you know, they worked really hard. Indoor training at Centerfield Sports. I want to thank them as one of our sponsors. And you know, kids, like I said, they put the work in. They came to work. You know, the first game of the year we lost. The big game here at home was a great game, up and down affair, and you lose one at home, and it's tough, especially week one. But you don't win championships in week one. I've said that all year. This team is a football team. They have come together. They've made decisions along the way that they weren't going to accept mediocrity, and they've taken every challenge in front of them, and now we got the biggest one of the year.
In a bizarre way, was that loss to Essex at the beginning of the year almost a good thing for this team, knowing that you've been perfect ever since then?
Yeah, I think I don't know if we're perfect, but I think the record's pretty good. But I think when you lose a football game like that, especially at home early in the year, it's a wake-up call. It's an opportunity to get back to fundamentals. Anytime you lose a football game, it brings you back down to where you need to say, hey, what do we got to do to get the job done and achieve what we need to achieve?
Football fans look at this contest and they pick out two players, one from each team, Tyrell Campbell for your squad and Jerry Momo for theirs. Is this a case, though, where both the stars could cancel each other out? Or what are your thoughts on your, first of all, star athlete in Tyrell Campbell and then theirs in Jerry Momo?
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot more than two stars going into this game. There's two guys that are definitely game breakers, but there's
supernovas, we'll call them.
There's lots of game breakers on each side of the ball. I look at 45 at middle linebacker, number 4 on defense for them is pretty good. 92 is probably the best defensive player in the league. I look at another quarterback who's progressed over the season. He's a tall guy. He's worked really hard, and of course, Momo is good, but they're a football team. But you having a guy like Momo and a guy like Campbell, Tyrell Campbell's an awesome player. He's been a joy to have. He's got to be in at least the top 5 guys I've ever coached, and that's at any level. However, we've got guys like Ethan Tran, who's produced on offense, defense, special teams, Ben Kaberzovic, and there's also role players on this team that have been very big. There's guys that don't play two ways, like a guy like Wes McLennan and Reggie Arafov have been phenomenal, and Politis has anchored our defense. So I think on both sides there's a lot of stars, and that's what's great about this game. Yes, there's two marquee guys. Will they cancel each other out? That remains to be seen. I think you're going to see a really good football game, probably the best one of the weekend, I hope anyway.
OPFL critics would look at a Saturday victory for London and go, oh, another win for the Junior Mustangs program, but maybe they don't look into the Bantam scene too much. It would be a historical win for London. What would it mean for the program and yourself personally to pull out the victory?
Well, I think for the program, it's and it's always the program. It's the kids first. I think Bantam's been a struggle. It's been a struggle with our relationships with some of the younger, great programs in this city, where we've all coached at one point or another or played at. But for some reason, there's a disconnect over the years, and it's been tough. But I'll tell you this: London football is great, and these kids have come from all kinds of different programs, come in here, and this is the first time we've had an opportunity to host a championship, let alone be in one. And so at Bantam, it's very important for us. At the end of the day, though, the season's been great. And I'm not going to sit here and just put it all in one game. Whatever happens, happens. The best team's going to win on Saturday, and I know we're going to put our best foot forward to do that.
Last question, Coach, and not to throw you off, but it has nothing to do with what's on the field, but what's off the field. And I'm sure what are the tens, if not hundreds of volunteers that go into the London Junior Mustangs program to make the championship weekend possible here at TD Stadium. Can you talk about that a little bit? And the volunteers that have been through this program thick and thin to the journey they are on now.
Well, I will say this, John. We've had, I think it's our 8th year now in existence. We've had a lot of winning teams, but the volunteers are the reason why. These people work tirelessly, and that's why when we had the opportunity to host this game, when Tim Hortons Field wasn't available, we jumped on it, and I think you're going to see a good show. And that's the other thing what you talked about is that it's trailblazing. You know, you talk to a guy like Danny Valente this week, Fitzy last week. These are guys that have been great university and high school players, but didn't win a Bantam. And so they trailblazed. They built this program, and they're the reason why this program is here. So all the guys that played Bantam for us at one time or another, Saturday is going to be a great day.
A win for the Bantam team would truly be a historical one. Coach KJ Kennedy, best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks for everything you do, Johnny. I love you.
All the action is about to get underway right here at TD Stadium. Go Stangs, go!
And welcome to London, Ontario, here on your Saturday afternoon from the lovely confines of TD Stadium at Western University. I am John Urban, proud to be joined by the head coach of the junior varsity squad. And don't call him Steve, don't call him Dan, Matt Schneider. Coach, thanks for joining me today.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Amazing day for football, OPFL Bantam Championship football. The weather couldn't be better. And what I like about the weather today is it's going to leave it to the teams on the field. It's not going to be a factor at all. The teams are going to decide who walks away as Bantam OPFL champions this year.
And now we know that the London Junior Mustangs has been a powerhouse in the OPFL scene, but predominantly in the junior varsity scene, which you're aware of, and the varsity scene. This would be a very historical win if the Junior Mustangs were able to pull out the victory, because it would be the first time at the Bantam level that would be the crowned champions.
Yeah, Coach Kennemy's been running the Bantam team for a long time, and he's been pushing and pushing and pushing, and he gets to achieve his goal today of getting his team into the big game. And anytime you have a situation where it's a one game to decide it all, I mean, it's going to come down to the players in the field and the coach's preparation during the week, and I think London's ready to go, and it's going to be a great one today.
London wearing their silver buckets, white jerseys, camo numbering, and great pants. They won the coin toss, but deferred to the second half of action, meaning that they're going to kick the ball to the team in black with the black buckets, black pants, and then the yellow numbering, or sorry, I should say orange lettering and trim, in the Ottawa Sooners. These two teams hooked it up on Saturday, July 13th, and London actually beat the Ottawa Sooners by a score of 21-0 at MNP Park at Carleton University. In that game, DJ Fonte, the quarterback for London, threw 9 of 18 passing for 133 yards, 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. Compare that, though, to Xavier who had 4 of 23 of his passes completed for just 57 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. But, Coach, I think the number one weapon that Ottawa will be looking for today isn't their quarterback, it's their running back in Jerry Momo.
Yeah, Ottawa is definitely a team that's going to come out and try to run the football. Jerry Momo finished here with over 800 yards rushing, 19 yards per carry. That's unbelievable. I mean, he's on people's radar. He's only a Bantam-age football player. So they're going to come out and try to run the ball, and then they'll take the shots in the air when they have them there. And London, a team that's going to come out and try to do the same. It's actually a pretty balanced game.
Now, last time they hooked it up, as I mentioned, 21-0 was the score for London, but the rushing games sort of cancel each other out. London accumulated 88 rushing yards on 22 carries to Ottawa's 86 rushing yards on 29 carries. Leading the charge for London in that game was Anthony Caruccio with 23 yards on 9 carries for 1 TD, while Khalid Nagala had 61 yards on 16 carries, but no touchdowns in that game. Coach, it's a different scenery. It's a different sort of game. We're going from Ottawa in the regular season to London for the championship dance. Do we expect any changes amongst these teams? I doubt we're going to see a similar 21-0 scoreboard.
I think as far as London's concerned, when you look at the Junior Mustangs, you're going to have to worry about Tyrell Campbell to start with. He's the kind of the straw that stirs the drink for the Mustangs, but they have a whole bunch of players that are going to support him that can jump up. And the one thing I've noticed about the Bantam Mustangs this year is every week it seems like another guy kind of steps up and takes the bull by the horns and makes plays for them along with Tyrell. So
ball is placed at the 45-yard line. They boot it off, and away we go on OPFL Bantam Championship action. Ottawa retrieves the ball from their 20-yard line. Right up the middle, coming away with it will be Dylan Nakamura. And an impressive kick return when you consider the Ottawa Sooners during the regular season, 18 kick returns for 295 yards. That's an average coach of 16.4 yards per return, and they had 1 touchdown. I mean, special teams could play a huge factor today.
If you can start a drive over outside of your 35, closer to midfield, you're in good shape. Your percentage for scoring goes way up every yard you gain over the 35-yard line.
For the Ottawa Sooners, they came off of a 6-0 default win in round 1 against the Vaughan Rebels and beat the Cambridge Lions in their barn 35-14 last week to get to this championship dance. It's a run play to start this game, and who else? It'll be Jerry Momo getting the biscuit. This is a guy that rushed for 102 yards and 4 touchdowns, had 10.2 yards per rush in that win against Cambridge.
Yeah, Ottawa lined up in a 5-receiver set and then threw a little bit of motion, got into a 2-back look, and just ran a simple isolation play to Momo. And he had some contact on the line of scrimmage, but he kept his feet moving and was able to get around 6 yards.
44 carries during the regular season, 875 rushing yards, 17 touchdowns for Jerry Momo. Let's see if they go back to him for a second time with 2 running to the line. 3 options to the right side. They give it back to Momo. Momo gets away from the edge. Stiff arms a junior Mustang with ferocity, but coach, I believe that's going to draw a penalty flag.
Yeah, it looks like we'll get a block in the back or a face mask play. I couldn't quite see the play because it was hidden by the tent, but London had him touched up again behind the line of scrimmage, and they just weren't able to tackle. Momo's a hard runner, and you're going to have to gang tackle the first guy at contact. It's going to have to lock him up and get a piece of him if they're going to have success today.
And Momo, you have to consider this, that when they did play the London Junior Mustangs at Carleton University, and it's an unnecessary roughness call, face mask against Momo. So this is, instead of a first down for Ottawa, going to put them back in second down territory. But yeah, going back to my thoughts on that 21-0 game, Jerry Momo, well, he suited up, he started, but he didn't really play much of a factor in that game, coach. He had negative yardage. They really banged him up early, and I don't want to see any player get hurt today out of the 6 competing teams coming to London, but still, is it fair to say that London's going to get, well, not dirty rough, but football rough with Jerry Momo?
I think it's going to be a physical game, and I mean, anytime you play in a championship when you're playing someone for the second time, the defense has an advantage. Offense is going to continue to run the plays that they've run all year. They're not going to go away from what's had success for them. And but when you have a running back like Momo who's able to get yards after contact, I mean, that's kind of the great equalizer for an offensive team.
Momo was credited with the first down run. The penalty yard was tacked on afterwards, so it's a 1st and 10 for Ottawa now from the 38-yard line. They're going to go back to Momo. And again, coach, you're looking at this. It takes a handful of those white uniforms just to simply slow his momentum down. He still gains 3 yards.
The difference there, though, is the first contact, the first tackler to the ball was able to hold him up and allow his buddies to rally. So that's going to be a key for London. Can the first guy to make contact with Momo hold him up enough so that London's able to rally and make tackles? Because you're not going to bring this guy down consistently with one guy.
Ottawa started the regular season 5-0 with wins over Durham, Hamilton, Niagara, Durham again, and Essex before losing to Cambridge and London. They've already enacted that loss to Cambridge as they get a pass to the far sidelines, in and out of the hands of the intended target. And coach, if that gentleman reels that ball in, there's a huge real estate down the far sidelines.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed so far is London is really focused on keeping defenders in the box, that area between your tackles, because obviously you don't want to give yourself a situation where you only have 6 guys trying to defend against 7. And they're going to do that because they have a great running back, which is leaving their backside receiver one-on-one. Let's look for Ottawa to take a shot on the backside of their trips formation at some point this game.
3rd and 8. Xavier Erd sends 2 to the line. 3 options to his left side. Hands it off to Jerry Momo. Momo to the right side. Makes a move off of 1 tackle, and Momo is going to go. Momo down the far sidelines, eventually tackled before the 40-yard line, but not after gaining, coach, 20-plus yards for the first down.
Yeah, they came on in trips to the short side of the field and then ran a little outside zone play back to the Y side, and London had a blitz on. And the defenders are flying upfield. London's really bringing a lot of pressure the last couple downs. And one thing I've noticed is that their defenders are sometimes almost flying by the running back. It might be beneficial for them to just settle down and not bring as much pressure and let their defensive guys fly around the ball and react versus trying to create stops with pressure.
Back in the shotgun goes Ottawa's quarterback. This looks like a bit of a broken play, and the quarterback tries to make something out of nothing. Coach, he looked to his left side, his running back wasn't there, and he said, well, I guess I got to run this myself.
Yeah, it looked like a little zone read gone wrong, and I mean, when you get in a big play, the nerves are still fresh a couple minutes into the game, and you're going to have those mistakes. Let's see if Ottawa's able to regroup and kind of get those yards back.
8:44 remaining in the opening quarter of play. Goose eggs on the scoreboard here at TD Stadium, located at Western University in the lovely Forest City here on your OPFL Championship weekend. This is the first of 3 Premier Championship games today here on YouTube here at TD Stadium, and then we have another 3 regional games tomorrow. Three options left side. It's a botched snap. The quarterback has to get to the ball. He falls on it back at midfield. So back-to-back sort of uncharacteristic plays from the Sooners offense, and it's costing them yards.
Yeah, sometimes mistakes snowball. The snap was a little bit unexpected, a little bit high. Ottawa was able to get possession. I mean, they're going to be in the 3rd and long, which we've already seen. It's not an impossible task for them to convert, but Ottawa's got to settle down here. The first couple drives of this game are going to be nerves, and then both teams are going to settle down. You're going to start to see both of their personalities really come out.
Now, you can get lost in Momo's rushing stats of 875 total yards from the regular season, but, Coach, I mean, with a guy like Speed with that, you can simply throw him the ball, too, and he can make you pay.
A lot of weapons for Ottawa.
3rd and a country mile. They fake the screen, and they're going to give it to Nagala. Nagala, though, will be lucky to get 4 yards out of this play, and it will force Ottawa to send out the punting unit.
I actually like the call, the draw play. They were able to get about half of the distance they needed back, and they'll punt the ball on 4th down, and we'll start to play the field position game at this point. Special teams are going to be an important play. Watch, you're going to see a big play on special teams at some point in this game, and I think that's going to be one of the factors on who wins this ball game.
Cyril Shingarov punted 14 times during the regular season for 325 yards. That's an average, Coach, of 23.2 yards per punt. And we'll see the punt returners for London. This one is blocked, though, and the Junior Mustangs will rumble to the ball at the 30. This guy could go all the way. 20, 10, end zone, touchdown, Junior Mustangs.
Great block. Ottawa just tried to spread out their 2 of their outside shield players, and they simply didn't have enough blockers to block the 5 rushers from London. London brought some pressure in. A great play to block the punt, but also the mindset to scoop and score. I mean, a lot of players would have just jumped on that, but London able to scoop and score, and that comes down to some coaching during the week. Those are things that are worked on during the week, and a great start for the London Junior Mustangs after a great drive from Ottawa.
And I think you make a great point, too, Coach Snyder, in the fact that he's chasing down an oval, not a basketball. It's very easy to corral a basketball that's going away from you. You can't predict what an oval is going to do. And yet, he corralled it perfectly from 30 yards out. He takes the blocked punt all the way back to the house, and it's a touchdown for the Junior Mustangs with 7:10 remaining in the opening quarter of play. They're going for the extra point here. The snap and the hold is good. The extra point is through. And without their offense tasting the field yet, the London Junior Mustangs have produced 7 points via special teams blocked punt.
This drive coming up for Ottawa is going to be a very important drive. You just had a situation where you took around 5 minutes off the clock, you were moving the ball, a couple mistakes at the end of the drive put you in some 2nd and 3rd and longs. They're not able to convert, and then you try to punt the ball and you get a punt block, which results in a touchdown. Ottawa has to come out here and regain some composure, get back to the plays that they've been running all year, and try to get some momentum back, because if they have a quick drive and London's able to get another 1st down or a couple points on the board, you could have a snowball effect.
You're looking at the punt return stats for London. In the regular season, they returned 13 punts for 275 yards. Coach, that's an impressive kick return average, though, of 21.2 yards per punt return. And they had 2 touchdowns, mainly from Benjamin Kurbovic. But I think they'll take that one over the rest of those stats, because you block it, you don't even have to worry about returning.
Yeah, I think what Ottawa is trying to do is get us a couple extra guys out in coverage because of the Tyrone Campbell factor. You don't want to punt to him with only 7 guys covering, and so by releasing the 2 extra guys, you leave yourself weak in the backfield to block for the punt rush, and it results in a punt block.
Now, are they playing with house money here, Coach? Could they gamble on this kick to try and get crafty? We've seen them do it against the Niagara Spears, which, let's face it, didn't catch me off guard, but then they tried against the Essex Ravens last week in their 40-22 win.
I mean, definitely a possibility. If I was making the call, I'd probably kick it deep and try to play a field position game here. You have the lead and you have some momentum, but you never know with Coach Kenemy. He is a gambler.
Well, they boot it all the way down. It beats the kick returner over his head in Dylan Nakamura, and Nakamura makes a move at the 25. He's going to keep going past the 30, close to the 35. And, Coach, take me through that one, because let's face it, you want your kick returner to get the ball cleanly. He simply didn't do that, but he made up for his efforts to get it all the way up to the 35-yard line.
Yeah, sometimes when the kick returner isn't able to field the ball cleanly, it actually works in his favor. Players start to set their return lanes, and then all of a sudden the ball is a little bit shorter or deeper, and it kind of changes your path as a cover team. So sometimes the mistake actually leads to more success when you're returning kicks.
Let's see if they go to Khalid Nagala on this drive. He averaged 6.7 yards per rush. 3 run to the line. It's another handoff as Ottawa sticks to the ground game, and they move up to the 40-yard line for 2nd down.
just an inside zone play with a little bit of a cross formation motion. It looks like Ottawa's going back to what is their bread and butter, running the football between the tackles to their key guys.
And that was actually Andrew O'Connell. O'Connell had 2 rushing touchdowns during the regular season, 192 yards on 32 carries. This is a pro rush team. They're not going to hide it. 1,266 passing yards to 1,756 rushing yards, 13 passing touchdowns, 30, that's 3-0 rushing. The quarterback sticking in the pocket has a man wide open, but overthrew the intended receiver. And coach Jacob Glovcheski had an opportunity there. He did not receive a touchdown during the regular season. Maybe that's why he went undetected on the Junior Mustangs radar.
Yeah, Ottawa brought their widest receiver down the line in what we call like a pod or a cluster motion, and it caused some confusion for the London defense. And they're able to slip him right up the middle of the field, wide open, just not able to connect. We'll see if they come back with that play later on.
It's a big third down play. As you talked about it, Coach, they need their offense to start clicking after having a blocked punt go back for a touchdown. This is a play action. They're going to throw it. The pass is completed, but he's got to get yards here, folks. He's going to try and fight his way up to the 47-yard line. He'll be well shy. And maybe, Coach, if you're the punting unit going back out there, what are you saying to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself?
I'm probably going to keep 4 guys in the shield to make sure we get this punt off and then just take our chances covering with our front 7. And Tyrone Campbell is back there returning, so definitely have to be aware of who's back and what side of the field he's on. We'll see if Ottawa tries to keep it away from Campbell to start this punt.
I mentioned 30 rushing touchdowns and just 13 receiving touchdowns in the regular season. Could that cost you in the playoffs to be too one-dimensional? As the punt is away, but this one, he gets under it, and he'll be lucky to get 10 yards. In fact, the good old Canadian rule of player safety, because that ball went so high up in the air like a baseball, the officials just blow it dead, and the Junior Mustangs are going to get this offense at midfield. Great field positioning.
Ottawa came out with the exact same punt look where they swing their 2 shield guys to the outside trying to gain extra coverage. Definitely trying to keep it away from Campbell. And sometimes when you're trying so hard as a punter to make sure you don't punt it to a certain guy, you end up shanking the ball on the side of your foot. So we'll see if London is able to capitalize. This is the first time their offense has been on the field all day.
Speaking of Tyrell Campbell, in that 21-0 victory over the Ottawa Sooners back on July 13th, Campbell had 3 receptions for 34 yards and 1 touchdown. Benjamin Kurbovic also had 3 receptions for 49 yards and 1 touchdown. On defense, though, for these Ottawa Sooners, watch out for Tamarian Hall, Rocco Krupi, and Cyro Sinagorov because they both had interceptions in the game, and Hall had a fumble recovery. DJ Fonte, first play of the game for the London offense. They're going to hand this ball off, and they'll work it to the right side for a gain of 3 or 4 yards before he was swarmed by those black and orange jerseys.
Campbell started off as a wide receiver. London ran a little sweep play, and the guard leading for the running back had the outside lane. The running back cut it in behind him, and if he had followed his block, he had a chance to make that a big play.
So with a 2nd and 8 coming up here with 4:44 remaining in the first quarter of play, London's offense looking to click here with just their 2nd play of the game. DJ Fonte, play action, throws it over the top. Missed the intended target of Tyrell Campbell, but I mentioned it before. This is a defense that has been ball hawks throughout the regular season. That could have been picked off.
Have you ever seen that game where you have the rock and you put the 3 cups and you try to find the rock? That's the game that London's going to play with Tyrell Campbell on offense. He might be a receiver this series. Next series he comes out, he's playing running back. The next series at quarterback. They're going to move him all around because, like I said earlier, he is their guy when their offense works through. So I think a key for Ottawa is going to be making sure they know where Campbell is at all times because you always want to pay special attention to the guy that makes the big plays for the offense.
Sooners defense had 16 interceptions coming into this game, but no interceptions for touchdowns. They had 1 touchdown defensively as London took an infinite amount of time to set up this next play, and as a result, delay of game, so they'll go backwards on this 3rd down play.
Sometimes when you play a team for the 2nd time and you have extra time to do your film prep, you start to overthink it a little bit. Maybe we've seen Ottawa do it, running some of their screen plays, and London out here changing personnel packages. Sometimes when you get in these big games, it takes you a couple series to realize, hey, why don't we just run the plays that we're really good at and get the balls to our really good players and let them win or lose it for us. So I think at some point in the next couple drives, you're going to see both of these offenses settle down, get back to what their bread and butter is going to be, and you'll start to see the production mount.
3rd and 13, I want you to dig into your playbook, Coach Snyder. What would you call out here for the guys in white?
sometimes when you're in a long situation, the key is think players, not plays. So you definitely got to think, how do we get Campbell involved? You see him lining up at running back this drive.
DJ Fonte takes the snap, looks to go to the air, fires this one over. It is caught at the 45-yard line. Looks like a first down as coming away with the ball for the Junior Mustangs. Who else? Benjamin Kurbovic.
I love the play call, putting Campbell in the backfield, which gets people's eyes and attention in the backfield on 3rd and long. Think a run's coming. They throw a little seam route, and Fonte puts a perfect throw, sits his receiver down the window, and they're able to convert by a yard. A great play call and a great execution from Fonte.
Kurbovic led the team in receiving yards during the regular season with 458. He had 7 touchdowns. He can rush too. Just had 38 rushing yards, though, in 2019. First down play from within Sooners territory for the Junior Mustangs. Are they going to sweep it to the far side? They do. Trying to cut back around, though, is Kurbovic, and it'll be a huge tackle for a loss by the Sooners of at least 4 or 5 yards.
Ottawa's a very fast team, offensively and defensively, and London's been looking like they're trying to create some kind of a perimeter game. There may be a benefit to them just running up the middle and seeing what they can do against the team's speed, because when you have a team that's very fast, you want to take away their speed by not letting them run sideline to sideline. You do that by running the ball in between the tackles.
The sweep to the left side by Benjamin Kurbovic actually loses the Junior Mustangs 6 yards on this play. Great defense by the Sooners. They'll need back-to-back performances, though, to slow down DJ Fonte. Looks like a blitz coming for Fonte, who throws it up in the air. Kurbovic battling for the ball, and he wants a call, Coach, but I think that was fair game. There was lots of give and take on that play.
Yeah, it's another call. It looks like they just had a one-on-one situation where Fonte's basically looking for who's his best matchup, and he took the shot to Kurbovic, who's made some plays this year, just not able to complete a good defense from the Ottawa defensive back, and it'll bring up a 3rd and long.
3rd and long with 2:24 remaining here in the opening quarter of play. A blocked punt is the only touchdown so far on the board in what is a 7-0 contest for the London Junior Mustangs. 3rd and a country mile here for DJ Fonte, the quarterback for the Junior Mustangs in the shotgun. 2 run to the line. He looks to his right side, fires it over to his left. Tyrell Campbell catches it, and he's going to go all the way. Touchdown, Junior Mustangs. A 49-yard TD strike to Tyrell Campbell.
That was just an example of thinking players, not plays in a 3rd and long situation. Running a simple wide receiver screen to the guy that's made plays for them all year. He catches it in stride, splits the defense, and goes 49 yards for a score. And that's actually great coaching, because you really don't have a lot of plays for 3rd and 13, but you have a lot of players that can convert 3rd and 13 if you get the ball to them in the right situation.
3rd and 16, Coach, and you're 49 yards out. Now, Tyrell Campbell collects that ball, I would say, around the 35, and man, he didn't even have to, it seemed like, to turn on the afterburners. He was gone like a jet plane. The snap and the hold is good. The ball is up and through the uprights. And with 1:59 remaining in the opening quarter play, the Junior Mustangs have extended their lead here at TD Stadium to 14-0 in this OPFL Bantam Championship game.
One thing you don't want to do if you're Ottawa right now is panic. It's still a lot of time left. You're only down 14-0. You gave them one on the punt block. Come out, line up in some formations that you're comfortable with, get Momo the ball inside, and see if you can start to get some drives going. Right now it's about first downs, not touchdowns for Ottawa if they want to stay in this game.
Coach, what is it specifically about the sport of football that allows that ability to, find yourself stuck in quicksand? Because teams do panic. Teams try and go deep way too early, and they end up sinking themselves further and further into a deficit. Why is football so like that? When you look at basketball and hockey, timeouts are taken. That usually swings momentum. In football, you have even more timeouts at your disposal, yet it seems, like I said, the quicksand factor is more evident in this sport than any other.
It is harder for one player to take over a game in football than in basketball. You could be down by 20, and you're the LA Lakers, you call timeout, you say, hey, let's get LeBron the ball in the paint, and he'll score 25 points. In football, it's a lot harder because everybody has to do their job. So it's harder for one key guy to take over a game in a situation of football.
After beating the Ottawa Sooners 21-0 in the regular season, the Junior Mustangs have a 14-0 lead here with a $1:59 remaining in the opening quarter of play here in this OPFL championship game. Matt Schneider and yours truly, Johnny Urban, taking you through. This one is squibbed down to the 20. Looks like the kick returner wisely will let this roll out of bounds, and Caleb Monroe, and I honestly love the high football IQ of Monroe displayed right there for the Sooners, because he knew by the angle and the speed of the ball that was going to roll out of bounds, and that's free yards for your team.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky as a coach when you watch that happening, because like you had mentioned earlier, that ball is not round. that ball could very easily bounce back inside, and all of a sudden you're scrambling to start your drive. But a great play for the Ottawa Sooners to let that ball go to bounds. They're going to get some great field position here. And like I mentioned earlier, they just got to come out, stay calm, kind of run the plays that they feel comfortable with, get the guys that need to touch the ball touches, and let's just stay in this game. If they can string together a couple first downs, they'll start to get their confidence back, and we'll start to see this game get a lot more competitive. Right now, it's been all London.
And again, for Monroe, as you said, a little bit of a gamble there on the kick return, but as a result, it does pay off for his team. They'll get decent field position to start this offensive drive, their third offensive drive of the game, but they haven't yet to get to the Junior Mustang side of the turf. There's two in motion, from the right to the left side for the Sooners. Three options to the near side. They hand it off to Momo. Momo cuts through, tried to spin off of one more tackle, and coach, he just needed that one more tackle to spin off, and I thought he was gone. He gained 6 yards.
We're still seeing London playing one-on-one coverage on the backside of any time Ottawa goes 3 receivers to his side. The safety's down low trying to play the run. There could be a potential where Ottawa could get a good chance to create some plays if they take that one-on-one shot to the backside of the trips formation.
Xavier against Cambridge last week, 8 of 17 passing for 215 yards, but he did throw one interception. It's another run play to Momo, but this time the boys in white will not be fooled by the locomotive, as again, it'll bring up a third down.
I like the outside zone plays for Ottawa. It looks like they're having a little trouble running the ball in between the tackles, but the outside zone play, the wide zone play that they've been running, has hit a couple times. Let's see if they go back to that.
I noticed you weren't impressed with my locomotive analogy there, Coach. Let's see if he becomes the express train here on 3rd down and 6. We're under a minute left remaining here in the opening quarter of play from TD Stadium. 2 run to the line. Xavier in the gun. A delayed handoff to Momo. Momo, though, slammed down to the ground before the 50. He'll be shy of the first down to bring up 4th.
Still a little too early to go for it, but I mean, in my opinion, but we can see Ottawa take the chance right here, down 14-0. It's 4th and a short. They got what they feel is their best player at running back, so
I think the only thing that they would debate, though, Coach, is if they do come up shy, you have a Junior Mustangs offense that's gone 1 for 1 offensively on their drives, where your team appears to be going 0-3 if they do not convert here, and you'd be giving them awfully good field positioning. But yet, Coach, you got the wisdom. I'm just a kid in the booth.
We'll see a QB sneak coming here, I imagine.
So, right behind the center. Instead, it's a handoff to O'Connell. O'Connell has the first down. He tricked everybody because I thought the QB sneak was coming. You did, but they gave it to Andrew O'Connell on the right side carry.
And Ottawa made a substitution, brought in a couple extra tight ends, and ran a fullback dive. Pretty simple play, but effective, and they're able to use London's momentum. London's really flying upfield, and they're able to just slice that into a natural hole and get a first down. Still a lot of time left for the Ottawa Sooners as the quarter changed.
That opening quarter of play flew by. How bad did it fly by? It took 18 real minutes to play a 12-minute football quarter. And Coach Schneider, I'm sure you've been in some quarter games in the OPFL that seemed like they're never going to end.
Some of them go on forever. I think
some of them are still playing.
For London, it could be a real quick quarter. For Ottawa, that could have been the longest quarter they faced all season. It's all a matter of perspective, but still a lot of time left. No need to panic for Ottawa. You're one play away from being in this game still. And just keep doing what you got to do. Get the ball to your key guys. I'd still like to see Ottawa at some point take that one-on-one shot to the backside to see if they can hit a big play. 2nd and short might be a good situation to take that chance.
The quarterback during the regular season, though, Coach, I got to throw out these numbers at you real quickly. In number 12, Xavier, 60 of 128 passes completed. That's only 46.9%. 1,266 yards he threw, though, 13 touchdowns. But here's the thing. 10 interceptions, almost a 50-50 rate when it comes to TDs and INTs for their quarterback. First play of the 2nd quarter for Ottawa. They'll hand this ball off, and that looks like it's Nagala trying to make his way up the field, but he is smothered at the 50-yard line and has nowhere to go and looks frustrated getting off the field.
Yeah, Ottawa runs a little jet sweep, and it looked like he had the edge, but sometimes when players run jet sweeps, they try to cut up too early. A lot of jet sweep is just about as fast as you can getting to the outside and running. So.
And I apologize, that appears to be number 3, Dylan Nakamura, who, to be honest with you, I don't have a lot of rushing stats for Nakamura during the regular season. He did rush 112 yards, though, for 1 touchdown on 9 carries. Pretty impressive that they have a plethora of running backs with positive yardage. As this blitz is coming for the Junior Mustangs, and they get to Momo before the line of scrimmage. Coach, That's risky business because if they miss on the blitz, Momo's going to go. Instead, they get to the star athlete.
Yeah, another situation, Ottawa tries to run that little inside zone play or the dive play and just getting overwhelmed at the point of attack by the London defensive line.
3rd down and long, and you got to feel for the Ottawa Sooners. Their offense has yet to really click, and by that I really mean they haven't gotten to the London Junior Mustangs side of the turf yet here with 10:40 remaining in the opening half of play. The quarterback sends 3 to the line. More pressure coming from the Junior Mustangs. Pockets collapsing, releases the ball, has a man down the field. It's bobbled. It's incomplete. Oh, fans, you got to get your heart out of your throat on that one because it looked like it could have been picked. Looked like it could have been a touchdown. Well, it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, one-on-one battle on that seam route and just not able to complete it. But I like the call. It's an aggressive call for Ottawa, trying to throw the ball downfield, and they're going to punt the ball away to London. And this is going to be a situation where Ottawa's got to get a stop. London's got to get some good field position. This is going to be a drive that could start to set the tone as we move forward.
How important, number 1, is to get a good punt off, and number 2, like you just said, to get the defense to make a stop.
You definitely want to have a good punt, but you also don't want to punt it to number 1.
As they will avoid number 1, and I believe that's Kurbovic collecting this back at his 25-yard line. He has a punt return for a touchdown, folks, but taking a foolish penalty on this play was Theon Sapp, and regardless of Kurbovic, who goes midfield all the way in front of the Ottawa Sooners bench before falling out of bounds, well, play's coming back because of the foolishness of Mr. Sapp.
Not a good block from Mr. Sapp. I appreciate his intensity. He's trying to make a block downfield and help his buddy out, but not a great situation. And it's going to cost them some major yards. And this could be a situation that Ottawa has been looking for. Punt the ball, win the field position, get a good stop on defense. We'll see how London comes out in this drive, what their offensive thought process is backed up.
And you're a football coach, as many people know here in the London and surrounding area, both on the high school and the OPFL level, and your coach brother has now got the new job at Queen's University, taking over that illustrious program. How do you settle down players, though, in big championship-style games? Because you want them to play with the engine that God gave them, but you also don't need them too revved up because you could take foolish penalties like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you get into big games, the key is running stuff that you're really comfortable with early. Getting the ball, like I've said this a bunch of times, getting the ball to the guys that are your key guys on plays that you're really good at. You don't want to run something that you've only been practicing 2 or 3 days. Run stuff that you've been practicing for 2 or 3 months and really settle everybody's nerves down.
Second time the Junior Mustangs offense has gone onto the field. The deepest they'll start this game, though, from their own 19-yard line. DJ Fonte takes the snap, hands the ball off. The rush play to the left side, though, is stymied by the Ottawa Sooners defense. Great tackle on the play, too, by Cyril Shingaroff.
Yeah, London able to run a little off-tackle play for a couple yards to start the drive. It's a good call. It's just a good settle-down call to see if they can get the ball in the hands of the running back and try to set some things up for later on.
So 2nd and 9 with 9:20 remaining here in the second quarter of play. On 2nd down, let's see what the Ottawa Sooners defense shows the Junior Mustangs offense here. As DJ Fonte will snap the ball, hand this one off. The running back from the left side will carry it up, tries to cut back in, bulldozes his way past the 30 into the jaws of the Ottawa Sooners, and as a result, it's a first down for London.
London had a little bit of trouble getting lined up at the start of the play, and I think their confusion led to some Ottawa confusion because Ottawa was waiting for them to get lined up. The ball gets snapped, and they're able to run away from the overload and get a big first down.
1st and 10 coming up here, and for the Ottawa Sooners defense, you have to feel for them a little bit. They didn't give up the first touchdown of this game. It came up from via a blocked punt. And then the second drive of this game, they looked like they were going to stuff him on a 3rd down and long, but it was Tyrell Campbell hooking up from DJ Fonte from 49 yards, and I would say at least 35 of those yards of the 49 were the Jets of Tyrell Campbell. DJ Fonte once again takes the snap, looks up the field, going to huck this one to the near side. His receiver fell down. A would-be interception in and out of the hands, though, of the Ottawa Sooner in Rocco Krupi, and that's the gentleman that already intercepted DJ Fonte the last time these two teams played each other.
One thing I noticed about that last play was Campbell was on the sidelines. Looks like they're going both ways and returning punts. You're going to have to give him a break at some point. 3rd and long now, he's coming back on the field.
There's also a Junior Mustang down at the 40-yard line on a knee. I could break out the 1-2. I think Benjamin Kurbovic it could be, and that would be a massive loss. Again, as I mentioned, he led the team in receiving yards during the regular season with 458 and 7 touchdowns. He quickly springs back to his feet, coach, And maybe with 7:52 remaining here in the second quarter of play, could heat and hydration already playing a factor?
Yeah, definitely. It's a warm day. It's even warmer on the turf. You got a lot of players running around on specials, offense and defense. Hydration is going to be key. Making sure you're getting guys breaks, especially guys that you're using on specials and offense and defense. Getting them those key breaks in situations where it might not hurt you as much, but you got to get them a chance to get on the sidelines for a couple plays and get some water.
Both teams getting the water boys and water girls respectfully out to their two teams. What I liked about it, though, too, is they gave a little H2O to the officials. They got to stay hydrated, too. They have those clear minds to make the right calls.
You definitely want the officials at their peak performance if you're a coach on the sidelines.
Especially during a championship game. Not to point fingers, but I was watching the Ottawa Sooners versus the Cambridge Lions last week at Jacob Hessler. And man, oh man, play after play, penalty after penalty. Let the boys play. That's how I want to see playoff football. Tyrell Campbell from the quarterback position breaks off of one tackle, cuts back in. Tyrell Campbell has the first down, and the Charlie Brown football pile carries another 5 yards up to the 50.
Tyrell Campbell at quarterback takes the QB draw and just slices through the Ottawa defense. I love the way that London is using Tyrell Campbell all over the formation. He's a running back, he's a quarterback, he's a receiver. Very hard to game plan and defend a guy when you don't know where he's going to be lined up every snap.
How do you worry, though, about his time management, considering, like you just said, he is everywhere? It's a hot day here in London, championship game. I'm sure he's got to empty the tank for this one, Coach, with not another game to play in the season. But still, you can't overexhaust him early.
You can rest on Sunday. You got a long weekend to rest.
I like that. Here's the jet sweep to the far side. Once again, London trying to extend the field. But, Coach, they simply can't do it. This time it was Ethan Tran on the carry from Tyrell Campbell.
Sometimes the jet sweep isn't about the yards you gain, it's about the reaction you get from the defense, because at some point, London's going to fake that jet sweep and run to the backside. So that's something to keep an eye on as you watch.
6:40 now remains in the opening half of play. 14-0 is the score for the London Junior Mustangs against the Ottawa Sooners here in the OPFL Bantam Championship game. Matt Snyder and yours truly, Johnny Urban, taking you through the action. And we'll have many more broadcasts to come today. 2 more games after this one. Another 3 on Sunday. That's a total of 6 championship games here in London. Tyrell Campbell at quarterback with the keep. Tyrell Campbell trying to get to the outside. He's got an edge. He'll at least get back to the original line of scrimmage. He'll be out of bounds at the 55-yard line. He'll bring up 3rd and 5.
And London comes out and fakes the jet sweep that they had run the previous play. It gets the defense's eyes on the fake jet sweeper, and they're able to get Campbell right behind him for a big play. Campbell's just a great player in space because it is hard to tackle a guy like him when you have all that grass around you. It's very difficult.
The most Canadian positioning on a football field, the 55-yard line, Coach. That's where they're going to start this 3rd and 5 play with 6:05 remaining on the second quarter clock. The DJ getting the boys hyped up here. A little music just before the play is about to start. 2 run to the line for DJ Fonte. Looks like one of his receivers was way offside. It's the receiver that he's throwing the ball to. It's an incomplete pass. There's a flag on the field. I'd imagine they're catching the intended target for being offside.
Great defense from Bryce Ebeneth. I hope I said that right, but I like the coverage there. Keeping his eyes on the receiver till the last minute, then turning around, locating the ball, and knocking it away.
Especially when the man that he was covering already had an illegal 5-yard jump on him.
The Ottawa should decline this penalty, and they'll get the ball back on 4th and 5.
And it appears like they are doing exactly that, Coach. It'll bring up 4th down after they decline the penalty. And the special teams unit for the Junior Mustangs will come out. Now, with 5:48 remaining, though, in this second quarter of play, is it imperative that Ottawa gets some sort of points on the board before the halftime locker room break?
Yeah, I would say that it's very important that they produce some first downs and get the ball moving a little bit to have some confidence going. This is a great situation if you're Ottawa to maybe bring a punt block, but also a great situation if you're London to maybe run a fake if you're Coach Baker, the special teams coordinator.
After beating them 21-0 in the regular season, they've shut out the Ottawa Sooners offense now for 5.5 quarters. This punt gets locked up in the air, caught at the 40-yard line, and brought back across the 45 to the 47. On that kick return, Caleb Munro. We already mentioned his name on the kick return. Now he's getting it done on the punt return too.
Yeah, really good play from Munro to catch that ball in the air and get back upfield as much as he can. Ottawa brought some pressure and just not able to get there, but they had a good call in place to bring some heat and try to force that punt. This is a good situation for Ottawa. Good field position to start the drive. Lots of time left in the half. We'll see how they come out.
Yeah, their best field positioning of the game so far here in this OPFL Bantam Championship action. But can the Ottawa Sooners in those black and orange uniforms, which, by the way, I don't know if I would have rocked that uniform on a hot summer Canadian day. That's just my opinion. With two swagging, actually from the right to the left side, the Junior Mustangs jump. This should be a free play for Ottawa. This one is caught, so Keegan Brunette makes the catch. It'll be a 9-yard gain, and to my surprise, there was no penalty flag on that. They did not catch the Junior Mustangs jumping.
It looked like he got back in time, and
but
Ottawa
then another guy jumped in.
Throws the little one-on-one slant on the backside. A great completion from Xavier to get his first completion of the game. This could be a good start for Ottawa as they move the chains first down.
Yeah, it was interesting because it looked like they originally got 9 yards on the play, but the head official waves it down for the first down, and they moved the chains as a result.
Referees are definitely letting them play this game. We haven't seen a lot of those close calls result in flags.
The Junior Mustangs trying to make up for this movement, and there's flags flying. A plethora of them here, Coach, and was this one on Ottawa for an illegal formation?
Could be a false start or an offside. The one thing you got to think about when you're a team like Ottawa who's running a lot of pre-snap motion is you got your linemen in a three-point stance for a long time, and sometimes those leg muscles start to burn. It's hard to keep your composure when you're trying to bring two guys all the way back across the formation.
4:31 remains here in the second quarter of play. 14-0 the score for the London Junior Mustangs here in this OPFL Bantam Championship game. A 1st and 15 play. They're going to give it to Momo. Momo, though, will be swarmed at the right side as going in on the tackle with some ferocity, too, is Khaled Osman.
Yeah, he stumbles in the backfield on the exchange, and it looks like he lost his footing. He had a good play starting to develop, but London's able to swarm. The defense for the London Junior Mustangs has been all over the field today. Really impressed so far with the game plan that Coach Maniar's come out with.
Well, the Ottawa Sooners, as I was just saying, they need some points. Why? Well, they're 4 minutes away from being shut out by these London Junior Mustangs for 6 consecutive quarters of pigskin. The quarterback in the gun and Xavier. They're going back to that similar formation is the Ottawa Sooners. Trying to abide them is London. Now it is Nagala, not Momo, with the carry. He'll be shy of the 50-yard line to bring up 3rd and 9.
Ottawa's had most of their success on the ground, running away from the 3-receiver side. London is basically playing man-to-man defense and saying, we're not going to bring guys out of the box. You're going to have to beat us in the air or beat us to the perimeter. And they know where their weaknesses are. They're able to contain it. We'll see if Ottawa continues to take advantage of that defense that London's playing.
Is this a case, though, Coach, where we knew that Ottawa was a rushing team coming in? They didn't hide that fact, but because London is sort of tightening the bolts on the rush game, are they going to be forced to go more to the aerial assaults in the second half?
That's exactly it. At some point, you have to take advantage of what the defense is doing to try to stop you.
As the crowd gets loud here at TD Stadium. 3 run the line for the Sooners. Looks like a delayed handoff. No, the quarterback keeps it, and Xavier is slammed at the line of scrimmage. So I don't know if that was designed that way or just broke down that way for the Sooners. As a result, they gain no yards. 4th down coming up.
It seems like every time Ottawa gets something started, they have a kind of a self-inflicted mistake that cost them. They had the punt snap, the quarterback turned the wrong way in the first drive. Momo stumbles on the exchange on the first down play, and then right there it looks like they missed the handoff on the draw play, and they'll have to punt the ball.
How frustrating does it get? Because it's one thing when you're losing 14-0 in this game with 2:48 remaining in the second quarter, but this is the same team, Coach, that handed you a 21-0 loss in your own barn. Do you start to get in your own head a little bit?
I mean, anything's possible. Hopefully not, but you could see Ottawa starting to press a little bit too hard right now.
A beautiful punt sent down to the 25-yard line. Tyrell Campbell catches it. They didn't give him enough yards. Now Tyrell Campbell takes a nasty hit at the 35-yard line. He's okay. He'll pop up because he's a stud. But the no yards penalty should be of the 15-yard variety because that ball was still in the air, Coach.
Yeah, so essentially Ottawa isn't going to gain any yards on the punt. They punted the ball. They're not able to keep it away from Campbell. He fields it cleanly. The new yards penalty is going to give them plus 15 at the end of the run. This is a good situation for London with 2:30 left in the half.
And that is the type of penalty, though, in a championship contest that you just simply can't have your team take. Yeah, the no yards is a common penalty in the Canadian brand of football, especially the 5-yard variety with the ball on the ground, but the 15-yard variety with the ball in the air, that's costs you.
That's why it's so important to try to field that ball in the air. There's a huge advantage to the returning team if you're able to consistently field the ball in the air, not only in your return, but...
A bad snap by the Junior Mustangs. I didn't even think they blew the play in. Now, a running back falls back. I believe that was actually a lineman. That was interesting, Coach, because a handful of times throughout this postseason, if the referee hadn't blown the whistle yet, they actually forced the team to reset. They didn't that time. As London tried to hurry it up, it went over their quarterback's head and DJ Fonte. They lose massive yards here from the 40-yard line back to the 21.
I mean, the one thing you got to remember is you see these players out there making great plays, running these complicated offenses. They're still 13 and 14-year-old boys, and 13 and 14-year-old boys are going to make mistakes at times.
Here's a handoff after the fake sweep to the far side. London will get back to the 25-yard line, but they have to still feel pretty dejected from that bad snap that roughly cost them, 15-plus yards.
This down is a important down for London because you got to make a tough decision. Do you try to go for the first down and possibly create a situation where you're punting from deep within your territory, or do you run the ball and try to get as much back as you can and get yourself a little bit of breathing room? Because if you're punting the ball from this situation, you got to ask yourself, is this a situation where you're going to give up 2 or punt it? So we'll see how London comes out in this drive on this third down play and kind of what their philosophy is moving forward based on how they react.
2 minutes left in the second quarter of play in this 14-0 OPFL Bantam Championship contest between the London Junior Mustangs and the Ottawa Sooners. DJ Fonte fakes it. Tyrell Campbell trying to spread the field to the near side. Has to cut back in, but Tyrell ran out of real estate, and he'll just scamper out of bounds at the line of scrimmage. So it'll be 4th and 25 coming up for the Junior Mustangs.
Yeah, London basically says we're going to get the ball to our best guy and see if he can make something happen. And if he can't, really there's nothing lost because we're going to punt the ball anyway. So this is a situation now where, Ottawa had a good little field position to start their last drive. They weren't able to get anything going. But a couple of mistakes from London is going to give Ottawa the ball back. They should get it around midfield. If they're able to field it cleanly, they'll probably start the drive around the 50 with around 1:42 left. This could be a big down and distance, or this could be a big drive for both teams.
And just any points, even a field goal, would be a massive benefit for the Ottawa Sooners going into that locker room to have something to show for themselves in the first half. A high snap settled down by the punter, and I believe Ottawa got a hand on it, as this one almost hit Coach KJ Kennedy on the sidelines. He didn't move, he was like a statue, might I add. But the ball will be marked at the 40-yard line. So to your point earlier, Coach, great field positioning for the Ottawa Sooners offense here with 1:38 remaining in the first half.
This is exactly what the Sooners needed if they want to stay in this game. I would love to see them come out and take that one-on-one shot we've been looking at all week or all game.
So with 98 seconds left in the opening half of play, down 14-0, and with their offense, I wouldn't say flatlining, but stuttering to say the least in the opening half of play, the Sooners will try and get some points before the halftime break. 2 motion from the right to the left side. London almost jumped, and they are going to catch the Junior Mustangs. A free 5 yards for the Ottawa Sooners.
Looks like Ottawa was running that same motion they had run in the first quarter where they bring the number 1 receiver all the way down that pod motion, and they were going to take that play, that shot where they had the number 1 receiver, number 7, running down the middle of the field. It looked like it was the same call, and Ottawa coming back to something that they had open in the first quarter but weren't able to complete with.
What it is about that play motion, though, that is so confusing and getting to the Junior Mustangs to bite.
When you have a man-to-man defense, and all of a sudden, if you're covering the widest receiver, the number 1, and he starts running down and becomes a number 3, you got to make a decision. Am I following my guy, or am I going to pass it off? And it's hard to make that decision in the middle of a play when you have about 3 seconds till the ball snapped.
Ottawa going to the air. The intended target on this particular play, I believe, was Joshua Bragg. Or no, I'm apologizing. Looking at the wrong play sheet here, folks. That was Malcolm Avoy, or McAvoy, I should say, that had the opportunity there, but one-on-one coverage or missed him.
It was the exact same play that they had run in the first quarter that they tried to run the play before, the same cluster motion. And they ended up going out to the wide receiver, running the deep corner, and not able to connect.
So 2nd and 5 with 91 seconds left in play. A man is open in Jerry Momo. He catches the ball. Momo trying to stretch the field. He'll stiff arm his way past the Junior Mustang and scamper out of bounds around the 24-yard line. So getting awfully close to the red zone for the first time in this game is the Ottawa offense.
When Ottawa ran those 2 receivers across the formation, London brings 2 defensive players with them playing man-to-man, and then Ottawa runs their swing back to Momo, back to the side that they just vacated from. There's a lot of space there. There's basically a cornerback out there, and then a linebacker in the box trying to run with Momo. A great call from Ottawa. I like that play call.
So here we go, 1st and 10 for the Ottawa Sooners with 1:24 remaining on this first half clock. They give it to Momo again. Momo is ankle tackled at the 25-yard line, and the rest of the boys in white clean up the action.
Yeah, Ottawa is definitely settling into some calls that they like. That was basically the outside zone play away from the trips we talked about earlier. Unfortunately, they didn't block the defensive end, and when you don't block a defensive end, it's not usually going to result in good things for the offense.
For fans wondering where Coach Tripp is at in the John McKay Jumbo Zone, well, this coming up at halftime, folks. He'll be in the stands getting all those proud fans, not just from Ottawa that made the long trip down, but all those proud purple parents that have been supporting this team from day one. As we get the quarterback in the shotgun position again, 4 running the line. They have quads to the right side. They throw it over the top. This ball is caught. Momo has to get off of one tackle. He does. Fighting towards the end zone. Touchdown, Ottawa. A 26-yard strike. And effort after effort. It's Momo time into the end zone.
I like the composure from the quarterback to step up in the pocket and keep his eyes downfield and find it. I'm a London guy and I'm a London fan, but I'm glad that Ottawa scores because I want to see an exciting football game, and that's exactly what Ottawa needed to keep this around. But hopefully London's able to come back and get something going before halftime.
55 seconds away from being shut out in 6 consecutive quarters by the London Junior Mustangs, and Momo says no to that equation as he makes one guy miss, a second guy fall off of him. I mean, I think he broke through 3 or 4 tackles there, Coach, if we could see the replay on it, as the extra point is good and they cut the lead in half. It's a 14-7 ball game here from TD Stadium, under a minute remaining in the second quarter of play. You liking the Momo jokes?
That was good.
Well, I mean, we knew that Jerry Momo was going to be a tough customer when it came to this championship game, coming into this contest with the regular season stats of having 875 rushing yards on 44 carries. As you alluded to at the top of our broadcast, that's an average of 19.9 yards per play. That means he's getting not 1, but 2 first downs every time he grabs the ball.
Ottawa is going to make a decision right now. Are you going to kick off to Campbell or do you kick it deep? And now they're moving Campbell around and it looks like they're expecting some kind of a short kick. I don't know if this is a situation where you want to onside kick it and kind of show your onside kick that you have in this week with only 55 seconds left in the half.
Does Ottawa try and get crafty with it and potentially get their offense back onto the field in the final minute, or as Coach Schneider's alluding to, just boot it deep, put the pressure back on the Junior Mustangs offense to have to make some plays down the field, or at the very least run out the first half clock and get into the locker room with the lead?
1-score game, you just got to score to get back in it. Momentum's on your favor. Probably want to kick this deep, play some defense, get out of this half without any more issues.
The Ottawa Sooners will approach this ball at the 45-yard line between the hash marks, as rumbling up to the ball, and they actually are going to short kick it to the near side. Krbovic bobbled it. The ball is still loose, folks. There's a twister battle for it at the 45-yard line. Ottawa says they have it. London says they do. The officials trying to separate the pile of humanity. Who's got the pigskin? It is London ball.
Yeah, an interesting call, kicking onside with only 52 seconds left. It doesn't leave you a lot of time if you do get the ball back to score. And now you've really shown your onside kick. My personal decision, I probably would have
almost pulled it off, though,
Yeah,
Coach, to be devil's advocate. Krbovic, who's usually trusted at hands of a Swiss watch, bobbled that one, and 2 Sooners had an opportunity to get to the pigskin.
Always easy in hindsight to say what you would have done. You might want to have saved that for the opening kickoff of the second half when you're going to have to kick off to London. What you don't want to do is give London a score and then kick off to them to start the second half.
52 seconds left, up 14-7. Does London pressure to put more points and make it a 2-possession game again, or are they content getting into the locker room? This one shiveled to the near side. I believe that's Ethan Tran. Tran fumbled the ball again, but this one rolled out of bounds, so it'll maintain London possession. As I apologize, that was Amos Thomas. Amos Thomas on the carry, and a little butterfingers at the end here.
That ball going out of bounds will keep the clock stopped until the snap, so not a good situation for London. They want this clock running in this situation.
And to make matters worse, they actually said that Thomas lost half a yard on that play, so it'll turn into a 2nd and 11. And as you mentioned, with that whistle going off from the official, finally the play clock starting to dwindle down. 35 seconds left on the clock. London in no rush to get this play off. They just want to get to the halftime break with their 14-7 lead. Although there does seem to be some confusion with their offense. Fonte looked like he was going to pass it. Gave it to Tyrell Campbell. Campbell goes right up the gut. Gains maybe 7 yards on the play to bring up 3rd and 4.
Good little draw play to Campbell, lined up at running back. Able to use the pass rush's momentum against them and slice through the middle of the defense. That's a good little play call. Well-designed play from Coach Kenemy.
Appears to be a London Junior Mustang hurt on the field. Just trying to make it out whether that is 51, that would be Reggie Arafoff, or if it's 57, that would be Cooper Simmons. Arafoff, a defensive end, though, and then you have Simmons, the offensive tackle, so I would say that it's got to be one of the guys on their offensive line coach, and, you know, it's something we've repeated throughout the entire season. You could, you know, exemplify it here in the championship game. You just want to make sure that everybody's coming out of this Saturday and Sunday of championship competition healthy and hopefully happy. I know that obviously half the teams have to walk away unsatisfied, but there will be half the teams remembering this weekend for a long time, if not the rest of their lives.
Yeah, beautiful day here at Western University. Great place to have some championship football. They've definitely had a lot of championship football games on this field in the last couple of years, and a great situation. You know, you're getting to show the province of Ontario what Western has to offer. We got a great crowd today, and we'll have great crowds all weekend. A lot of supporters from all over the province are going to be coming into London and coming to watch some great football here. OPFL football, the best. This is probably the best football being played in the province right now. At all 3 levels, the Bantam, the JV, and the varsity level.
And I apologize, it's not Cooper Simmons, the offensive tackle, it's another offensive tackle, and Orion Anton John. And Anton John's a big boy. They need him on that offensive tackle spot in order to give them the protection they need to get their offense going. With 3rd and 3 coming up, though, and 20 seconds left on the board, I beg the question again to you, Coach. Do they start to push the pace here and try and get some points?
Yeah, definitely a decision for Coach Kenemy. Do you go for the
empty backfield? Fonte's throwing it. It's intercepted, though, by the Sooners at the 50. The Sooners pick off DJ Fonte, and coming away with the ball was Luca Ferrandesino.
In hindsight, I imagine Coach Kenemy wishes he ran the ball there, but I like the aggressive play calling nature for him. You're in a championship game, you got to let your guys play and sling it. Fonte had his place that he wanted to put it, but defensive back is able to undercut that and give Ottawa the ball with about 7 seconds left. So we'll see what they come out with the 7 seconds left. Ball just over midfield.
DJ Fonte threw 6 interceptions during the regular season. 2 came against the Ottawa Sooners in that 21-0 victory. Luca Ferrancino, the interceptor, I should say, for the Ottawa Sooners, as now it's them trying to get some points back on this board. It's Momo cutting through the entire team. Momo refusing to be tackled. Momo could go all the way, folks. 10-5, touchdown Sooners. The final play of the opening half. They could potentially tie the game with an extra point.
Not a great finish to the half. The interception. Obviously you don't want to throw an interception over your side of half with 7 seconds left. And Momo just goes out there and says, hey, we're scoring here. And we're going to have a halftime. We're going to have a game in the second half. This is going to be a great finish second half. Ottawa is able to kind of get over some of their early hiccups and some of the mistakes they made, and they're able to come out and score 2 quick touchdowns in the second quarter. This is going to be a great second half.
A blocked punt touchdown. Then a Tyrell Campbell 49-yard strike. Well, not 1, but 2 doses of Momo as the extra point is through. And the final play of the second quarter ties this contest up at 14-all in this OPFL championship dance.
A couple minutes left in the half, and Mr. Momo takes the momentum back for Ottawa. And London definitely coming down, off a high in the first quarter and the second quarter. They got to go into halftime, kind of regroup, get back to doing some of the things. I imagine the second half you're going to see London come out with a huge dose of Tyrell Campbell getting the football in his hands, and I think Ottawa's probably going to come out and give a whole bunch of serving of the running of the ball to Mr. Momo, and it's basically going to come down to those 2 guys making plays in the second half.
Those 2 Momo touchdowns, though, Coach, are just, let's face it, at the end of the day, he broke off of 2 handfuls of tackles. How do you stop a gentleman that doesn't want to be stopped like that?
Tackle. Get the first guy to the ball, has got to hold on, and everybody else has got to get there as quick as they can with anger.
So we do have Coach Drip in the fan zone as we leave you for the halftime break. I'm Johnny Urban, joined by Matt Snyder. 14-all between the Sooners and the Junior Mustangs.
All right, this is John McKay and Jaku, aka Coach Drip, sitting here at halftime of the London Junior Mustangs final, championship final versus the Ottawa Sooners. Right now, I've caught a lull in the action. I was actually shaking. They were actually quaking the seats earlier as we saw the Ottawa Sooners come back and score a scamper to even things up. So I'm just going to try to find a couple of the more familiar faces within both communities, both sporting communities. I've caught a chance to catch Mac Baker right in the middle of a family reunion. Mac Baker, how are you feeling on the action today? I know a lot of these younger guys you've coached, you've mentored, and they look up to you. Your thoughts?
It looks like a fight out there. They were ahead to start, right? And then they started to come back. I think they started to let up on the gas. I think they just need to start putting their foot back on the gas and just get going, start moving again. I think they're going to get better throughout the half.
Say that again.
I think you're going to get better throughout the halftime.
I agree. I agree. I have one more question. Thank you, Mac Baker. Patty Baker, the mother of Mac Baker. Quick question for Home and Garden magazine, Best Mom of the Year magazine. What do you do? What's your trick? Number one trick right off the bat.
For gardening?
For gardening.
Oh, buy hostas. They don't die. You can do anything to a hostas.
And there you have it, fellas. It wasn't even $2.99 on a podcast. You got it here for free. Jama's Drip Zones coming to a close. I do thank you. Thank you so much, Patty. Thank you so much, Mac. Those are some of the kids that I've had a pleasure to coach throughout the years. And we're going to try to travel and meet up with some new fans, some of the Ottawa Sooner fans that we might not be super familiar with. And that might not hit me in the face for wearing all this Western stuff. Hello. Are you cheering for Ottawa? You're the quarterback's mom. I will not put you on film. As a matter of fact, I don't know how to. Okay, there. So, quarterback's mom. How's the season been going thus far? Very stressful. Always stressful.
Today is very stressful.
Yeah, for a championship win. How was the ride up?
Excellent.
It was good?
It was excellent.
Are you the true mastermind behind the athletic prowess of your child? I'm a frontline reporter. I'm asking all the hard questions.
Nope, not anymore.
Okay. And we've been compiling a little bit of a list of best preparatory meals for the key athletes. What would you say would be the number one meal prior to a game that your son would like to eat?
For breakfast? Yep. Fruits and crepes.
Fruits and crepes. No carbs in terms. Crepes are the carbs. No pasta dishes. No carbo loading. Okay. Is he a music listener, or is he more of a classical in his own neurology type guy?
He's a math. He's a math kid, so everything is his brain.
Oh.
So he's football 24/7 and does the math in his head.
Welcome back here to TD Stadium on your Saturday afternoon for OPFL Bantam Championship action. It was a 14-0 game for the London Junior Mustangs with roughly 6 minutes remaining in the opening half of play, and then all of a sudden the Momo problems for the Junior Mustangs as he had not one but 2 massive touchdown runs from, I believe, 53 yards out was the last one, Coach.
Yeah, tale of 2 quarters. London came out in the first quarter, blocked the punt, scoop and scored, and was able to jump out and grab the lead, 14 points. Ottawa just kind of stuck with their game plan, played the long game, field position. They got an interception at the end of the half after scoring a touchdown, and Momo, the next couple plays, is able to bust one for a long play, and Momo gets them back in the game and tied at half, 14-all.
DJ Fonte didn't throw an interception in the postseason until that second quarter. The Ottawa the Ottawa Sooners had 2 interceptions on DJ Fonte when they met back in Ottawa in that 21-0 victory for London. And it really felt like after the first quarter play, they were going to get a repeat of that regular season game. But after that interception, another Momo gallop. Well, we're all tied up, Coach, heading into the second half.
Yeah, there's going to be a second half of, I think it's going to be a second half of best players. Tyrell Campbell.
They try and squib again to the far side. Caught cleanly by the Junior Mustangs as they will start their drive from the 50-yard line. Coach, they did that with roughly, I believe, 52 seconds left in the opening half. It didn't work despite the fact that Kurbovic did fumble it a little bit. And he said, I wouldn't have done that at that time because I would have saved it for this moment. Well, they go back to the well twice, and twice they come up empty.
There's an old football kind of adage, you always want to be the first team that runs your trick play because you want to catch the other team off guard, but you never want to be the team that runs the second trick play because after the first one, everyone's worried about it. So situation there where they run the onside kick again, and Lennon's obviously prepared for it. Gets great field position to start the second half.
After throwing an interception in his last offensive drive, DJ Fonte, the quarterback, goes back out there. Looks like a play action. Fonte down the far sidelines. This one is, I believe, caught by Amos Thomas. What a reel. As you see on the replay here, Coach, they were battling for that ball like a world war when Fonte threw it.
London comes out and fakes that little wide receiver screen that they scored on to Campbell earlier and has the slot receiver who blocks on the screen fake the block and slip up the sidelines, and they're able to catch Ottawa with a huge completion.
One play and the London Junior Mustangs find themselves in Sooners territory with the ball at their 42-yard line. 1st and 10 for DJ Fonte, who sends 2 to the line. Looks like this is another play action. Fonte pump fakes. Fonte finds a target on the far sideline. I believe that is Kurbovic. And Kurbovic will be shy of the first down, but gains easily 5 on the play.
2 plays, 2 throws for the Junior Mustangs. Haven't seen Tyrell Campbell with the ball yet. London's coming out and giving DJ Fonte the keys to the car and letting him drive the offense down the field.
Yeah, it's a good analogy, Coach, when you consider that we thought it was going to be all Tyrell Campbell and all Jerry Momo. Well, no, it's Amos Thomas and Benjamin Kurbovic on the first 2 plays of the game, offensively speaking, for the London Junior Mustangs. They had a 14-0 lead in a 14-all ball game now. Fonte rolling back in the pocket. Fonte looking to go one-on-one down the field. I believe this is incomplete, as once again it was Amos Thomas, the intended target, down at the 10-yard line.
Really, it's the exact same play call. Fake that little wide receiver screen to Tyrell Campbell, who's going to take attention, slip the slot back up the sidelines, and almost able to complete that. But one thing I noticed before the play is London's getting one-on-one to Tyrell Campbell outside with the cornerback. So let's see if they come back and take a shot to Campbell later on the one-on-one battle.
3rd and 4 coming up here, but there appears to be a Junior Mustang down on a knee. And if I'm watching this correctly, that's DJ Fonte, their quarterback. Coach, that could be a massive loss given the situation that they're facing.
Yeah, you never want to see your quarterback take an injury. We'll see if they go to Campbell in the backfield or bring in Blackson.
And to make matters worse, is it his throwing hand that is being attended to by the training staff?
It might be one of those situations of hitting it on a helmet. He's got the bees in his glove. Getting a little bit of the fuzzy fingers, and a couple plays and he'll be back in, I imagine. But they got Blackson warming up, and he'll come in the game, and it looks like he'll come in at quarterback, which will allow them to run a lot of their offense that they have with Fonte in the game. One thing you got to be aware with Blackson is his running ability. He brings that added component of being able to run from the quarterback position. So we'll see if they come out with a QB run play on the 3rd down here.
3rd and 3. They're saying officially. It looks like a 3rd and 4 to me, though, with the new quarterback at the helm and Rakeem Blackson. Blackson takes the snap, and he will throw it to the far side. This is deflected at the line, incomplete pass. Something that I mentioned in the pregame, watching these two teams warm up. Man, oh man, Ottawa has some tall kids on their team, and height played a factor on that deflection at the line.
Ottawa's team is definitely physically a very big team. I thought it was the JV team coming in when I got here this morning, but just a real big, stout team of tall kids. So sometimes it's hard to throw in those passing lanes when you got those tall defensive ends with their hands up. London will punt the ball here and try to play a field position game. We'll see if Coach Baker, the special team coordinator, goes into his bag of tricks with a little bit of a fake punt here. London's come out in the second half really throwing the football. I don't think they've run the ball yet. Definitely taking shots on those fake receiver screens, and we'll see if they're able to come back with the run game in the second drive. But Ottawa's going to get the ball here really backed up.
So they snap to the punter, and they are going to try and fake it, coach, to the far side, but Krbovic has nowhere to go. He's trying to step out of a tackle. He'll be smothered. It's a turnover on downs, but there is a flag at the 30, but from what I saw, I think it's a hold against the Junior Mustangs.
Yeah, this will be coming back. Ottawa, I imagine, declines this penalty and will take the ball over on downs because London failed to get their first down. So the penalty doesn't really mean anything. I'm not sure if I agree with the scenario of calling that fake. On the third down, you throw the ball with your backup quarterback in on his first play, and then on 4th and 4, you run a fake. If you were thinking of you're in a fake situation, to me it would be beneficial on the third down to run the ball and try to get that as close to the first down as you can before you run your fake.
And to go one further for you, Coach, we're in a tie game, 14 all. I really thought that they would play the field positioning battle, pin the Sooners deep within their own territory, and see if their defense can get the job done. Instead, they gamble. It doesn't pay off on the fake punt, and the Sooners take over the ball on downs from the 39-yard line. Xavier goes back into the pivot. He's got two. Again, that motion we've seen an awful lot in the first half of play, offensively speaking, for Ottawa. A bit of a high snap settled down by the quarterback. Play action, ball is thrown, ball is caught. The receiver running away from his targets, and he'll get shoestring tackled at the 31-yard line. That is Jacob Glofcheski, and Glofcheski just broke open the play to get it back into the Junior Mustangs territory.
Yeah, Ottawa runs that double slot motion. You see London trailing with their two defensive backs, which gives them one-on-one to the receiver that stayed on the backside, and they go back and throw the slant to him. He makes a great catch and slices through, and a huge chunk, and this is a huge change of field position for the game. And this could be a changing point in the momentum.
Two run to the line, three options to the left side. They hand it off to Momo. Momo breaks right through the line, up to the 20-yard line. Another first down for the Sooners. 2 plays, 2 first downs, and they go from their side of the turf into their opponent's red zone.
One thing I like about this young Momo is he's a great outside zone runner, and it's a hard play to teach a young guy because it's all about patience and decision making. He runs it like he was born to run that outside zone play.
8:25 now remains in the third quarter of play. 14 all, but Ottawa, who was down 14-0 in this game, seems to have all the momentum in the world. The Momo-mentum in Jerry Momo and their running back. Here's a handoff, and a rare occurrence, at least so far in the second half. The London defense steps up and stuffs Ottawa in their tracks.
Yeah, they run a little fullback dive play, and 2 reasons you could run that play. A, you're trying to catch London off guard with a play that you haven't really run much this game, or B, you're trying to set something up off that motion later where they're going to fake the fullback and maybe run an option play to Momo out to the wide side of the field. So we'll see if Ottawa's able to come back with something later on off of that dive play.
You got to think, Coach, that this is a big time part of the game, I should say, for this Junior Mustangs defense. They need to step it up here in a hurry. As once again, 2 swag to line for the Sooners. It's a fake handoff to Momo. It's deflected at the line of scrimmage. Great job to get right in the quarterback's lane and to make sure that he had no real estate to work with. That's number 51 in Reggie Arifov.
Sometimes it's hard when you're calling plays and a play works to go back to that play again because you think, well, the defense knows it's coming, but
when you have Jerry Momo, though,
I would definitely, on 3rd and long here, look for Momo to get the ball.
And we've already seen him, almost like something out of a video game put onto rookie mode, just go through this Junior Mustangs defense like a hot knife through butter. And Momo is behind the quarterback and Xavier on this 3rd and 11 play. The ball is snapped. They fake it to Momo. They're going to go deep, one-on-one coverage into the end zone. Touchdown, Sooners! Glofcheski from 20 yards out. They ran the play action. Ottawa, well, they take the lead for the first time in this OPFL championship dance.
Great spot for that throw from Ur, the quarterback, to keep it high and outside and let the receiver make a play on that ball in the air. And that's a great reaction drive for Ottawa on the fake punt from London. They weren't able to convert, to come down and take the momentum and take the lead for the first time in this game. London's going to have to come back out here and respond. And this is the first time all game we've seen London with a little bit of adversity in their face. But knowing them and how they played this year, they'll come out and respond in this next drive.
The extra point is through the uprights, and the Ottawa Sooners have taken a 21-14 lead with 7:05 remaining here in the third quarter of play after trailing 14-0 midway through the second quarter of play.
Yeah, the special teams now is starting to become a factor. You're starting to see field position. This is going to be a long game. You still have 7 minutes left in the third quarter, plus the entire fourth quarter. You don't need to panic here if you're London. Play the long game, run the plays you're comfortable with. I'd like to see them get Tyrell Campbell involved a little bit more in the offense. They haven't had him with a touch in the second half, and just kind of settle down, run the plays you're really good at, and let's see if you can get some first downs.
They got to see if they can get their quarterback too, and DJ Fonte back at the helm, considering he looked like he banged up his hand on that last offensive drive. And I find it quite ironic that a blocked punt by the Junior Mustangs set the tone in the first quarter, and a failed fake punt really set the tone, it seems like, in this third quarter of action.
When you play teams for the second time in a big game, when they have 8-9 weeks of film to prepare for, special teams is a huge part of it. Sometimes you can get overly creative and maybe almost outthink yourself.
Once again, they try and onside it to the Sooners, and having to dive in like a bull in a china shop is the Junior Mustang, and he looks a little frustrated coming out of the pile. That's Wesley McLennan on the quick recovery.
Yeah, field position is a key in this game, and both teams have really taken the philosophy of being aggressive on specials with the fake punts and the short kickoffs. At some point, you're going to have to see somebody punt the ball deep and play defense.
And it's actually Rakeem Blackson going back out there, not DJ Fonte. So the starting quarterback for the London Junior Mustangs, nowhere to be found right now with 7 minutes remaining in the third quarter, down 21-14.
Blackson brings and I think I mentioned earlier, brings the added component of being able to run the ball from the quarterback position. And now as well, you have Campbell lined up in the backfield. It looks like he's going to take the snaps, if I'm seeing correctly, and Blackson's at receiver.
So it is Tyrell Campbell taking the snap by a fake handoff to Amos Thomas. Going for the run is Tyrell Campbell. Campbell trying to cut back in. He'll get the first down as he's clobbered out of bounds at the 50-yard line.
I love the play call from the London offense coordinator to run the jet motion and have Campbell keep the ball and run away from the jet motion. Ottawa had already shown earlier in the game that they were going to be very reactive to that jet motion, so they're able to use the Ottawa reactivity, their speed against them, and run the ball away from motion. Great play call, a great design, and that's a great example of London coming back to something that they set up earlier in the game, even though they didn't have success in the jet motion, to keep that jet motion in their back pocket and run it and get the ball back to the other side of the field.
Kind of find this a little interesting, Coach, because we saw in the first half of play an almost identical geography to when Ottawa did it too, was they had a play and it looked like it was a yard short, but then the head official came over and went, no, first down, and they moved the chains. Same situation, same location, different team, and now they're calling the chain gang over to make sure.
I mean, when it comes to referees, I would be amiss if I tried to explain all the things they're doing. Sometimes I don't even know, but I think a lot of it comes down to if the ball's on a line, you kind of assume that the lines are straight here, so sometimes it's easier perspective. But I think in any situation where it's at all close, it's always the safest thing for the referees to bring the sticks out and measure it, and that way there's no possibility of an argument or having the coaches under control. You know, a close game like this in a championship game, just bring the sticks out, measure it for the first down, and let everybody know exactly what the situation is.
And it is a first down, as taking the snap will be Blackson. Blackson hands it off, but tackled in the backfield. Massive defense displayed by the Ottawa Sooners.
Yeah, they ran that jet motion again and tried to run the little inside zone play to the tailback, and Ottawa just sniffs it out and able to tackle for a loss. Put London in a second and long here. This will be the first time that we've had to see Blackson maybe throw the ball downfield, and we'll see what play call that Coach Kennedy dials up for the second down play.
And the ball carrier unfortunately looks like he is hurt down at the 51-yard line at midfield here, as both teams will take a knee, and the Water boys and girls will come out respectively. And for the London Junior Mustangs, I mean, this is getting a little tough to watch, if you ask me. They had a 14-0 lead. Momentum has slipped out of their sails, as now it's 21-14 in favor of the Ottawa Sooners. And as a result, it looks like they're starting to lose players physically. DJ Fonte, their starting quarterback, not available on this drive, and just trying to make out the number being attended to by the training staff, and he appears to be in some discomfort.
Yeah, no rush or no panic here. You're not really in a rush. You got a lot of time left, a lot of football to be played. You don't need to panic. You don't need to go and run something that you haven't run much in practice. Just keep running your offense. All your play calls are available. And a lot of times when a play doesn't work, as your play call, you might think, well, I can't run that play. The defense stopped it. Sometimes it's a matter of maybe you stopped yourself. You didn't make a block. And come back to it if it's one of your key plays. Don't just throw it out because it doesn't work one time. Stick with your game plan. Stick with what you kind of came up with during the week. And just keep running the plays because there's a lot of time and a lot of football left to be played.
Anthony Crucio, very slow to get up, but he will walk gingerly to his own sidelines. He had 23 yards and 9 carries for 1 touchdown in that win against Ottawa in the regular season. It's the quarterback Blackson handing it off, and once again, the run game swallowed whole by the Ottawa defense. This time getting the carry was Ethan Tran, but it didn't matter if it's Crucio or Tran, the result's the same, negative yards.
We're starting to see that Ottawa, that big defensive line for Ottawa, starting to lean a little bit on the offensive line for London. And we'll see what London comes back with on this third and long play.
3rd and 16, and the team that seemed to have all the momentum in their sails in the first quarter seems to have very little wind in their sails here in the third quarter with 5:30 remaining in this third frame. It's Blackson going deep, one-on-one coverage. It's Kerbovic trying to make the catch, incomplete, but there is a late flag here, Coach, and I believe Benjamin Kerbovic might have drawn the pass interference penalty.
Yeah, they had one-on-one to both receivers. Campbell was one-on-one to the top of the screen as well. They decided to throw the ball to Kerbovic, but we'll see if they come back in this later on this drive and take that shot to Campbell, because we've continued to see Ottawa playing Campbell when he's at receiver one-on-one. There's no safety help, and the halfback's not in a position to help either. So it's basically Campbell on the cornerback one-on-one.
I look down at the field at number 99, though, Isaiah Markel Alugu. And man, oh man, he looks like a full-grown man down there, Coach, and he's in the Bantam scene. It is, by the way, pass interference against the Sooners defense. Not like in America, though. The ball is actually just placed further up the field because of penalty yardage at the 41-yard line. What are your thoughts on that, Coach? Would you rather have the penalty the way it is here in the Canadian brand or get it from the spot of the foul?
That's a tough question. I think sometimes offside London. I think the spot foul sometimes it's better for the offense because obviously they get the ball where they would have caught the ball. But I think the 15-yard penalty here, it's a fair way to assess the penalty in amateur football because it gives the teams a first down and it gives them a good chunk of field position, but it doesn't punish defenders from trying to be aggressive. When you have a situation where you're going to spot foul that, I think sometimes you're going to take away from a defense's ability to make a play on the ball as well. So I like the rules the way they are in Canada.
I find it interesting. In the first half of action, we saw very few penalty flags between either of these teams. And now back-to-back penalties. Pass interference followed by procedure by the London Junior Mustangs offense. They go back 5 yards. 1st and 15 now with 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. High snap, settled down by Blackson. Blackson's gonna have to get rid of it as the pocket's collapsing. He's got Amos Thomas. Almost intercepted, though, by the Sooners defense. They already have 1 interception in this game and 16 from the regular season.
Little post-wheel combo where they bring Tyrell Campbell from the number 1 spot, the wide receiver spot, through the middle of the field. And they have the slot back faking out and up. And they had him there. It's just the throw was a little underthrown and they weren't able to complete it. That defensive back from Ottawa undercuts it. The one thing I noticed there was when they put Campbell to the short side of the field, the safety for Ottawa starts to cheat over. So when London has Campbell to the wide side of the field, it looks like they're one-on-one, but when they put him to the short side of the field, that safety's giving him some help.
As again, now you're looking at Jacob Sommer, the intended receiver on that, could have intercepted the ball, and instead it came in and out of his hands. He would have wanted that one. It looks like it's Tyrell Campbell trying to run, but he is sacked from the quarterback position back at the 50-yard line. That's Owen Levine getting the job done.
Yeah, London has not really put much into the run game in the last couple series. Their inside core running game, they're trying to get the ball to the perimeter, taking some shots, and running Campbell at quarterback. Might be a good situation for them to if they're not able to convert this down, punt the ball, play the field position game, go back, regroup, and come out in the next drive and get back to basics a little bit.
Emmanuel Mansoure was the player for the Sooners banged up, but he is walking to the bench under his own accord, although limping a little bit. We'll see if he returns to action later here in this OPFL Bantam Championship dance with 4:10 remaining now in the third quarter of play. But you mentioned it, Coach, 3rd and 20, and even when the London Junior Mustangs offense looks like it's clicking here in the second half, much like we were talking about the Ottawa Sooners offense in the first half, they're stuttering out at midfield like they are right now.
Yeah, the one thing I started to notice as well is the first quarter of the game, who had the momentum? London. The London players were excited. They were jumping around. They were really into the game. The Ottawa players hanging their heads a little bit, maybe not moving as fast. Basically a flip version of it. Ottawa right now has all the momentum. They have all the energy. London looks a little dejected. And this is a situation where sometimes your leaders on your team, your coaching staff, you got to pick those guys up and let them know, hey, this game is still a long way from over. Punt the ball, play the field position game, win some field position, and get a stop, and let's see if we get the offense going.
So on 3rd and 20, with just about 4 minutes remaining here in the third quarter, what does London have in store here? Play action. The quarterback flushed out of the pocket. In fact, Blackstone will be sacked yet again. It'll bring up 4th and a country mile.
London's having trouble protecting on those long pass plays. It takes a while for those receivers to develop downfield, and the defensive line for Ottawa is definitely, I think if I had to pick one unit on Ottawa that's really picked it up in the second half, it's their defensive line. They're getting stops in the run game. They're getting a pass rush. And it might be beneficial for London to go to their quick passing game and try to get the ball in their hands early. Throw that screen to Campbell and see if he can make somebody miss and make a big play.
3:44 remains in the third quarter. 21-14 in favor of the Ottawa Sooners, who were trailing 14-0 after the first quarter and a little bit of play. In fact, there was roughly, 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter? That's when the momentum took over and essentially has switched the team's momentum back in Ottawa's favor. This one is a bit of a botch punt. It'll trickle out of bounds around the Ottawa 40, so even if London was trying to play the field positioning battle, they're not really going to get much on that one.
Ottawa brought a lot of pressure on that punt, and I think it got in the head of the punter a little bit, and he short-legged it, and not a great punt there. Field position is in Ottawa's favor here, and we'll see how the defense for London reacts to this tough turn of events.
The defense specifically speaking, though, Coach, they were flawless in 4 quarters in the regular season against this Ottawa Sooner team. They were flawless for a quarter and a half in this contest. What's happening on the last 3 drives where Ottawa is scoring each and every time?
I think Ottawa,
as they fumble the ball but pick it up at the running back, I've never seen that, sort of played basketball, grab the pigskin. He'll still lose about 4 yards on the play, but man, oh man, did he get lucky here. Watch how he fumbled there, but the ball bounced right back into his lap.
That ball is, we talked about this a bunch of times today, the ball's not round and you never know how it's going to bounce. The one thing I think Ottawa's done a really good job of after that slow start is just kind of running some of their plays over and over again and getting the ball to their 2 or 3 main guys. And I think with the Ottawa Sooners, the more touches you can get to Momo, the better position you're going to be in as you move forward in this game.
And it looks like it's encroachment on the defense, Coach? No. It's a 10-yard penalty. 1st and 10 now for the Sooners.
Yeah, it looks like we had an offside for the defensive end to the far side of the field for London, and was a free play for Ottawa. And they're able to take the penalty and get the first down because the play didn't actually result in much.
And now they're going to try and go to the far side. The ball's up in the air. It's intercepted by the Junior Mustangs. Past the 30, past the 20, trying to go all the way. Ethan Tran, it's a pick 6 for the Mustangs.
Ottawa came out earlier in the first quarter and ran that swing pass away from the trip side where there's only one defensive back out there. They ran the same play, but this time they run it to the trip side. There's 3 defensive backs out in the field with 3 receivers. There's just basically a lot of human bodies in that area, and the ball just starts to get the old tip drill. London's able to recover it, and the player finds the end zone. So I like the play call, but that's more of a play call you would want to run away from your trip side. This is a huge play for London to get back in the game and tie it up. Exactly what the Junior Mustangs needed at this point.
Well, I find it quite interesting. Up 14-7 in the final minute of the second quarter. G.J. Fonte threw an interception. It allowed that Momo second dash of a run, which was a highlight of the year style play, to tie this up 14-14. Well, up 21-14. Now Xavier throws a touchdown, and it results in a pick six. The extra point is through, and we got a 21-all ball game, and I believe they roughed the kicker up at the end of that one.
Looks like they roughed the holder, and London's going to kick this ball from 15 yards up further. So this is a great chance for London to kick this deep, cover the ball, get a stop, and really start to win the field position game that we've been talking about all day.
I want you to talk a little bit, though, about the Swiss Army knife that KJ Academy and the London Junior Mustangs have in Ethan Tran. 212 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns on 36 carries. 132 receiving yards, 2 touchdowns on 8 catches. Oh yeah, he gets it done on defense. 48 total tackles, 7 for a loss, 1 interception for a touchdown in the regular season. But man, oh man, this one in this championship dance sure has to feel good.
When you have a player on your team like Tyrell Campbell, who is obviously the focus of whatever defense you're playing, it opens up a lot of opportunities for your kind of supporting players to make plays as well. And Tran is one of those guys that has really benefited and taken advantage of that opportunity by being able to run plays off of fakes away from Campbell or catch the ball on plays away from Campbell. And in that situation on defense, he's Mr. Johnny on the spot on the tip drill and catches it and has the nose for the end zone and is able to score to tie the game for London.
2:39 remaining in the third quarter. 21-all in this championship dance. Are you loving the game you're watching, Coach?
What more could you ask for? A tie game with 14 and a half minutes left in the Bantam OPFL championship game.
A blocked punt touchdown, a pick six touchdown, and yet somehow, some way, it has been a 21-all ball game. I just find it ironic as London tries to squib this one to the 20-yard line. It is received by the Sooners in Bryce Ebeneth, and Ebeneth can't really go much further than the 25-yard line.
I really like that London kicked the ball deep and covered and they're playing the long game of field position. And I mean, I'm a big field position guy. I think it's a huge part of football.
Well, Canadian brand of football especially, right, Coach?
Especially when you get in close games. And I like the fact that London, you're putting the game and you're telling your defense, hey, we have faith that you can get stops. We're going to kick the ball deep and we're going to play the long game. A lot of football left still. 14 and a half minutes left in the Bantam OPFL Championships. Anything can happen. We're tied at 21. What a great day to be here, eh? What a great day of football.
And to make matters even better, this is the first of 3 Premier Championship games with the junior varsity and varsity games still on tap later today here from TD Stadium. Similar play formation by the Sooners. A bit of a broken play. Their quarterback is sacked as a result. And Coach, he talked about momentum. Man, oh man, it's back into the stable of the Junior Mustangs.
Seems like every time Ottawa gets something going, they do something to themselves that puts them in a second or a third and long. Another situation of miscommunication. They had a whole bunch of motion going, and the quarterback simply turns the wrong way, and there's nobody there to take the handoff. And usually that doesn't result in a good play for your offense.
Junior Mustang very slow to get up, and Wesley McLennan, in fact, it draws the officials to call this injury time out. And I don't think they're doing it quite as badly as the analogy would permit, but I've been using this the last year. Teams, when they start to get that quicksand, they Plexico Burris themselves. And I don't know if you remember Plexico Burris, but he actually shot himself with his own gun in a nightclub and spent time in federal prison for having the illegal handgun. So it's one thing to shoot yourself in the foot, it's another to do what Plexico did.
The Michigan State grad literally shot himself in the leg, in the foot, and yeah, you definitely want to avoid that in all situations possible.
Both on and off the field.
Yeah, definitely.
For the Ottawa Sooners, that big sack by the Junior Mustangs defense makes it a 2nd and 14 play coming up here with a $1:53 remaining in this third quarter dance for the OPFL Bantam Championship. As Xavier at the shotgun position will send 2 to the line. He's got 3 options to the right side. Hands this off to Jerry Momo. Momo will be swallowed up in the backfield. A rare occurrence, especially here in the second half.
Oh, flags after the play. We'll see what they are, but definitely some pushing and shoving. Ottawa tries to run that outside zone play, and London all over it with a big pressure defense there. We'll see where the field position, but the referees are marching up. Looks like somebody from London either talked or pushed or said something they should have, but not a situation you want to be in. You get a big stop.
Coach, it would have been 3rd and 15, and instead a careless lip or a careless push. It must have been something lippy though, Coach, because there's nobody pushed down below. Now, I beg my pardon, I thought that was an automatic first down penalty. It's not. but it still creates a 3rd and 8, much better position than 3rd and 15 that Ottawa was facing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the penalty was. I missed the signal, but this is a key down for Ottawa. We'll see what they come out with on 3rd and 7.
3 run to the line, 3 options to the left side. A delayed handoff though to Momo. Momo breaks through 1 tackle up to the 35-yard line, pushes his way past the first down marker. Now a junior Mustang actually came away with the ball, and Momo lost his helmet, on top of which he looks a little wincing in pain right now. And I'd imagine he lost his bucket. He's got to come off the field, Coach.
Yeah, unless it was pulled off by a defender, he'll have to sit 3 plays. London's had a lot of success with the draw. It looks like Ottawa is going to get a 15-yard.
Look at 25 on your screen, though, folks. He's not only debating whether he's got to get on and off the field, but look at him hobble off. This is a gentleman that had 2 huge touchdowns. They weren't just touchdowns, Coach. He went through the entire Junior Mustangs defense twice over for 2 majors in this game.
This is the second 3rd down in a row, though, that London has taken a after the play penalty, and it's going to give Ottawa a 15 yards added on to their first down, which Momo got on the draw play. He's going to come out and sit a couple plays. Looks like he needs a bit of a break, but London needs to calm down, regain their composure, and get a stop.
But that would be huge, though, Coach, if Momo all of a sudden lost his momentum here in the second half of play, especially with heat and hydration, I assuming, starting to play a factor.
I'm not a betting man, but I think we'll see a lot more of Mr. Momo.
Yeah, no, you definitely got to empty the gas tank, and as you mentioned, no tomorrow for either of these teams. They want to empty the tank. And I imagine it would take an asteroid or something of biblical proportions to keep Jerry Momo out of this game.
Absolutely.
56 seconds remains here in the 3rd quarter of play. 21-all between the Ottawa Sooners and the London Junior Mustangs in this OPFL AAA Bantam Championship. It was a 14-0 game for the London Junior Mustangs thanks to a blocked punt touchdown and then a huge 49-yard dash by Tyrell Campbell as he received the ball from DJ Fonte. And then all of a sudden, momentum took over, baby, with 2 straight touchdowns. Ottawa started off the second half with a 20-yard strike to one of their receivers in Jacob Glofcheski to take their first taste of the lead in this game, 21-14. But man, oh man, a pick 6 from Ethan Tran on a bit of a tip drill has tied things back up at 21-all.
Penalties have been a big part of the second half as well. Those 15-yard penalties after the play have given Ottawa a couple of first downs that they probably rightfully shouldn't have had, but London needs to calm down, relax, and just get back into doing what they're really well. They were doing really well at the start of the game, finding the running back, tackling the running back, and getting off the field on 3rd down.
1st and 10 for the Sooners. Their quarterback, Xavier in the shotgun. 3 run to the line, 2 options to the right side. He pump fakes it, throws it at the ankles, though, of the intended target this time in Caleb Monroe.
They had that little slot back on that across formation motion open, and just underthrew it with a short arm. You could see him grabbing his helmet. He knew as soon as that ball left his hands that he hadn't thrown his best pass of the day.
Not going to compare apples to oranges, but a couple weeks ago I was playing flag football, and I was thinking, why can't I throw this pigskin the way I want to? I looked down at my hands, and they look like soap bars from all the sweat and the humidity. How big of a factor does that play on the quarterback's throwing ability in the humidity?
Yeah, definitely a big factor. You get that little slick sweat on your hands. Sometimes it's really hard to get rid of it. I'm sure the balls they're using in the OPFL finals are newer balls, and sometimes it's...
Back to Momo. No, I apologize. This is Nagala. Now, Nagala had to be really careful. He wasn't protecting the ball. I'm sure a coach would like him to, despite the fact that he gets close to the first down marker as a result here on a 3rd and short coming up.
Yeah, definitely a benefit to Ottawa. They lose Momo and they bring in Nagala, who had 514 yards and 5 touchdowns in the regular season on 77 carries. So definitely a great 1-2 punch if you're the Sooners.
Now, the only thing, though, to say about Nagala that could be a negative is he has 5 rushing touchdowns, but 3 fumbles. So as I go back to the ball protection, it looked like that could have gotten loose a little bit.
Yeah, as a running back coach, we stress ball security as job security.
Blitz coming from the Junior Mustangs. They hand it off to Nagala again. It goes right up the middle and gains roughly 5 yards to move the chains. Another first down for the Sooners.
Nothing fancy about that play call. It's just, hey, us against you, we're going straight ahead, try to stop us, and Ottawa's able to convert.
Well, we go into the 4th quarter of play in a pretty similar situation the way we started this game. Tied up, but instead of 0-0, 21-all from TD Stadium here in the OPFL Bantam Championship contest.
As a football fan, you couldn't ask for anything more. Tied, going into the fourth quarter of the Bantam Ontario Provincial Football League Championships. If you're a football fan like we are, this is exactly what you want out of this game. I'm sure the coaching staffs on both sides are probably not comfortable. I mean, they're very tense. It's a stressful situation.
Well, if you're London, you don't know if your starting quarterback in DJ Fonte is available to you. If you're Ottawa, you're questioning the health of your star running back in Jerry Momo. And as I mentioned, for the Junior Mustangs, they only have one offensive touchdown in this game. A blocked punt and a pick six results in the other 14 points on the board. So I would be a little more concerned if I'm London, just not seeing that consistency in my offense just yet.
Yeah, the championship's going to go to the best team, not the best player. So each of these teams is going to have to dig deep, and guys are going to have to come off the bench and make plays, and maybe a situation they weren't expecting at the start of this game.
1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. The Sooners on a play action. They throw it to the far side. Ball is caught, and the receiver skips out of bounds awfully close to the first down marker. That's Caleb Monroe.
You remember late in the first half, Ottawa ran that little quick fullback dive play. There, they faked the dive and run the little sub-motion route to the slot back coming across, who fakes like he's going to block the defensive end and slips out the back door. So a great example of Ottawa coming back to something they ran earlier in the game, using the same motion and running the next play off it, that next addition to the play call.
2nd and 3. Just looking down at the field level, I don't see Jerry Momo, but I do see Khalid Nagala, and Nagala's been awfully good here in the second half on the run game. They fake it to Nagala. Blitz coming. The quarterback has to throw it away, but Coach, did he get out of the passing box to do so?
I think in amateur football, with the rule changes as far as how the intentional grounding rule has changed, referees are going to be pretty liberal, but it looks like they're going to allow that, and it'll be second down. They're going to be pretty liberal in terms of letting the quarterback throw the ball away as long as he's not in the grasp. So they're going to give that as a no penalty play. It'll be 3rd and short here.
3rd and 3. So Xavier kind of giving another life out of that play after it looks like an intentional grounding play. He snaps the ball and hands it off to Nagala, and Nagala's got to get up to the 45 to have the first down, or 35, I apologize. He got close to the first down marker, but again, a plethora of flags at the end of this play.
Yeah, Ottawa came out and ran that same play they converted on the last 3rd and short.
It's a holding penalty against the Sooners, Coach.
Yeah, sometimes what happens is when a play is designed to go inside the tackles, as that play was, and then the running back decides to bounce it late, an offensive lineman's blocking on a certain angle, and then the defender sees the running back going outside. He changes, but the offensive lineman's already engaged, so as the defensive player tries to react to the running back, the offensive lineman his hands gets outside his body, and a holding call results. So that's one of the downfalls of trying to bounce a play as a running back versus staying tough and staying inside the tackle.
And I believe that's Nagala at the 50-yard line, still on a knee, Coach. So we saw Jerry Momo, their star running back, earlier in this game go down, and now we're seeing Nagala, their backup running back. And this is the thing. You talked about Momo and the incredible, almost jaw-dropping 19.9 yards per rush. Well, for Khalid Nagala, 6.7 yards per rush. You'd take that any day too, Coach.
Yeah, Momo came back in the game, so he'll sub out or in for Naganga there, but it looks like a situation. The guy's just getting winded as this game goes on. It's hot down there. The turf is hot. The heat radiates off it. It is a bit of a war of attrition in these situations because you want to be able to rotate your players through and keep guys fresh. And we'll see if the break that Momo had is going to be a benefit to him as he comes back in this key 3rd and long.
Sunday, May 12th, here at TD Stadium. That was the last time that the Junior Mustangs faced defeat, 34-27 against the Essex Ravens. After that game back on Sunday, May 12th, they beat Cambridge. They got revenge over Essex. Hamilton, Vaughan, Niagara, Durham, they won in Ottawa. Then they beat Niagara and Essex again here to get to this championship game. They have not tasted defeat since Sunday, May 12th. And I'm sure for Coach Kenemy, he doesn't want his team tasting defeat today. Quads to the right side. 5 options to the right. Steps up in the pocket. Looks like he was trying to run. He can't go anywhere though, folks. It'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, Ottawa got into an empty formation with only 5 linemen blocking for the quarterback. They ran a long developing route. Both teams are showing that they're having some problems protecting on those long developing routes downfield. We'll see what Ottawa does here on the punt. They're going to kick the ball away, but we'll see if they try to pin this ball in the corner or if they keep it away from Campbell, or do you go to Tran on the field side?
Now, not trying to throw any kids under the bus because they all are superstars to get to this championship game, but Man, oh man, both teams have struggled via the punt, and this could be a massive play coming up here with 10:30 remaining in the fourth quarter of play. The long snap to the punter will punt this one away from midfield. A high arc to the far sidelines, trying to get it away from Tyrell Campbell. They do so. Now, where's the official say it goes out of bounds, though? He's going to give them a nice spot at the 28-yard line.
London came out in more of a punt safe look. They didn't really send a lot of pressure, setting up more of a return. I thought the Ottawa punter did a great job of keeping the ball downfield, away from Campbell and out of bounds. That's actually a pretty good result considering the field position he had. And we'll see if London, how they come out with this drive on first down, just shy of the 30-yard line.
Now, the biggest drama, though, for the London Junior Mustangs is once again no DJ3. DJ Fonte, their quarterback, doesn't appear to be in the offensive meeting going on right now at their 20-yard line, Coach.
Yeah, losing Fonte, definitely not a great thing when you lose your starting quarterback. He probably took a bunch of the reps during practice this week. And is this Hamilton, the third quarterback in the game right now?
As I believe this is Gage Hamilton being smothered behind the line of scrimmage on a sack. So after seeing Rakeem Blackson, they go to their third-string quarterback, Gage Hamilton. But Hamilton's first play of the game results in a sack and a loss of 4 yards.
Yeah, coming out with your third quarterback in his first play and you run a zone read, it's tough to put him in the game and ask him to make that decision. They haven't really been able to get Campbell the ball as much as they probably would like in this second half. We'll see if they come out and line him up at running back and simply hand the ball to him, because you don't want to go out of this game and not get the ball to your best guys.
Tyrell at the Campbell position, or the quarterback position. He pump fakes. He's going to throw it down the field. It's caught at the 45-yard line by Ethan Tran. Tran continues to motor down the field, cuts into the near side. Tran avoids another tackle, pushes it past the 30, out at the 25-yard line. Man, oh man, what a play.
A great catch from Tran, but a better throw from Blackson. Tran looked like it was the third receiver in his progression. You could see his eyes moving across. He stayed patient in the pocket.
What a move there, Coach.
Found Tran over the middle and put a perfect strike on him. A great throw from Blackson. That's probably his best throw of the year I've seen so far.
And to be honest with you, Coach, sorry to get confused. All these different gentlemen at the QB position, I thought it was Tyrell Campbell, but you're right. It's Rakeem Blackson. And what a lot of people don't know about Blackson is he was supposed to be the starting quarterback for this team, but an ankle injury at the beginning of the year kept it out and allowed DJ Fonte that door of opportunity to crack it open and take over the starting role. Now Blackson rolling out on the play action, completes a pass yet again to Tran. Tran trying to extend the field sideways. It'll go to the 15, to the 10, be tackled down as the Junior Mustangs are well within the red zone now.
Great play call from Coach Kedemy there. Puts Campbell in the backfield with Blackson. Fakes the outside zone to the left to Tyrell Campbell. The defense bites on it, which they should. He's the best player on the field. And Blackson keeps it out the back door on the bootleg. Finds Tran on that little crossing route. A nice, easy completion for Blackson. Tran's able to catch and get yards. And London is knocking on the door with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Well within the red zone. For the first time in this game, might I add, Coach. Do you think we were going to say that? The first time the London Junior Mustangs offense gets in the red zone is with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
I think you got to think about Tyrell Campbell getting the ball here, which he does, outside zone play.
Campbell trying to stretch it, gonna go to the end zone. Touchdown, Junior Mustangs. Sometimes you just need a little TC, Tyrell Campbell.
Great drive from the London coaching staff. Keeping it really simple. I didn't like the start with the zone read. With the new quarterback in the game, kind of throws him in a tough situation, but they settle down. They run some very basic, simple plays in their offense, stuff they've probably had in for 2 or 3 months, and then they get Campbell the ball when they're knocking on the door, which is what you want to do, think players, not plays, and they take the lead with the momentum back with just under 8 minutes left in the game.
Talk about that love, that tender, that care, but I'm talking about a different TLC, LTC, talking about London's Tyrell Campbell, as he gets it in on the touchdown, and it increases the lead to 27-21. The snap and the hold is good. The extra point is blocked, though, Coach. Now, wait a minute. The gentleman for the Junior Mustangs caught that ball after the block. Would that ball not still be live then, Coach?
Yeah, in amateur football in Canada, a blocked PAT or an intercepted or fumbled 2-point conversion is a dead play. It's not the same as the States where the play is able to continue. It's one of those rules that I don't really like. I think it'd be a really exciting part of the game, but I understand the reason for it, and the play is dead. That point after the was blocked.
Massive.
It may come back and be a factor. Let's keep our eye on it. The one thing you had mentioned, the LTC, that might have been the first LTC to have been on time all year.
That's right.
Great play call from Coach Kennedy to get Campbell the ball on the edge.
Well, and they're probably still going to need a little bit more out of that gentleman, Coach, with 7:57 remaining in this fourth quarter championship contest with the AAA OPFL Bantam Championship on the line. The London Junior Mustangs, who led 14-0 at the beginning of this game, then trailed 21-14, have restored their lead despite missing the extra point, though, 27-21.
We'll see if that point after comes back.
Man, on that point after, though, Coach, it looked like everybody in Ottawa had their controller die, except for one individual that broke through the line and blocked the ball. London pooches this one to the 30, takes a one-hop for the Sooners. The Sooners trying to get up the field. They make their way through the hash marks close to the 45-yard line. Decent field positioning provided by the kick returner in Dylan Nakamura.
Great return from Nakamura there to get Ottawa some awesome field position to start this drive.
And there does appear to be a Sooner in quite a bit of distress, and it was the gentleman that actually intercepted the ball from DJ Fonte and Luca Frenacito. So we really hope he's okay as he's down at the 42-yard line. Once again, it gives the opportunities for the Water Gang to get out there and hydrate these respective teams. 7:51 remains in this championship contest. Coach, this is simply coming down to the wire, and I don't think OPFL fans would have it any other way.
No, a great start to the OPFL Championship weekend with a very exciting Bantam Championship game.
Yeah, they set the bar here, and we still have 5 more championship games to go this weekend. That's going to be a tough one to follow up.
If this is a sign of things to come, this is going to be a great weekend for amateur football in the province of Ontario, hosted here at beautiful TD Stadium on the campus of the Yates Cup champion Western Mustangs.
And Mitchell Bowl.
Mitchell Bowl champions.
Yeah, it's incredible. In the last 2 years, with the help of your brother, might I add, 2 Yates Cups, a Mitchell Bowl, a UTEC Bowl, and a Vanier Cup, and 2 Vanier Cup appearances. This is some trickery to Momo. Momo going to the far side, absolutely punches a Junior Mustang in the chops. I didn't think you could do that anymore, Coach.
Yeah, definitely definitely an interesting decision by the refs to keep the flag in their pocket, but
that stiff arm hurt me.
You see that the referees are definitely going to allow these teams to decide this on the field, which is how you want championship football to be played and to be reffed. Speaking of the referees, these are probably you got the 2 championship teams on the field, but you also got a championship refereeing crew.
And you're seeing it. Great officiating today.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, you're always going to be hard on the refs, but one thing we will say is London amateur football referees are the best in the country. They do a great job. They love the game. They're the 3rd team on the field as well, and you can't play it without them, so you might as well give them some love.
So, it looks like this is going to be a delay of game coming against the Ottawa Sooners. It'll be a 2nd and 15 play coming up.
Sometimes when you start to get a little too tricky, moving guys around, it's hard to get play calls in, and that 5-yard penalty will move the Ottawa Sooners back on 2nd and 15.
6:52 left on the game clock here from TD Stadium. And a big shout out to the hundreds of volunteers throughout the 2019 OPFL season for all the teams across the beautiful province of Ontario. All your hard work going into today and all the other games. 116 games from the 2019 regular season in the OPFL.
Great league. It's a really well-run league with some of the top amateur football in the province being played.
Play action, incomplete pass thrown with the intended target being Glofcheski. Glofcheski was the one, if you remember, that caught the lone receiving touchdown of this game so far, but that time his quarterback missed the spot.
We've seen them run that play a bunch of times. That's what you probably heard a lot of in the last couple years about the RPO. That's an RPO play. The quarterback is reading that backside linebacker on the run, and if the linebacker jumps up and plays the run, he's going to pull the ball and throw the slant behind him. If the linebacker stays back and covers the slant, you simply hand the ball off to your running back. A good decision from the quarterback. They're just not able to connect on the slant.
3 run to the line, 3 options to the right side. The quarterback rolling back in the pocket. The ball's up in the air, triple tipped, and eventually incomplete. Man, oh man, that touched a handful of hands.
Yeah, Ottawa tries to set up a middle screen play, and London has a lot of guys there. They've really started to relax their defense a little bit, not setting as much pressure, playing more of a read and react game, and could have been a costly interception, but the ball bounced to the ground as fourth down, and we'll get a punt situation here.
As again, we get the Junior Mustangs going up against the Ottawa Sooners here in this Bantam AAA Championship dance. 6:35 remains in this game. The Sooners on fourth down, forced to punt it away. A low snap, settled down by the punter, and a beautiful punt. I'd say this best punt of the day as it bounces around the 45-yard line of the Junior Mustangs, and that could play a big factor in this game, just getting the ball down and winning that field positioning battle.
Yeah, great punt from the punter there. The ball bounced, and he was able to just real calmly pick it up, get his composure, and kick it. And a boomer that went out of bounds with no return. Great field position. Definitely what Ottawa needs to try to get back in this game, down by 6 with 6 minutes and 23 seconds left in the fourth.
Now, I'm not trying to throw Coach KJ Kenemy or his staff under the bus, but I'm going to anyway. At the end of that second half, it seemed like dismal play calling that led to that interception and allowed the door of opportunity to crack open for Ottawa to tie it before the halftime break. You only have a 6-point lead this time. How imperative is to stick to your bread and butter and get up the field?
I think it's definitely imperative to just run stuff that you know you can execute well. You don't want to call a play that you haven't practiced much and put your guys in a situation where they're not comfortable. It's going to come down to execution and fundamentals to close this game out with under 6 minutes left.
Gage Hamilton, the quarterback, was out for that last play, and again, similar to what we saw from Gage Hamilton the last time he was out there, it's a loss of yards for the Junior Mustangs, and as a result, Rakeem Blackson, little musical chairs going on with the quarterbacks, with DJ Fonte appears to be out of the lineup.
Yeah, we'll definitely see on second and down and long what their thought process is, if they're going to run the ball or stay aggressive. Campbell's lined up in the backfield now with Blackson at quarterback, so we could see a zone read or an outside zone play to Campbell.
Blackson on the play action. He's going to have to get rid of it. Instead, he is sacked, or is he? Yes, he is. A massive loss by another 6 or 7 yards, and the Junior Mustangs right now, Coach Snyder, are going in the wrong direction.
With only out by 6, that PAT missed is coming back, and it's going to become a factor as this game goes on. The clock right now is the main enemy for London. Clock and field position is what they have to be concerned with. We got an injury on the field now.
Yeah, I said this pre-game before we even started the broadcast, and unfortunately it is coming to fruition. I thought, and it's the big guy too that I thought was mainly, we got to check this kid's ID. No, I'm just joking, but man, I wish I had his genetics. Isaiah Markel Elagu appears to be a little banged up at the 39-yard line, but I said this pre-game before we went on the air, it is hot, it is muggy, and if these players don't properly hydrate and properly sub out for time management purposes, we are going to see them start to drop, as I said, like flies in the second half. Not that we have seen that so far, but we are seeing players that, this doesn't appear to be an injury. This appears to be something with hydration or cramping, and I expect to see the gentleman in Isaiah Markel Ayagu back into this contest.
Yeah, death becomes a huge part of summer football when you have vacations and, traveling and schoolwork and guys getting hurt and the heat and humidity and cramps. You need to have guys on your bench that you can put into the game in situations that are really important to make plays.
So the ball is snapped to Rakeem Blackson. Blackson protected in the pocket, has to escape to the near side. Blackson looks like he's going to go for a run, but before he can take off, he is tackled in the backfield. Beautiful job by Owen Levine.
Yeah, he had the edge there. It looks like he was a little indecisive on if he should tuck it and commit to the run or try to find the receiver open, and that little bit of hesitation allowed the Ottawa defender to track him and make the tackle. And London's going to punt the ball away here, backed up just inside their own 40-yard line.
And they're going to need a decent punt here, Coach, because let's face it, 4:47 left on this clock. Sooners are down by 6. They can't settle for a field goal. They're gunning for your end zone, and I'm sure you want to give them as much field and as little time to do so.
Absolutely, and with 4 minutes left in the game, you still have your whole playbook open. You can come out and run the ball and keep Momo involved, which is what you want to do with your Ottawa running team, get your running back the ball.
Momo and Caleb Monroe are the kick returners or punt returners, as this one was narrowly almost blocked by the Sooners. With the ball straight up in the air, though, the officials, like we saw in the first quarter of play, blow this play dead, and that benefits Ottawa.
Yeah, it looked to me like London was in an illegal formation without a receiver on the line at the end of the formation. But the short punt that gets into the crowd, anytime the ball is kicked short into a crowd of players, the referees are usually going to be inclined to blow that dead for what you say as safety reasons, which is going to give Ottawa a great field position. The reason they blow that dead is because with the onside rule in Canada, with the punter being able to come down and cover the punt, you don't want to have a bunch of players diving around in a pile of kids. It could cost an injury. Great field position for Ottawa here.
Empty backfield. 5 targets to the left side. 4 run to the line. Now they hand it off to Momo. No, they don't. It's a fake. They go right up the seams with it. It looks like a first down for Ottawa as they gave it to Nakamura. But it appears to be a flag, and that was thrown right when the ball was snapped, Coach.
Yeah, so Momo's on the line as the only receiver to the bottom of the screen. He's going to come in motion and run the jet sweep, but the problem is because he's on the line of scrimmage, he cannot leave the line until the ball is snapped. And you see on the replay that he actually came back early and was not on the line, so the penalty becomes illegal formation or illegal procedure because you have to have 7 guys in an end on each side of the line.
And there was another penalty on the play too, Coach, for holding. So there's a holding and a procedure call against the Sooners on this last play, and as the official picks up the pigskin from the TD turf, he starts marching it back towards the Ottawa side of the territory.
So the illegal procedure is a 5-yard penalty, which they're going to decline. The holding's a 10-yard penalty, which you accept. You can only take one. They take the 10 versus the 5. Smart decision from the London coaching staff. Puts Ottawa on a 1st and 20.
1st and 20. 4:09 remains in this fourth quarter contest. 27-21. 3 options to the left side. The quarterback, who by the way is not the starting quarterback, takes a lick at the 50-yard line as they have Dylan Nakamura at the quarterback position. And if their starter quarterback and Xavier is missing from action, that's both teams missing their star quarterbacks here late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, going to Nakamura with brings a little bit of a running ability. We can see, is this a strategy decision or is it an injury decision? It looks like Ur's back in the game now, so there could have been a situation where the Ottawa coaches are trying to get a spark by getting the ball into the hands of one of their top athletes who's really been a defensive-only player to start.
He got them 8 yards on that last play. 4 options to the right side. The quarterback throws it over the top. The ball is complete. Tyrell Campbell in on the tackle. Once again, it was Dylan Nakamura making the play. They seem to be leaning on him awful lot in this fourth quarter. It brings up 3rd down.
I like the throw, and I like the decision to get Nakamura involved in the offense a little bit more. As London starts to focus on stopping Momo, it opens up a lot of space for some of the other players. Really good composure there from to step up in the pocket and make that completion. And this will put us in a 3rd and about 5.
Big play for both of these two teams. With under 3 minutes remaining in this championship Bantam contest. 2 run to the line. Xavier hands it off to his star running back in Momo. Momo trying to get to the outside edge and does. Momo using his speed, trying to get off of Tyrell Campbell. Campbell can't push him out of bounds. Or did he? The one official says he did step out of bounds at the 4-yard line. It does deny the touchdown for now with 2:39 left on the clock.
Momo just simply said, no, I'm scoring on this play. And really made it a lot of happen on his own. Campbell's there to push him out of bounds, but a huge chunk of field is gained and puts Ottawa right on the doorstep, down by 6. Remember that PAT block earlier in the game, and we said it's going to become a factor. Don't forget about that PAT block. This is a situation here where if Ottawa's able to score and kick the point after, they'll actually have the lead with just under 3 minutes left.
Looking at both Momo and Tyrell Campbell, the stars of both these two teams, man, they're exhausted. Hands on the hip. They're emptying the tank, and why not with 2:39 remaining in this championship game? But man, oh man, Ottawa needs a touchdown, and they're 3 yards away from doing so.
Ottawa comes out in their heavy package, and I imagine we'll see a handoff to Momo here.
So Xavier actually doesn't hand it off to Momo. Instead, they go to Nagala, and they're going to say Nagala was shy. I apologize. Actually, Andrew O'Connell. That's Andrew O'Connell on the carry with the big man package. He does gain about 1.5 yards, though. They'll say 2 to bring up 2nd and goal from the 1.
One thing you should remember about Canadian football is even if the ball is down inside the 1, you can never have a 2.5 yard to go. The ball will always be spotted out to the 1 yard line to allow the defense for that 1 yard of neutral zone to be in the end zone. You can't ask
the QB sneak into the end zone. Touchdown Sooners. From 1 yard out, their QB, Xavier has tied this game up with his team awaiting the point after touchdown to potentially take a 1-point lead.
And the PAT is becoming a huge factor in this game. The block earlier on London's score to go ahead 27-21. And we'll see. This is the play of the game so far, and it's ironic because at the point after, sometimes an inconsequential play, but has all the consequences right now with just over 2 minutes left in the OPFL Bantam Championships.
27 with this extra point looming for the Ottawa Sooners. Can they take the 1 point lead? The ball is up. It is blocked too. They blocked it. No flag on the field, but wait a minute. There is. There's a flag back in the end zone.
Could be too many men on London. It looks like the coaching staff for the Junior Mustangs were counting before the play. Did they have too many men on the field?
And that's what the official's saying, Coach. Is essentially the Sooners are going to get another crack at this after potentially having their lead blocked.
Not sure in that situation why you would have too many men on the field. There's really not a need to substitute a whole bunch of players on a PAT block in that situation, because sometimes you don't want to create a situation where you aren't sure how many players on the field, and this is exactly why it comes back to haunt you. Sometimes the best maneuver is to keep it as easy and as basic as possible and just let your key guys make a play. So Ottawa gets a reprieve here with a chance to take the lead on this second attempt on the PAT.
The snap is good. The hold is there. The ball is through the uprights. And just like that, the Sooners take a 28-27 lead. So the Junior Mustangs, this is what it comes down to. 2:09 left on the fourth quarter clock. Down by 1. What can they get done?
This is going to be an exciting finish, I'll tell you that. No matter who wins or loses, we're down a point with 2 minutes left in the OPFL Bantam Championships from London, Ontario at TD Stadium at Western. And you got an exciting finish coming here, folks. You're definitely getting your money's worth.
Now, Coach, just to throw this out there, though, I never saw the official put up the 1. And they haven't put the extra point on the board. That went through the uprights, did it not?
I thought it looked to me like it did, but my eyesight isn't what it used to be.
And both teams sort of came off the field celebratory. And I don't really understand, as I believe the extra point was good, and Ottawa has a 1 point lead right now. 2:09 remains, that is for sure. And because of that penalty before with too many men on the yard, the ball is placed at the 55-yard line, so good position to kick the ball away for the Sooners. So again, with the ball at the 55-yard line, 2:09 remains here on this clock in a 27-28 ball game, we believe, but it again hasn't been put up officially on the TD board. The Junior Mustangs grab it. They're doing a little, looks like a play out of the Tennessee Titans, and yet somehow, someway, Ottawa still kept it down, and the ball's at the 30. Multiple flags at the end of the contest. Tyrell Campbell had his helmet ripped off.
Definitely an interesting play there from the London Junior Mustangs on the return. A kickoff return where they catch the ball and throw it back across the field to Campbell. It's a big, gutsy play. And they're going to be a face mask penalty on Ottawa, which is going to give London a huge chunk of first down on this play. So with just over 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter of the OPFL Bantam Championship game from TD Waterhouse at London, Ontario, it looks like we have a 28-27 game for Ottawa. They've just now put the extra point on the board
for
the Ottawa Sooners. So we're down by a point. And it explains a little bit more why London took that chance, because at a 27-27 ball game, that's a very gutsy call. But when you're down by a point, it makes a lot more sense. So things are starting to clarify for us now. London down by 1 point with just over 2 minutes left on a first down play.
The ball is snapped at the 40-yard line. Blackson's going to have to get rid of it. Airs it down the field. This one's caught up in the air, though. And it's an incomplete pass.
Great defense from the Ottawa Sooners defensive back there. The referees really just letting the boys play, which is how you want a championship game to be decided on the field between the teams. Facing a second down and 10 here for the London Junior Mustangs. We'll see what call Coach Kennedy comes with in this situation. A couple of things to note. London down to their second team quarterback, Rakeem Blackson, who's come in and made some plays for them.
And he's not getting the protection that you think he needs to get the ball down the field into those one-on-one situations. Blackson takes the snap, throws it quickly to the near side. This one is caught by the Junior Mustangs, trying to get away with it, almost fumbled the ball. Instead, he'll tiptoe out of bounds. take a nasty hit as he goes out of bounds around the 50. And I believe that is Ethan Tran yet again getting the job done. No, I beg your pardon. It's Benjamin Kurbovic.
One thing to notice is it looks like Ottawa is doubling up on Tyrell Campbell to the top of the screen with the halfback playing a high in a cut coverage look and the corner in a press. So they're definitely telling London, hey, if you're going to beat us, you're not going to beat us with your main guy. Blackson does a great job of identifying it and going to the opposite side of the field, getting the ball to another playmaker, Kurbovic, who's able to take a short gain and get some yards out of the catch and convert a first down.
1:45 left in this game, down by 1. Blackson staying at the helm. Motion in the backfield from the Junior Mustangs. Blackson looking to give this ball away. Dumps it to Tyrell Campbell. Campbell is absolutely smothered by Owen Levine. In fact, I believe he lost a yard on this play.
I like the design to bring Campbell across the formation. Whenever you have a man-to-man or doubling a receiver situation, a great chance to get him free is to bring him across formation. But it took a little bit too long for Blackson to get him the ball. And in the meantime, the Ottawa defender was closing in and has a great tackle.
You talked about the mobility, though, of Blackson. I would have liked to have seen it there on that play, Coach. It looked like there was territory open for him to go.
I mean, down by a point, you can win it with a field goal. You can tie it with a safety. You don't necessarily need to score a touchdown. I think in this situation, you have to think about how can we get Tyrell Campbell the ball involved in the offense. You don't want to go down without him getting the touches in the fourth quarter.
Blackson throwing it deep. He's got a man behind the secondary. It is caught by the Junior Mustangs down at the 21-yard line. 1:16 left on the clock, Coach.
Great throw from Blackson to Tran, but a great tackle from the Ottawa defender to save that touchdown because he had him behind him. So we'll see. This is going to come down. Remember, Ottawa.
How does a man get open behind your entire secondary in this situation?
Football's football, man. It's not robotic and it's not a video game. It's live humans who are 14 years old who've given everything they have for 47 and just over 47 minutes, making decisions on the field in real time. This is what football is about. And you got to remember, London does not need a touchdown to stay in this game. Field goal wins it for them.
Field goal wins
it.
A
single ties it.
A Rouge ties it. That's right. And then they would go potentially, if they do kick the Rouge somehow, and they do tie it, and we do go to overtime, it'll be the shootout style overtime, with each team getting an opportunity from their opposition's 35 to go to work.
A Rouge ties it. A single also ties it.
Yeah. Now, one story, I've repeated this. When I was doing the Canada Cup, I did some games with some French commentators from Montreal. They specifically call it a single in Quebec. I've always called it a Rouge here in Ontario. That seems the exact oppo taco the way it should be.
Exactly, opposite everywhere in Canada except for the French-speaking province calls it a Rouge, and the French-speaking province calls it a single. A little bit of ironic information there for you if you're ever at a trivia night and that question comes up.
The London Junior Mustangs, after their timeout, have the ball at the 21-yard line. Their backup quarterback, Rakeem Blackson, still at the helm. Tyrell Campbell, their stud behind him. He sends two to the line. Looks like a handoff to Tyrell Campbell. Campbell trying to cut in. He'll get past the 20, but a limited gain of maybe 3 yards on that play. A rare occurrence when Tyrell Campbell gets the ball.
A couple things you got to keep in mind right now. What situation, at what yard line does London need to get the ball for their field goal kicker to be comfortable kicking the potential game-winning field goal? The second thing is you got Campbell at running back. Looks like London's basically committing to getting their best guy the ball in this situation.
Look at how tired he looks physically on the field, though, Coach. His hands over his knees, breathing deeply. He's got to empty the tank, though. Less than a minute remaining in this championship game. Once again, they're going to hand it off to Tyrell Campbell. Campbell's going to have to try and extend the field. Gets past the 15, staggers out around the 10-yard line. And I believe he is close if he doesn't already have the first down.
Clock situation now.
First down, London, Coach, with the ball at the 11-yard line.
I think in this situation, you're going to line up and run the ball to Campbell and just, hey, win or lose it with your best guy. A great call here might be the zone read because it gives your quarterback Blackson the option to pull it if the defense chases and score out the backside. So we'll see what London comes out with on this first down call from just outside the 10-yard line, down by 1, 49 seconds left, knocking on the door, a chance to go ahead with under a minute left in the Bantam OPFL Championship game at London's TD Stadium.
And right at the quarterback position again is Rakeem Blackson. Blackson takes the snap, fakes it to Tyrell Campbell. Blackson tried to squeeze his way through a hole. He is not taken down, but the pile is muted, and it'll be a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards for the backup QB.
Not a bad play call at all. Use Campbell to your advantage to draw the defense and have Blackson, who's also a very talented runner, keeps the ball to the backside. They're not able to score, but they gain field position. The clock continues to run. They're basically setting themselves up for the last play where they can either take their shot in the end zone or kick the field goal. This is going to come down to London making a play on 4th down to win this game. Mark my words.
At this level, though, Coach, they are already in the junior varsity and varsity scenes well within field goal range. But we are talking about kids developing here at the Bantam level, and I would say arguably, other than quarterback, one of the developmental positions at this level is kicking, punting, and, well, freewheeling the ball with your boot. How trusting of a gut would you have to kick a field goal from where they are right now?
Well, a couple of things I'll say. A, you get a little bit tighter. Your angle actually changes for your kicker.
Gets worse.
Sometimes you might want to stay outside the 10. The second thing you got to consider is it's not just the kicker. There's 3 guys involved in a field goal. You got your snapper, you got your holder, which isn't a given, and you got your kicker. Plus, you got to make sure you block the inside of the rush from the defense. So it's a whole operations involved in kicking a game-winning field goal. It's not just simply lining up and kicking it against no rush.
Braden Rivard went 50% during the regular season. He made a field goal. He missed a field goal. He was 33 out of 35 on the extra points. We saw one of his extra points in this game, though, already get blocked, Coach, as it will be Blackson once again in the shotgun at the helm with a 2nd down play coming up. Looked like he almost fumbled this ball away. Gave it to Tyrell Campbell. Campbell trying to make something out of nothing. Trying to push his way to the 5-yard line at least. That's where he's going to get stuffed to bring up 3rd down.
I think what I would do in this situation,
He almost fumbled the ball, Coach.
if I was the play caller in this situation, I think what you want to do is seriously consider having your quarterback center the ball on 3rd down so that when your 4th down field goal attempt comes in the game, you kick it from the middle of the field. It's something that, if you haven't practiced it, it's really hard to put in on the sidelines, but if you're a team that's gone over that scenario, this is the situation where exactly where it plays out where you do that. You have a 3rd down just inside the 10. You have your quarterback take the snap, run to the middle of the field, take a knee. It doesn't matter if you lose 2 or 3 yards.
In fact, like you said before, that might help your kicker with getting a better angle.
And you give your kicker a straight shot down the middle, which is his best margin for error. So we'll see if London has gone over that scenario, if that's the decision to make, or do they go for the end zone. The field goal from where it is right now, around the 7-yard line from the left hash, is a very tough angle for a right-footed kicker because you're kicking it across your body. And this may actually be the hardest kick for him to make. So let's see what London does in this situation, down by a point with 36 seconds left.
Take out all the yardage and the time. Just put the actual situation that this is the championship game. Ice water in the veins is what has to happen here.
There's a lot of pressure on these young fellas, but they've stepped up, and both teams have given us a very entertaining, great game. You couldn't ask for anything more than down by a point with 36 seconds left in the Bantam OPFL Championships.
The snap to Blackson. He's going to hang on to this. The quarterback's going to run to the left side, though. He'll be tackled at the 8-yard line to bring up 4th down with 30 seconds left in this contest.
Now, the one thing the coaches have to remember right now is they got to let the kicker know, hey, it doesn't, even if you don't make this kick, this ball has to get out of the end zone. You cannot allow a return to get the ball out. So you definitely want to come away with a single. And it's a situation where it may actually relax your kicker knowing that if he misses and he kicks it hard, you still come out with the point and you tie this game and go into overtime, or at least with 30 seconds left, give you a chance to win it.
So essentially you want muscle, you don't want necessarily hustle on this play.
Well, you definitely want to make the kick, but if you're going to miss, you want to miss to the short side and you want to miss through the end zone. The worst situation is a high, wide kick across the field and you allow the returner to get to the outside and return it to the wide side. Now the returner for Ottawa has to understand that if this ball is not made, this ball has to get out of the end zone by either running it out to the 1 or kicking it out. You cannot afford to get tackled in the end zone if you're Ottawa on a miss. And you may see one of the most unique plays in Canadian amateur football, or Canadian football in general, the kick-out play where the return team actually attempts to kick the ball out of the end zone to save themselves from getting singled against.
Now, just to go one further, though, when they do potentially kick it out of the end zone, the team that has the ball offensively can kick it back into the end zone.
I'll be honest, I don't even really understand how that play works. I just know it's really exciting to watch, and if we see it, it's going to be thrilling for everyone.
A 15-yard attempt from the near hash mark. Ice water in the veins for Braden Rivard. The snap and the hold is good. The field goal is blocked. It is blocked, but an illegal push on the kicker, which should give London this ball back. Despite the fact that the big man is rumbling all the way down the field for the Sooners, It was an illegal block on the kicker. Does that maintain London's possession?
I believe I'm not sure, but I believe there's a very good chance that London's going to get a first down on this for what they would call interference. You cannot.
Half the players don't realize it, Coach. Some of them have their heads in their hands, and the others are slapping celebratory style because they realize, wait a minute, we got another life here.
And this may be a first down with 16 seconds left and the ball inside the 5-yard line. You cannot interfere with a player trying to pick up a fumble when the ball is loose in Canadian amateur football. You have to attempt to recover the football. You can't simply push another player who's trying to get the ball out of the way. It's an ironic penalty. It's one of those things in football that, hey, this is why they play the games, because you never know what can happen. Very interesting situation. And it's going to be a first down for London here. Wow.
With 16 seconds left, the Ottawa Sooners thought they had blocked the field goal on their way to the championship victory. But an illegal block on the kicker, ironically trying to recover his own block kick, will result in a first down for the Junior Mustangs.
And that's one of those penalties that, as a coach, you're not happy about the penalty, but really there is no debating that penalty. It was clear as day that that was an interference play. You cannot push a player attempting to pick up a fumble away, and there's no debating that penalty. It's going to be a first down, but the thing we have to be aware of is the penalty, I believe, is applied from where the ball is interfered with. It's not inside the 10-yard line where the ball was started from on the field goal attempt.
It explained why the ball has been placed at the 25-yard line with 16 seconds left on the clock. The Junior Mustangs still have an opportunity, and Coach, is this a situation where, you know, now you think you are out of Braden Rivard field goal range, because we are talking about the Bantam scene after all, and kids that are developing at this young, tender age. So do you have to take a shot deep here?
I think you're probably outside of field goal range at this point. You can get yourself in a situation where you get a second chance. Maybe if you get inside the 20, you say on fourth down, hey, we're going to punt it through the end zone and try to get the tying single, which might be a little bit safer operations than trying the field goal again. We'll see how London decides to play this. They got Campbell split out to the bottom of the screen, and he's got one-on-one. There's no double. Oh, here comes the safety double up on him.
Rakeem Blackson in the shotgun with 16 seconds left. Takes the snap, looks to his left, trying to air it down the field. Has a man in the end zone. Off the fingertips of the intended target, looking for a penalty, and Amos Thomas, he's not going to get it.
And they had him. It was a great play call, running that post wheel that they had run earlier in the game, getting Campbell to run the post, which brings two defenders inside, and having Thomas fake the out and then up the sidelines. He had him. There was a great look, just a little bit short. And this is going to be a second down play in a key situation, down by a point with just under 10 seconds left. London's in 4-down territory here. You don't necessarily need to go for the end zone because you're going to get the clock stop with the zeros anyway. But you definitely want to get yourself in a situation where you have a chance on fourth down or the last play of the game to win.
Rakeem Blackson takes the snap, once again looks to his left, pump fakes, trying to get out of the pocket. There's a holding penalty coming up against the Junior Mustangs. They throw it into the end zone. This one is caught. They're going to say it was caught, but actually taken away by the Sooners. Regardless, there was a... So they're saying now touchdown Junior Mustangs, but what people forget is there's a hold, so this play's coming back.
And that's one of the things that happens when you're a scrambling quarterback. It's the exact same thing we talked about earlier with the London holding call on the bounce run play. When the offensive line thinks the quarterback's going to be inside the pocket, they set their protection in a certain angle. When the quarterback starts to scramble out, the defenders start to react. They start to try to run away from the offensive lineman, and as the defender tries to get away from the offensive lineman, his hands come out of his body and they get the holding call. An unfortunate call against London when they had thought they had won the game on the play. 0.9 seconds left. This is going to be the last play of the game. London's down by a point, backed up with the ball just on the 35-yard line.
Going back to the crazy Canadian rules, can a receiver catch the ball at the 20 and in theory punt it through the end zone?
I'll be honest, I have no idea. I know right now you want to throw the ball to Tyrell
Last play
Campbell.
of the game. Blackson rolling out of the pocket. Throws this one deep. A little too much underneath it, though. It's going to wail shy. Incomplete pass. Ottawa wins. Ottawa wins. The Sooners are your 2019 Bantam champions. They prevail by a score of 28-27. As you see the celebration on one side of the field and dejection on the other, the Ottawa Sooners, who lost to these Junior Mustangs by a score of 21-0 in the regular season. They were trailing 14-0 in this championship dance. A blocked extra point is the difference in this championship game in a 28-27 final score.
Disappointing end for London, exhilarating end for Ottawa, but an exciting game overall. You had two great football teams at the Bantam level giving everything they had. It came down. Both teams had a bunch of chances in the second half to win the game. A couple unique rule changes, but that's what happens. The rules are an important part of the game. And, a really exciting finish, even though London obviously disappointed. Ottawa ecstatic that they're provincial champions. But what a great game to be a part of as a fan and us sitting here watching it. You couldn't ask for a better result in terms of competitiveness than you had today, despite the fact that London, the home team, lost the game and Ottawa, coming all the way down, is able to win it. But a great game as a fan to watch, and I think both teams need to be proud of themselves, understand that they had a great season. They'll be disappointed for a while, but I think London should hold their head up high, and Ottawa is provincial champions. The best team at the Bantam level in the Ontario is the Ottawa Sooners.
The Sooners had 4 shutouts during the regular season, which was a league high. Their first game, they shut out the Durham Dolphins 52-0 in Pickering, Ontario. They went down to the Hammer in Hamilton and shut out the Junior Tiger Cats 46-0. They also shut out the Dolphins for a second time for the Flippers 49-0 at home versus Durham. And then they would also shut out the Vaughan Rebels at home 48-0. They were shut out once, and once only, and that was to the London Junior Mustangs in their last game of the regular season. And wow, oh wow, they were able to exact the demon from the regular season and prevail by 1 point. And coach, we talked about special teams, a blocked punt touchdown, and then we talk about just chip shots here and there for the field positioning battle. But who knew that this championship game was going to come down to a PAT?
A missed PAT early in the fourth quarter that we all felt was going to become a factor in the game. It's a very disappointing way to end it if you're London. They got to keep their heads up. The coaching staff who gave all their time all season for both teams should be, really pleased. I'm sure that although you're disappointed if you're London, you got to understand you had a very successful year. A lot of good things you can pull from this game. Ottawa, wow, what a start considering they were down 14-0 in the first quarter. A punt block that was returned for a touchdown. Early in the game, this looked like it was all London, and this had the potential that we didn't see it, but possibly a blowout. But Ottawa sticks with their plan. They get the ball to the guys that need to touch the ball. Their key players made some big plays. Their special teams were a huge part of it, and their coaching staff kept their composure. And at the end of the day, Ottawa has to be given credit for being resilient and kind of fighting through some adversity at the start of the game. And like I said, they're the OPFL champions. They're the best Bantam team in the province, and kudos to them. They earned the win, and congratulations to the Ottawa Sooners program. The future is bright in Ottawa, and if you're a Sooner parent, you're thrilled because it's a lot easier to drive back 6 hours after a win than after a loss.
Well, and what's ironic is you can call these guys the Road Warriors because as far as the postseason is concerned, the Vaughan Rebels actually forfeited the first round of the postseason, so the Sooners were granted a 6-0 default win. They would have to go into Cambridge, though, to take on the Lions last week at Jacob Hessler Secondary School, and as a result, they pulled out the victory 35-14, large in part to Jerry Momo's 102 rushing yards and 4 touchdown performance. Here today, it came back to Momo. You said 14-0, that was the score. Heading late into that second quarter of play, Momo with 1 big touchdown, but coach, I go back to the DJ Fonte interception in the final minute of the second quarter. That opened up the door of opportunity for Momo to go back to work for his second touchdown before halftime to lock things up at 14 all before the halftime break. Then, to make matters worse for the London Junior Mustangs, they lost the services of their starting quarterback in DJ Fonte, who, let's face it, during the regular season, 1,156 passing yards and 16 touchdowns for a first-year Bantam quarterback. He seemed to be the difference, missing in action in that second half of play.
Yeah, definitely a lot of individual plays that at the time might not have looked like much that in hindsight were a huge part of the deciding who won this game.
Like a missed PAT.
Yeah, a couple of first downs given by London to Ottawa on some 15-yard after the whistle fouls. Definitely things that you can look back. The one thing I want to mention is Mr. Momo. Great game from Jerry Momo, the running back for the Ottawa Sooners. That guy's got star written all over him. Hey, Mr. Momo, if you're looking for a place in 6-7 years to play university football, look me up on Instagram, Coach Matt Snyder. we'd love to have you at Western in purple.
Well, I have a feeling, Coach Snyder, you're going to be fighting with roughly 20 other coaching staffs for the services of Mr. Momo.
If his name wasn't on the radar of a whole bunch of teams in Ontario, it is now. Jerry Momo, the star player for the Ottawa Sooners, who I imagine is going to be given some hardware at the end of this game as the MVP. If I was picking, it's definitely a guy that you got to look at.
And I know it's a bit of a rarity in the OPFL, but we have seen graduates gone off to do amazing things. I think of Mr. Wilson, who I just watched in a Hard Knocks episode for the Oakland Raiders, now Las Vegas Raiders, I guess I should say. But yeah, he went off from this league that played with the Essex Ravens and went all the way to the NFL. And we've seen guys go to the States, too, in the NCAA scene, largely because of the skills that they showcase in this very summer league football. For Jerry Momo, yeah, he's got 20 programs across Canada, and imagine a handful in the States that may have just grabbed his attention.
Look at in 2026, 2027, you're going to be watching OUA football at some town in Ontario. You're going to see a whole bunch of guys that played in this 2019 Bantam OPFL Championship game on the field for their respective universities. Hopefully, a lot of them come to Western and play for us with the Mustangs. But wherever they go, we wish them success. A great end to a great season of OPFL Bantam football in the third year of the OPFL. And you couldn't ask for a more exciting game than the way this game ended today. Regardless of the score for London, they had a successful year, a lot to be proud of. And for Ottawa Sooners, coming back from 14-0 down to start the game, able to capture the OPFL Bantam 2019 championship.
And they're actually giving out the defensive and offensive players of the game, and I believe defensively for the Ottawa Sooners, they're giving it to number 56 here today, as 56 will walk away with some hardware in Nazir Mundy, the defensive lineman. And let's face it, the pressure that took DJ Fonte out of the game is the same pressure that went down Rakeem Blackson's throat and didn't allow the backup quarterback much time to, well, orchestrate or find his offense.
Tough way to come into a game in the second half for Blackson, but you know what? He played really well. He made some big throws and made a couple huge first downs with his feet. And you got to be proud if you're Mr. Blackson and how you performed. Disappointing that you obviously lost the game, but you gave it everything you had. And at the end of the day, the reason why we're doing this football in Ontario at the amateur level is to teach some lessons and kind of get guys ready for the adversity that's going to come as they go through life. And you got to be happy if you're an Ottawa Sooner, but you also, I think you have to be happy as the London Mustang that you were able to get here and give everything you had. And you know what? You gave it all in the field. And you came up short, but at the end of the day, you're still a champion for playing the game and going through the battle and putting all the time in. These guys started in January, training in the offseason, and playing all the way to August 2nd or August 1st, August 2nd. 6-7 months later, 8 months later, it's a long commitment, and kudos to all the players that were able to make the commitment.
Jacob Glofcheski grabbed a 20-yard TD strike from his quarterback, Xavier Ur. Xavier Ur also snuck one in via the QB sneak from 1 yard out, but the offensive player of the game goes to Jerry Momo. The Momo-momentum could not be stopped here in London, Ontario on your Saturday afternoon, as his 2 touchdowns helped the Sooners prevail here to the AAA 2019 championship.
A great performance from Mr. Momo. We've mentioned his name several times. Leading into the game, we knew that he was going to be a big factor for the Sooners, and he definitely showed why he was considered one of the better backs in the OPFL Bantam circuit, playing with some tough yards, not getting down despite the fact that the team was trailing early in the game, and actually making some big plays with his hands as well, showing that he's multi-talented. And
just like this gentleman in Ethan Tran, the Swiss Army knife for the Junior Mustangs, being given some hardware after this tough-fought championship loss, 28-27. As I mentioned, Tran had 2 rushing touchdowns, he had 3 catching touchdowns, and he had 48 total tackles. I can't think of another kid on this team, let alone the whole league, that can do what he does in Ethan Tran. And the Junior Mustangs being presented at midfield with their finalist banner. And let's face it, Coach, a banner is a banner, but that doesn't have the same ring as a championship one.
I mean, definitely, they'll be disappointed for a while because of the fact that you lose. Anytime you lose a game, even a championship, any game, you're going to be disappointed. But I think in hindsight, when they look back and kind of think back on their season, they'll know that they had a successful season. They made the London Junior Mustangs program and all of the teams from the Pee Wee all the way to the varsity proud of these guys. They gave everything they had. Their parents are going to be proud of them. And at the end of the day, when they look back, I think they'll have to feel happy on what they accomplished. Disappointed that they weren't able to win the last game, but overall, They gave everything they had, and that's all you can ask of players at this age. Just give everything you have and play as much hard as you can and commit to the team, and these guys have done that all year.
Not trying to age you, Coach, but you're a few moods around the sun more than I am. They never had finalist banners when I grew up. Did they around your time?
I didn't have a lot of finalist banners, but hey, you know what? At the end of the day, to make it this far and play in the championship game of the premier summer football league in Ontario is a feat in itself, and regardless of who won or lose a game, and this game could have very easily gone the other way as well. Let's remember that.
One PAT away from overtime, Coach, and that would have been a doozy, a classic to start off this first of 6 championship games presented here at TD Stadium on your Saturday and Sunday.
Unbelievable finish. Very exciting game.
The Ottawa Sooners head around the trophy and the championship banner, and rightfully so. They are your 2019 OPFL Bantam champions here in the OPFL. As Matt, it's been an incredible time to call the game with you. I really appreciate your time as always. It's tough though. 3 Junior Mustang squads made the conference finals. 1 made the finals, but there are no rings for the Junior Mustangs here in 2019. Your final thoughts as you head off the air, and we appreciate again all your hard work throughout this year, both on the broadcast booth, but more especially your hard work that you do head coaching the junior varsity team.
It's a great program. A lot of volunteers putting in their time away from their families at the field, spending countless hours here in the winter, in the off-season program, doing the registrations. London Junior Mustangs have a lot of good things going on. Obviously disappointed that we weren't able to capture a championship today, but the Junior Mustangs are a great program. They'll be strong, and we'll be back next year better than ever. And congratulations to the Ottawa Sooners for being Bantam champions. And you know, registration will open soon enough. Everybody will go back to their high schools or their minor programs and have a great fall season, and then it'll be back. It'll be January before we know it. We'll be registering for 2020 London Junior Mustangs season, starting our off-lane program, and overall a great season for the Junior Mustangs, despite the fact that they weren't able to win a championship. I think everybody though in the program has to be proud of what these young men were able to accomplish at all levels in the league.
For Matt Schneider, I am John Urban. You've been watching the OPFL Bantam Championship action here on YouTube. The final score is 28-27 in favor of the 2019 Bantam champions, and that is the Ottawa Sooners. From the entire crew here at TD Stadium, congratulations to the Ottawa Sooners on presenting their crown in the OPFL Bantam scene in 2019. And welcome to TD Stadium here on your Saturday afternoon in the Forest City on the campus of Western University. We go from the Bantam scene and we quickly transition into the junior varsity scene. It is the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats who ironically beat the London Junior Mustangs last week to get to this championship dance, taking on the Durham Dolphins, who won a bit of a controversial game against the Kingston Junior Gales at the Limestone City by a score of 14-2. The Canadian National Anthem sung here, and they're ready to go. It's the Bumblebee Yellows of Hamilton going against those Teal Dolphins from Durham. And joining me, sorry, I gotta do you justice too, Ron Forward, one of the coaches from the London Junior Mustangs Bantam staff joining me. We really appreciate you, Ron, especially after what was a tough championship loss just minutes ago.
Yeah, a really good game. Hats off to Ottawa. They played their hearts out. It's a really warm day out there. They were just a little bit better than us today, but let's talk about this game. This game is really going to come down to the two running backs, two of the premier running backs in the province. Both of these teams like to run power. Both of these teams like to run outside. I think you're going to see a really physical game at the line of scrimmage. No love lost between these two teams. You know, 2 years ago, this was the Bantam final at the OPFL level, the first year of the OPFL, where the Durham Dolphins won. Going to go on a little bit of a stretch here and say, look for Hamilton to get some revenge today.
Hamilton, in theory, though, got a little revenge already during the regular season, beating these Durham Dolphins by a score of 48-42. That was at Pine Ridge Secondary School off of Liverpool Road in Pickering, Ontario. In that game, Hamilton's quarterback Evan Clark threw 7 touchdowns. 7 touchdowns as he completed 14 of 23 of his passes. You talked about the running game. Donovan Malloy for the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats, 1,305 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns under 130 carries. The Dolphins are led by their quarterback Cameron Park, who had 434 rushing yards and 8 rushing touchdowns. The kickoff is set to the 20-yard line, almost fumbled away by the kick returner, and eventually brought close to the 24-yard line, where Hamilton will start their first offensive drive of the game.
Good return there. You know, great coverage actually downfield by the Durham Dolphins, limiting them to about a 5-yard return on that. The ball was bobbing a little bit on the return by the returner. Again, sorry, I don't have rosters and I don't have my glasses on, so even if I had a roster right now, I'd be kind of useless on that aspect of things.
Watch out for Damian Joseph for the Durham defense. He led the charge with 35 total tackles, as well as Jason Lee. He didn't have just 1, but 2 pick sixes in the 2019 season. Here goes Evan Clark, though, who completed 52.6% of his passes during the regular season with the first offensive play of the game. He rolls out of the pocket. Looks like there's a penalty flag already. This ball is caught at the 39-yard line. They're going to say the receiver was out of bounds. So not only is it an incomplete pass, but I believe it's a holding penalty coming against the offensive team.
That was actually Malloy that was playing quarterback a little bit there as well. They switched up. They had 25 in at quarterback, and he just did a bootleg out there, threw it downfield, but there was a holding on the inside guard, on the left guard there, who grabbed, I believe it was number 54. He's going to go back 10 yards, and we're going to have first down repeated again.
Now, Devin Kwame wears 25 for these Junior Tiger Cats. During the regular season, he led in receiving yards with 506. He had 3 touchdowns, but it was actually Lucas Mahler that led the charge with 4 touchdowns via the receiving core, as 3 options are to the right side of the quarterback, who slings it back into the pocket. As it collapses, he tries to escape, and he can't go anywhere. It'll be a loss for the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats back at their own 10-yard line.
Good penetration from the defensive line, just a straight A-gap. He just blew up the A-gap there, which is the gap between the guard and the center. Hammered that right away, took the guard inside, and good leverage up there. That is Clark, number 5 in at quarterback. I had the numbers wrong. Again, really hard to see the numbers from this point of view with those yellows.
Yeah, the Bumblebee yellows, the black buckets, black pants, and we'll call it black camo numbering. It looks funky from here, partner, as the quarterback ranges back in the pocket, looks over to his left side. He's going to huck this one deep, has a receiver behind the secondary, in and out of the hands of the intended target and Lucas Mailer.
Just a straight go route on the outside. Does a good job. This is a tough throw for a right-handed quarterback coming over to his left. That's a long throw. He threw that about 40 yards. That's a big, powerful throw. Now, difference between University and the Bantam, which you're going to notice right away, this is played the true Canadian style of game. This is 3-down football, so now all of a sudden you're going to see Hamilton in the punt formation. Look for them to give up the safety with the wind in their face. You know, I don't think that you're going to see a punt here. I think they're going to concede the 2 points.
Devin Kwame punted 12 times during the regular season for 505 yards. That's an impressive average average, though, Ron, of 42.1 yards per punt. But instead of launching it down the field, like you said, a little bit of a gust in his face, and Hamilton will play the fielding position game as they concede a safety here, I should say, to break it a 2-0 game early with 10:16 left on the opening quarter clock.
That's a definite win for the Durham Dolphins there. You know, they hold them inside. They're going to attack for a loss on the inside run there, and you get the 2 points, and you're going to get the ball back. Now the ball is going to be placed at the 35-yard line now for the Durham Dolphins. Let's see what they can do offensively.
Durham has had one interesting 2019. They started the year off by beating Kingston, but wait, they used an eligible player, so that turned into a 6-0 loss. They would lose by 7 points to the Vaughan Rebels, 27-20. They would lose here, in Pickering to the London Junior Mustangs, 43-12. They would start the season technically 0-4, losing a tight one, 23-20, on the road in our nation's capital to the Ottawa Sooners, before getting back on track with a 42-0 and 41-7 victories over Niagara and Mississauga, respectively. They would then lose 2 in a row to Hamilton and Burlington, and a tight one to Burlington, 16-15, only to beat Ottawa and make it into the postseason. As the quarterback and Cameron Park will launch this one to the far side, it is caught. They move past the 40 up to the 43-yard line, shy of the first down, but a second and short coming up for the Dolphins.
Just basically, this is just a wide receiver screen is what you're seeing here. You see number 4, who is the third guy from the end of the line, just steps back. So this is what we would call a step-off screen to the wide side of the field. And it just does a good job of following the blockers. Gain of 8 yards, good positive momentum so far for the Dolphins.
Cameron Park completed 38 of 89 of his passes during the regular season. That is 42.7 completion percentage, 970 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Oh yeah, he ran for another 8 touchdowns and 434 yards, so he's a dual weapon back there in the pro set. Looks like a blitz coming from the safety of Hamilton. They hand this ball off to Isaiah Adams. Adams to the outside edge, pushed out of bounds in front of the Hamilton bench. Adams had 6 rushing touchdowns during the regular season and averaged, drawn an impressive 10.2 yards per carry.
Yeah, he's got a real burst to him, that kid, and he is basically the outside hammer. And again, he does a really good job of staying patient, gets your shoulders square to the line of scrimmage, and getting north-south. Stretching the field, getting east-west, finding the lane, and then popping it. He does a really good job of running the ball there.
Already a 2-0 game in favor of the Durham Dolphins after the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats conceded the safety here with 8:55 remaining in the opening quarter of play. The Durham Dolphins offense looking to put more points on the board. This is a handoff, once again, to Mason Watson. Watson will move over to the left side. A guy that had 2 rushing touchdowns, 256 yards on 23 carries during the regular season. Ron, he's another one that averaged over a first down per carry, limited, though, throughout the 2019 year.
And unfortunately, we're just talking about him. I think he's a little dinged up on this. We can see the replay on that last one. This is what we would call a joker ISO. So you get the jet motion coming from the slot back, coming across the field, and you're trying to get the defense to over-pursue or overreact to the jet sweep motion, and then all you're doing is you're coming back on almost like a counter play. You're trying to isolate the linebacker, and you come to the short side of the field with that run play. So you're trying to get the outside linebacker to overcommit or put himself in the wrong position. And then when he does that, you can run that ball underneath. And again, you saw it was a good gain on that. He had a solid 8 yards on that. I'm telling you, if the Durham Dolphins are going to get 8 yards a carry on every play, this is going to be a long, long day for Hamilton.
And going back to that epic game these two teams had back on June 29th in Pickering, where the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats prevailed by just 6 points in a 48-42 game. The gentleman that is walking off the field right there in Mason Watson had 114 rushing yards on 8 carries for 2 touchdowns. So keep an eye on number 4 to hope that he's okay. Number 1 for his own safety and his own future health, but number 2 for the Durham Dolphins offense, which is already working with the 2-0 lead. Their quarterback goes right behind the center. Looks like a bit of a QB sneak here. Hamilton not having any of it. They swipe at the quarterback's legs and they knock him backwards.
There you see strength versus strength. The strength of this Hamilton team is their defensive line. You can see great penetration from the defensive line, not allowing, again, basically, you've got to give a yard on this too. So this should, on 2 yards, you should be able to convert most of those.
And for those joining us from the Bantam game earlier, we go from 4-down football to 3-down football as you see the teal jerseys bring out the punting unit.
interesting to see that they wouldn't try to go for it early in the game with the wind at their back. 8 minutes left in the first quarter, really trying to set tone. But I understand they're playing the field position game in here. You're going to try to pin Hamilton inside the 20 and make them go the long field.
Leads the team in passing, leads the team in rushing. Oh yeah, he's their punter too. That's Cameron Park back at the 50. Looked like he hesitated, like he was thinking about faking it. Instead, he sends a colossal punt down to the 9-yard line. Returning it up the field is Hamilton. Nice tackle at the 20, and that's where the junior Tiger Cats will start their next drive.
Well, it's going to go back a little bit because you had a hold on the return. So this is going to go back. It's going to be spotted probably inside the 10-yard line by you get half the distance to the goal. The penalty itself, I believe, happened around the 14-yard line, so I think you're going to see the ball placed around the 7.
During the regular season, as far as the punt returns are concerned for the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats team, well, they had opportunities throughout the year, but they never filled in the stat sheet, Ronnie. So with goose eggs across it, not even going to go down that route.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately. So there you go. It's 1st and 10, basically at the 9-yard line. 99 yards, or excuse me, 101 yards for Hamilton to go with the wind in their face. Let's see if they can get a little bit of a drive going. Really impressive defensive stand last time for Durham.
Beautiful day for football, though, here in London, Ontario at TD Stadium, located at Western University for this OPFL Premier Junior Varsity Championship action. The go-to-the-ground attack led by Donovan Malloy. Malloy will be gaining maybe 3 yards on this one, Ronnie.
Yeah, just a little inside zone play. What they're doing is they're just cutting, they're following the extra blocker in there, trying to get skinny in the hole. Malloy is one of the premier running backs in the province. He's got great vision. He's got fantastic speed. Oh yeah, and a lot of power as well.
163.1 yards per game from the running back for Hamilton. It looks like they're going to go back to him again here, this time to the left side, breaks through a hole. He's got real estate, turns his jets on past the 30, up to the 40, before eventually he's clipped down to the turf, but not before gaining massive yards for Donovan Malloy.
Welcome to the Donovan Malloy show. You know, inside zone, really patient, does a great job of cutting that back outside and getting square and then popping up. That's the difference between, you know, a lot of these teams at this level, because there's so many players, there's so many weapons, but not everyone's got a kid like this.
Hamilton was forced to concede a safety on their first offensive drive, and after that big Malloy run, I don't think that draws into the equation on this second drive of the game. Their quarterback, Evan Clark, goes into the shotgun. He's got 4 weapons to his right side. He's flushed out of the pocket with the pressure coming. And great job by Clark, in my opinion, just to get back to the line of scrimmage, because he looked dead to rights in the backfield.
They sent a linebacker blitz. Number 5 came screaming through the B gap, the short side B gap there, which is the B gap on the near side of the field. Came just terrorizing through there. Does a good job Clark does a good job of stepping up, gaining a good yard on that, but that could have been like a loss of about 7 yards.
You're talking about Owen Morass there, partner, in number 5. He only had 5 total tackles throughout 2 regular season games, but what he did accumulate was an INT, and that could be just so massive in a championship game. Clark, once again, looks like he's rotating in the pocket, flushed out, gonna go for a run, and once again, the Durham defense gets to him right near the line of scrimmage. He gained half a yard last play. He gains maybe another yard and a half on this one.
Yeah, good coverage downfield by the Dolphins. Hamilton was trying to stretch the field up there. You saw number 21 coming across for the Dolphins, excuse me. He does a good job of cleaning up the quarterback. Really good coverage by Durham.
So it looks like we actually are going to see our first punt of this game. Durham during the regular season had 20 punt returns for 337 yards. That's 16.9 yards per punt return. And they did have 1 punt return touchdown. And Ron, you were just in a championship battle where that seemed like that game came down to special teams.
You know, it's the Canadian way. It's such a big facet of the game. Good low driving punt to get out of the wind.
And he gets the kicker roll all the way down to the 23-yard line. A little pushing and shoving after the whistle, but cooler heads will prevail in this championship contest. 5:21 remains in the opening quarter of play. Just 2-0 is the score for the Durham Dolphins.
That's a good job by Hamilton. That's actually a win, because you can think of where they had the ball. They had the ball inside the 9-yard line. They'll be able to flip the field now, you know, see if they can weather the storm here a little bit. They've got the ball about the 23-yard line right now. 23-yard line is where it's going to be for the Durham Dolphins.
Second of 3 championship broadcasts here on your long weekend Saturday. We have another 3 on Sunday in the regional championship games. That means after this contest, Ronnie, will be 1/3 of the way through the championship broadcast action.
Well, I'll be maybe half at that point. So.
Well, I imagine that first game took a lot out of you, as it is, I believe, Cameron Park trying to get out of the backfield. No, it's his running back. I beg your pardon. Didn't matter who was rushing the ball. It's the result that counts, and Hamilton pushes them in the wrong direction.
Yeah, there you see again the strength of this Hamilton team. The defensive line, the defensive line, the defensive line. Good job of scraping all the way across there, and just a fantastic job, really, by this Hamilton defense, who I've really been impressed with overall. Durham's making a few substitutions in here, and here we go. So we got an empty set, no running backs in there, 3 receivers to the field, 2 receivers to the boundary here, quarterback in the pistol, back to pass, throws it over the quick slant, its pass falls incomplete. He had a lot of running room over here too, John. You know, number 22 came in what we call a late drag or a late under from the far side of the field. He was wide open on the Boston on that under route.
Yeah, Liam Jalal, or I apologize, no, you're talking about Tyrell Cook on that last play, partner. 4:18 remains in the opening scoreboard. And man, oh man, they say the offense sells the tickets, defense wins the championships. We're in a championship battle, and it seems like a tight defensive affair here early.
Yeah, you know, and again, this is kind of what I said earlier, you know, advantage Hamilton because I think their defensive line is just far superior. This is a booming punt over his head.
And it'll trick the kick returner. He's got to go all the way back to his 25-yard line. This actually rolls out of bounds at the 27. Now, one thing I noticed, though, in the last game, the Bantam game, was the fact that the oval was acting more like a basketball and bouncing relatively, well, uniformly. That acted like a true oval. Doink, 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 and it goes sideways.
Yeah, again, great punt. Talk about, you know, playing the field position, playing the wind in this game. As I kind of look over to the flags, there really isn't much of a breeze. It was quite breezier earlier today. Don't know if it's kind of calmed down or not. We're in the hot box, as we like to call it.
It sure helps with the humidity a bit, Ron.
Yes, it's not sultry or moist yet.
Not just yet, but they do have the voice of the angel on this broadcast, so I imagine it's going to get there, partner.
There you go.
2 will run to the line for Hamilton, make that 3. 2 options to the right side for Clark. Clark fakes the handoff and then goes to a run, but he'll be smothered in the backfield. That is number 4, Mason Watson. Pretty impressive when he was the gentleman that looked like he was getting hurt earlier.
I think it was number 44 on the tackle, actually, John, the linebacker.
Okay, I apologize. That would be Nicholas Lewis Joseph, partner.
Yeah, he's the defensive end on the far side of the field, so he's playing the boundary end position, and he does a good job of getting off his block and just following the quarterback and then collapsing him back in.
The team in teal, the Durham Dolphins. The team in yellow, the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats. The ball is snapped to their quarterback, Evan Clark. Clark rotates out of the pocket to the left side, throws it up into double coverage, intercepted by the Dolphins. Coming away with the ball is Jason Lee. Jason Lee coming back up the field. He's going to cut across. This kid already has 2 pick sixes, folks. 20, 15, 10, end zone, touchdown, Dolphins on the pick 6 by Jason Lee.
This is going to be called back, okay? Because you have the illegal crackback block on the 5-yard line. I didn't see the number, but it's before he entered the end zone. You're going to see it coming up on the return here. See him cutting across here. Does a great job of just following, getting north-south right at the very end of it here. Here it comes. Boom! That's the block that they're getting out of football. That's before he was in the end zone. The ball's going to be placed at the 6-yard line and move back yards at that point.
Jason Lee already had 2 pick sixes in the regular season. And if it really wasn't for a block, which I don't think he even needed, they pick up the flag, Ron. They don't call the illegal block. It's a touchdown for Durham and Jason Lee. Make that 3 for Lee as far as pick sixes in 2019 is concerned.
Well, if you're watching us up in here and you can see the expression on my face, I don't know what they saw or didn't see. That is the textbook crackback block that they're telling us not to do in special teams. I do not understand them picking that flag up. That's horse.
The snap and the hold is good, and Hamilton almost blocked it, but they do get it through the uprights, and it creates a 9-0 game. Now, Ron, something we should explain a little bit further to the fans is back in the day, though, that was A-okay. That was a football play. But now because we're trying to get rid of the contact to the head, all angles of the game, offensively, defensively, and on special teams, that's a play that they are trying to get rid of. And to your credit, I thought that was the right call because it looked like a fierce to-the-head style contact. Now, maybe the only thing we didn't see on that replay was maybe it was targeted shoulder to shoulder.
Doesn't matter. See, it's what it is it's if he's coming across flat, he has to extend with his hands first. The hands have to be the first thing that you make contact with. He made contact with his shoulder to shoulder, so that is what they call the crackback block. You can't do that in football anymore. That is the textbook definition of the block we're getting used to. If you're going towards or parallel to your own line, to your own goal line, you cannot come sideways even with somebody. You have to be in front, and I guess they're saying that I guess he was technically in front of him, although it didn't look like it from my point of view.
9-0 for the Durham Dolphins. Here against the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats with 2:46 remaining in the opening quarter of play. Now this kick, though, rolls out of bounds, so it should be brought up, I believe, to the 40-yard line for Hamilton to start this next offensive drive. And again, we're talking about a Durham Dolphins team, Coach, that went 2-6 during the regular season. They put up 192 points and got scored on 170. Now, those numbers, as far as the points forward and points per against, it's a plus 22. It's not necessarily, over the mill. It's not run of the mill either. It's pretty below average, actually. But it's that 2-6 record that just fools me. This is the same division that had an 8-0 London, a 5-2 Ottawa, a 5-3 Burlington, and Essex, and yet it's the 2-6 Durham Dolphins having a chance at the championship here today. 3 options to the right side for Evan Clark. He's going to hand this one off, though, and the rush goes right up the gut for 2 yards.
Inside run to the fullback, so they're trying to get a little sneak quick hitter in there. And again, just get leverage, get low, gain of 2 yards. Hamilton's got to find something. And I'm just saying this now. I know the wind's in their face a little bit here. It is a little breezy. But this Durham team, even though they're 2-6, okay?
Yeah, well,
you know what? They're here.
That's exactly it, partner. Hamilton trying to go to the air, in and out of the hands, actually off the fingertips. I believe that's Malloy, if I'm not mistaken. Just can't make out the number from this far out, partner.
Yeah, I think it was Malloy that they're trying to hit on the swing there.
It could have been Kwame, actually. I beg your my pardon and your pardon as I set you up there, partner. Kwame led the team with 506 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, a good receiver, and again, you're going to see him going back with punt. We just have to look for the red shoes out there, Johnny.
That's right. As with 2:03 remaining here in the opening quarter, playing a 9-0 score for the visiting. Well, both teams are visiting, Johnny. As Hamilton and Durham are playing here in London, Ontario. But technically it is the guests of this game, the Durham Dolphins, taking on what is seen as the home team with the better record, the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats. Now, this ball is going to get returned to the 45-yard line. You can tack on more yards for the no yards penalty.
Okay, this is potentially a no yards penalty, and also really close to a block in the back there as well. So this could be an offsetting penalty situation here. Again, kind of surprising result early in the game. Earlier in the game, we saw the Bantam game. The wind really did play a factor in that game. So it is a no yards call and a illegal block a clip, so you can't block below the waist.
Coach, in your game, though, a blocked punt returned for a touchdown.
Yep.
A blocked point after touchdown resulted in the 1-point deficit. A blocked field goal near the end of the contest. How big do special teams play, not only in general in football, but when it comes down to the creme de la creme of the championship games?
It's huge, And I'm just going to give a shout out to Braden Rivard, who was our kicker today. This is a fantastic kid who's really worked his butt off all year to get better. He played a whale of a game. He played a whale of a season. It's not his fault. Number 92, I believe it was, made 2 spectacular plays for the Ottawa team. Great game, but we're done talking about that earlier contest today.
Owen Morass averages 7 yards a carry for the Durham Dolphins. He'll get about 4 yards on this one to bring up 2nd and 6 for the team in teal. The only reason why I bring that up, Coach, not to throw some salt into your wounds, because I'm sure the wounds are fresh, but the fact that we are enduring not 1, not 2, but 3 championship games here today as this one goes through the hands from Cameron Perk to the intended target, I believe, in Jajonte Smith.
Now the fullback, they're trying to get him out in what we call like a little slip route. So he pressed the line of scrimmage when nobody came. He just did a little out pattern, pulled 3 or 4 yards deep. He was wide open in there. Quarterback was a little bit high on the pass. Don't know if the wind affected it that much, but you know, again, you really sluggish start offensively. We saw the big pick six. We saw, you know, the safety. It really, the story of this game so far has been Durham being able to play the wind.
Park once again forced to punt this one away after his offensive drive had a lack of fruition. This one was fumbled, recovered by Durham, but they're going to say not enough yards by the team in teal.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a no yards call. Fumbled, it was recovered by Durham, but it's gonna be all for naught here. This is going to be Hamilton ball, and I think they're going to have it probably around the 45-yard line by the time we're done marking off yards here.
41 seconds remains in this opening quarter of play, and a 9-0 contest for the Durham Dolphins, which resulted from a safety conceded by Hamilton to start this game, and then a massive play where we thought there was going to be a block in the back, or a crack block penalty, as you were referring to it, Coach Ron. But unfortunately, the flag was picked up, and as a result, the touchdown was good for Durham to extend it to a 9-0 lead. They add the no yards penalty, and they bring the ball up to the 39-yard line, where Hamilton will start their offensive drive.
So let's see if Hamilton can get a little bit of something going here. They've got 41 seconds left. Then we're going to see, you know, what Hamilton can do a little bit with the passing game as well. Wind will be at their back in the second quarter.
They split from the pro set. Malloy, the lone one in the backfield for his quarterback, and Evan Clark. He hands it off to Malloy, right up the gut, first down and more. A gain of 16 yards for the running back from Hamilton.
Just a really good first step runner. Inside zone play, so we're just trying to get that ball, follow the guard, make the linebacker make a decision and cut off of it. So cut it back inside, and a good gain of about 12 yards on that play.
So we'll see what the defense shows here for the Durham's 1st and 10 coming up, with Hamilton once again and their quarterback Evan Clark back in the gun. Pro set shown by the offense, 2 run to the line. Looks like another handoff to Donovan Malloy. Malloy to the left side, trying to sort of, 5-on-5 violence in a hurry there as Owen Morass in on the tackle, but not before taking a bit of a stiff arm to the face, Ron.
A little stiff arm to the face, but this is all going to be for naught as we got a holding call coming against Hamilton on the left tackle. I believe it was number 68 for Hamilton. He got caught with a little bit of a hold there.
So the ball's at midfield, but as you referred to it, this is self-inflicted wounds for Hamilton with the ball going back into their own territory.
Here's another thing that's, it brings up first down again, but you lose 10 yards, but now you got to play one more snap into the wind. So it doesn't seem like much, but these are the little things that, can come back to bite you in the butt later on.
Quarter can't end on a penalty, so as a result, we still have another play in the bag here to conclude the first quarter. The quarterback, Evan Clark, barking instructions out as his receivers. 3 options to the right side. He fires it over to that right side. It is caught at the 50. Moving their way up is Hamilton. They'll be marked at the 54-yard line, so they don't have to flip far on. Pretty much 2 yards from the 54 to your opponent's 54.
Yeah, and as I'm watching that play develop, I'm saying this right now, Hamilton's got something, because Durham is really, really slow reacting to when they're bringing the third man over to the wide side of the field. The linebacker was slow getting out there. You had a plus.
I wonder if we got the replay, though, off of that punt, because as a Hamilton player was backtracking out of the way, a little Julian Edelman style, I thought it may have gone off the shin a little bit.
That's exactly what they're talking about, did that ball go on the shin? The refs are pointing back about 4 or 5 yards there, and regardless, it's still going to be a no yards call, because the ball was kind of, because it was touched, but they were still within the 5-yard buffer there.
So that's a tough play. They grabbed the flag, but they're still imposing the yardage here. So, Coach, your thoughts on exactly what Hamilton can do, down 9-0 to crawl back into this game, knowing that their offense should get decent field position here with 9:45 remaining in the second quarter of play.
Well, they're at least going to get the ball inside the 45-yard line here. So, or maybe not. Okay, so they're saying that it was touched earlier. It was still no yards. but it was still an illegal touch, and the touch happened 10 yards downfield. So actually, Hamilton was smart to jump on that ball. But we're still inside the 50-yard line, so they still have great field position here for the Ticats. Look for them to take a shot, because again, we saw that lazy roll from the linebacker core coming over from Durham. Let's see if they can exploit that to the wide side of the field and see if we can get that Mike linebacker out of the box.
It's a Durham Dolphins team that beat the Kingston Junior Gales in the Limestone City 14-2. Questions are raised about ineligible players, and in fact, at one point on Monday, we thought that it was going to be Kingston despite losing here in the championship dance. Then, somehow, the reversal got reversed, like they were playing Uno at the OPFL Executive Board, and Durham was back into the championship dance. But unfortunately, a bit of a vulgar incident that we won't get into too much details transpired at the end of that Kingston game with a particular player that is suspended for the Durham squad, and as a result, their head coach and that player in particular have faced a suspension with potential legal consequences still coming down the pipe. 3 to the left side. Clark's gonna gun it down the field into one-on-one coverage, but this is intercepted by the Dolphins. What a play yet again, the second interception of the game for the Durham squad, and pulling it away was number 14. What's interesting is that, there he is Janoy Bell. They originally had him slated as 7, but he's wearing 14 for this game. So Janoy Bell on the interception, but Ron, he was tackled right in front of his end zone, so his offense takes over at their own 1-yard line.
Yeah, it's there you can see Hamilton had the same mindset that I was kind of saying. Go after him, but this is a great job. The DB is in better position to catch this ball. Again, we've seen the quarterback for Hamilton kind of struggle at times this year. You know, he looks really, really good at times. Sometimes he looks really inconsistent as well. So, you know, it's that fine line. Just as, again, a third-party, impartial observer.
Blitz coming from Hamilton. Park forced to get rid of it in the end zone. Overshoots the intended target in Javonte Smith. But, Coach, if he doesn't get rid of that ball, he's being tackled in his own end zone, and it's 2 points on the board for Hamilton.
He was lucky it wasn't 109 the other way, because he had him wide open on a seam. We talked about Durham not bouncing out to the third man. This is a good example of Hamilton not picking up the fullback coming out of the field. He was wide open down the seam. If he completes this is a 109-yard touchdown.
9:15 remains in the first half of play. Durham from their own 1-yard line, forced out of the pocket is Park. Park almost threw an interception. Frustrated at himself is a Hamilton Junior Tiger Cat. Just trying to make out the number down there, Ron. I believe that was... I thought it was 45, Antoine Elwood Bennett, who led the team in tackles from the linebacking position.
Yeah, it's 45. You're right, John. Again, I don't have my glasses.
We got to get you the spectacles at halftime, Ronnie.
Well, maybe. We'll see. Look, we're talking about field position. This is Durham's taking the knee here. They're going to concede the safety.
So the safety that was conceded to them by the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats in their opening drive of the game will be reciprocated here and draw Hamilton within a touchdown. Currently trailing 9-0, but Coach Ferwerda says that a safety is coming up, and I would not argue with him, folks, as the punter and Cameron Park waste a little bit of time. Cameron Park trying to get tricky with it, and you know what, Ronnie? For a split second there, he had some real estate. He continues to play coy in his own end zone, and eventually goes out of bounds. I've never seen a kid drip 15 seconds off a clock off of a conceded safety in your end zone. That was fun to watch, Ronnie. Don't give me that look. This Cameron Park kid, I just want to throw this out there. Cameron Park, 970 passing yards. Then 434 rushing yards. Oh yeah, he caught 33 yards. Then the kid also punts 111 yards and kick returns 84 yards. Cameron is everywhere for this team. And it's not your average day in the park when Cameron Park's got the ball.
No, again, let's be realistic here. He's a great athlete. I just don't like, if you know you're conceding the safety, just concede the safety.
Don't waste the energy.
It's not just that. The kind of spin move, the little bit of dipsy-do there, that can be looked upon as kind of taunting a little bit. Someone's going to take objection to that, and I'm just kind of sitting here waving my finger, and I'm just like, this is the kind of stuff that gets teams in trouble.
9-2 after the conceded safety. The Flippers and the Durham Dolphins with a low booming kick. Now this one will take a kicker's roll inbound and doesn't go out, or would have been a penalty. Hamilton returning it past the 35, up to the 40, cutting in with some real estate past the 45, eventually tackled at the 50-yard line, sandwiched by 2 Dolphins on the play, but not before a healthy kick return for the junior Tiger Cats.
Here's a coaching point to, most of the people here who are watching this game, they're going, some of them might be thinking, well, why would you give up the safety? Field position in the Canadian game is such a paramount thing. When you've got a wind at your back or in your face, it's really, really difficult to move the ball. It's a wide field. Quarterbacks have to manage the wide field. And again, giving up 2 points, it seems like a lot, but really in the Canadian game, because you can score so many different variety of ways, it really isn't. Number 62 again.
Massive play for the Durham Dolphins. He broke right through the line of scrimmage in Damian Foster. It's a massive tackle for a loss for the Durham Dolphins to bring up second down with 8:08 remaining on the second quarter clock.
Just the A gap. He's just an A gap or a one tech player. And he's just playing between the guard and the tackle. He does just a great job just blowing up the gap right away. They've got 2 big boys in the middle here for Durham.
Yeah, you're just looking at those teal jerseys at the defensive line. Those are some big boys, but the offensive line holding strong. Evan Clark on the screen. A bit of a broken play, and who else? I think it was 62 again in on the tackle. Ron, that's a fistful of tackles in the opening half of play with 7:32 remaining in the second quarter.
When we said last time it was number 92, it was actually number 62 on that last series as well. He's been a really dominant player of this game so far.
Damian Foster getting it done.
Yeah, really, he's a great job of he's playing with high energy. This is a big boy who's playing the game up there. And he does a great job of scraping down the field, recognizing, hey, they let me go a little bit too easy, and he got on his horse and went right after where his coaches told him to go.
3rd and 10 coming up for Hamilton, as it'll be forcing the punt here. And you know what? Hamilton goes offside. Now, they still get the punt off. Ron, should they not have blown that play down, though, partner? As we got another flag on an illegal block up the field with a healthy kick return for the Durham Dolphins was Isaiah Adams, but man, oh man, I'm confused by all the penalties.
It should have been blown dead, first and foremost.
Thank you.
Okay? Because if it's offside on the offense, play's over. That should be that simple. It should be done. It's an offside, so that should offset everything else, although it's probably not going to.
Yeah, because as you say that, the official does indicate that there was a hold against the Durham Dolphins, but you're right. The punting unit was offside to start the play, and in theory, they should backtrack 5 yards and do it all over again.
So yeah, it's going to go back 5 yards. They're going to accept the penalty. Now, if they decline the penalty, the ball goes back there, and then they can have the ball, and it's going to go back 10 yards. So I guess that's what they're giving them the option.
Ronnie, you're an assistant with the London Junior Mustangs Bantam team. How big are assistant coaches, especially for Durham? Their head coach is suspended for this championship game.
Well, yeah, contrary to, there's assistant coaches, and then there's, other coaches out there as well, assistants, team managers. We can't do it, We all have a role to play as coaches to do it and help develop the players and everything else. So what they're going to do is they're going to move the ball back 5 yards, and then they're going to move the ball up 10 yards. So basically, Hamilton's going to re-pump this ball, moving up 5 yards, and that's why I said this is the head scratcher.
The hold shouldn't even be a factor.
It shouldn't have been a factor because the play should have been blown dead.
Very interesting. As again, we got a redo of the punt, this time from the most Canadian position of the field, the 55-yard line. The long snap looks like Durham trying to blitz off the edge there to block it. They're not going to get to the punter, who didn't get his healthiest punt, but still impressively gets it down to the 25-yard line. Slipping on the turf was the kick returner, and I believe in Isaiah Adams. And in the Canadian brand of football, that knee hits the field, well, you're marked right there.
Yeah, and again, to another point, you didn't see it in there. There's some pushing and shoving going on. A little bit of a history. These two teams don't like each other, to say that mildly. Hamilton and Durham is kind of the Hatfields and the McCoys. They don't like each other.
Well, in playing GTA sports myself growing up, Ron, I always viewed, my farm is in the Durham area, and we always viewed Hamilton as being on the opposite side of the fence, meaning that Toronto was dead in the middle, separating us from the far east and the far west, and when the two sides meet up, hey, we share some bad blood with each other.
Well, you're seeing that a little bit here. I hope this game stays in
little
control.
spurts, but Ronnie's starting to get a pulse on something here as Cameron Park fires it over to the near side. Pass is completed up to the 25-yard line, tackled at the 26. Was the intended target on this play, and Javonte Smith.
Yeah, just that little step-off screen play that you see there does a good job of getting about 4 or 5 yards on that. And getting down, you with the 2nd and 6 here, everything's still open in your playbook, so you're still tracking the chains pretty well.
Going back to Durham, not having the services though of their head coach Bernie DeFore. I know if Coach Ron Ferwerda was suspended, I'd probably see you up in that hawk's nest, hiding with a mustache on your face.
What, more of a mustache than I have?
One of those fake Halloween ones, though. As it's Cameron Park on the keep, the quarterback trying to muscle his way up to the 30-yard line. He'll be shy of the first down. But by how much and how big are Durham willing to gamble?
I think he's going to be short by about 2 or 3 yards here, and they're going to punt. They're going to play 5 minutes left to go in the third quarter, 5 1/4, excuse me. By the time this is going to be kicked, it's going to be under 5 minutes here. But you've got the ball inside your 35-yard line. That is never a situation where you're going to go for it.
Opening half of play here in a 9-2 ball game in favor of the Durham Dolphins, who are technically the visitors coming in with their 2-6 record. During the regular season, Hamilton finished with a 6-1-1 record. A lofty snap to the punter, gets a run into it, and man, arguably the best punt I've seen today. Bounces at the 40, chicks the punt returner all the way back to his 32-yard line. No yard penalty given on the play, but Hamilton will be stopped at the 37. As a Durham player trips over his own teammate that time in Owen Morast.
That was one of the worst long snaps I've ever seen in my life.
But it resulted somehow in one of the best punts I've seen today.
Yeah, great punt, but the hang time on that
it was almost as good as the punt.
Yeah, and they're going to wave off the no yards flag, saying that he was outside of the 5-yard bubble, which I thought, to be honest with you, I thought he was. I thought he had given, because the player did a good job of backing up.
Backing out, that's right.
And here's the thing: if he's backing up and if he's not quite in the 5 yards, they're going to wave that penalty off every time, because the intent is to give up that 5 yards. So they're going to wave that flag off if he's within a half a yard. But I think they were trying to get number 13 for Durham, who's playing the far side corner, for trying to get the no yards, but he was well outside of the 5 yards.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because the same number 13 wearing the Durham jersey, and Javonte Smith looked awfully confused before that play got called in. The coaching staff for Durham elected to go, well, wait a minute. If you aren't sure, let's call a timeout and get everybody on the same page here with 4:35 remaining in the second quarter, playing this OPFL Junior Varsity Championship contest here from TD Stadium at Western University in the Forest City. 9-2 is the score for the Durham Dolphins.
Yeah, which has really been, I know I kind of said it earlier, I looked for Hamilton to kind of ground and pound it a little bit more than what we've seen. Hamilton's got a few tricks up their sleeve. You're going to see them come out here and maybe in the second half and try to wear this clock down and maybe test the Durham coaching staff to see, do they have the mustard to make the adjustments?
And again, this is the second time these two teams have seen each other in 2019. The first time took place back on June 29th, where they beat the Durham Dolphins in Hamilton 48-42. That's an offensive barn-burning affair that took place at Pine Ridge Secondary School in Pickering, Ontario in the last weekend of June. And yet here we are, August-long weekend, and we're enduring, I would say, a defensive battle this time around.
Yeah, the defense, again, the story of this game so far has been the defensive lines for both teams really kind of showing their strength in the character of both these teams. Hamilton goes empty here, though.
Clark pump fakes, throws it eventually over to the left side. Incomplete pass, but I don't blame the quarterback that completed 14 of 23 passes in that win against Durham in the regular season for 181 yards and 7 touchdowns.
So they had something in that first game that obviously isn't there so far today. Durham's defense is actually, they're rushing 4, and then they're playing a man cover 2 behind it. So basically what they're doing is they're dropping 2 safeties back, keeping everything in front, and then everyone else for Hamilton has a man on them. So basically they're going to try to bracket cover or take away their best 2 players.
Man, after that touchdown, though, by Durham and 2 safeties conceded, it's been really just a battle of the punting units so far between these 2 teams. We got another punt, this one down to the 38-yard line. Retrieving it up the field is Isaiah Adams. Adams makes one man miss and at least gets it up to midfield. Decent field positioning for their quarterback, Cameron Park, to go back to work.
We're talking about the field position being such a huge factor in special teams. So far, advantage Durham, a little bit of an advantage. As you can see, last time Durham had the ball on like the 1-yard line. Now they have the ball in midfield. So, giving up that 2 points, you can see how like a 4-minute span, what's happening, where the ball's being moved, and why things are being kind of called the way that they are. Really tightly called game, though. I'm looking for one of these 2 teams to have some type of play to kind of break this game open.
Almost approaching the 3-minute warning in the first half of play in this OPFL championship game. We get another whistle at field level.
Timeout Hamilton.
I believe it is a timeout being taken by the Junior Tiger Cats. You're right, Mr. Forwarda. 3:18 remains here in the second quarter clock in a 9-2 game. I know you don't want to hear it anymore, Ronnie, but man, oh man, that 28-27 classic that was displayed earlier today between your team, the London Junior Mustangs, and the Ottawa Sooners was one for the record books, my friend. I commend you and your coaching staff on the incredible efforts put on your team. You only lost twice all season, once back on May 12th to the Essex Ravens, and then by 1 point today in the championship game. Ironically, though, both losses coming here at TD Stadium. What's up with that, Ronnie?
Both games here, it's kind of, it's an unfortunate way to end the season. Our first game of the year we lost, and our last game of the year we lost. We had a heck of a run in between. Shout out to all the players and the coaches. They worked their butts off all year.
It was a battle.
You know what? At the end of the day, Ottawa was able to make one play that we weren't able to make.
3 run to the line. Cameron Park settles down the high snap. He's going to air this one out. It is incomplete. Almost being able to intercept it was Hamilton. He's trying to sell it even right now. Yeah, nobody's buying what you're selling, though.
No.
I mean, number 1, he didn't catch it to begin with. He trapped the ball. Number 2, even if he did catch it, he bobbled it after. And Victor Bodie, you do not have an interception one way or another, sir.
Yeah, no, that was going to be incomplete about 3 times over. Because, again, what's the catch rule is you have to come to the ground with control of the ball. When he came to the ground, that ball clearly had come out as well.
Although I do appreciate the sell job, he was trying to make the officials give him the call.
Well, I really appreciate the linebacker who was really defending his honor there, saying, no, he caught that. It's like, there's not a chance that he caught that ball. That's just not going to happen.
Would have been a massive play, though. 3 run to the line. 1 stays back. Park flushed out of the pocket. Park fakes like he's going to throw it. Now he's going to go for a run. And he'll skip past the 50, maybe down at the 49-yard line to bring up 3rd and 4.
3rd and 4, so again, they went empty. They went quads to the right, to the wide side of the field. They had single coverage over up top. Hamilton did a great job of taking that away. Then they had the fullback swing out to the wide side of the field, trying to track the linebacker over. It gave up a running lane. Hamilton's is actually spying the quarterback, so they're keeping one guy in the box to spy the quarterback. So they've identified, what they've done is they've identified the quarterback, who we've all identified as well as kind of the most dangerous runner.
Runner, passer, kicker, kick returner, he does it all. It's Cameron Park, though, punting it this time. He gets ran into. A roughing the kicker penalty is coming up to Hamilton. I don't know if they realize it not, as they will fall on the ball at their 20-yard line, but man, oh man, Cameron Park, who's their kicker, their quarterback, their main rusher, appears to be okay, a little limpy on that right leg after being roughed up after punting the ball away. Something tells me, especially after you were alluding to it earlier with some of the shenanigans he was displaying, that Hamilton, there was some intent behind that.
Yeah, they didn't appreciate, I think, like I said, you can't. I go back to a game that, Coach KJ Kinnemy and I called last year, and it was the Vaughan Rebels and Niagara Spears, and it was in the junior varsity game of the regional rep championship last year. And Vaughan had a chance of taking control of the game and did something kind of funky and, tried to trick play, backfired on them, and all of a sudden Niagara was back in the game. You don't want to give a spark to a team that is down and out. Not saying that Hamilton is down and out by any means of the imagination.
Down by a touchdown, coach.
Yeah, but you can't do things like that. Like, I know that these are kids. I know that they're 16-year-olds, and you have the 16-year-old mentality of nothing's going to hurt me and everything else. But and again, I'm kind of waving my finger here because it's like I'm telling you, it's something's going to happen at one point here, and it's just.
You have to be pretty confident, though, Ron, not to interrupt you if you're Durham. You held the Junior Gales last week on the road to just a safety in a 14-2 win. You were up 9-2 here late in the second quarter of playing the championship dance in London, Ontario against a mighty opponent in the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats. So my point being is defense wins the championships, and so far the team with double D in their initials has the better D on the field.
Yeah, Durham has really, again, for me, it's been the story of the defensive lines for both of these teams have really been the story of it. You've got 4 receivers to the wide side of the field, and you got 2 to the boundary here. So we got an empty set again with a high snap.
High snap thrown to the near side. It is complete. The ball carrier moving his way up the field now, and Owen Morass. Morass has the first down, and wisely, in my opinion, just steps out of bounds on his own accord after moving the chains.
So again, this is the same play design that they went with the last time. Is that Owen Morass is playing the H position or the fullback position. He's just doing a lazy swing. So what they're doing is they're forcing Hamilton to declare their defense, and they're basically playing man cover, and then they're dropping one back as well for deep safety. That time nobody bounced out with the running back, so you had a plus advantage there for the Durham Dolphins, and you're going to throw that all day.
They're in the gray zone, as I like to say, within their opponent's 30. It's a handoff, trying to motion up the field to the left side. On the carry is Isaiah Adams as they inch closer towards the red zone with second down coming up.
Yeah, just a straight off tackle play over to the left-hand side there. Good lead block there. Good solid 5 yards. Again, staying on schedule, everything's on track. You've got everything in your playbook here. Look for something play action. Look for the quarterback to move around a little bit. They got the wide side of the field there, and it's to his right. A little bit of a breeze in his face right now. Just saying, I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
2:18 remains in the opening half of play with a 9-2 lead. The offense of Durham trying to stagger more points on the board and inch into the red zone. Cameron Park keeps it for the quarterback, and yet somehow, someway, this kid gets himself past the 20-yard line. I think he'll be shy of the first down by a yard, though, Ron. But man, this is, if it was any other quarterback playing on this championship day, I would say they're going to get tackled for a sack, but not this Cameron Park guy. He can slice, he can dice, he's everything nice.
So what they're doing here is they're motioning the fullback over to get the extra blocker out here, and this is just a quarterback. This is a strictly designed quarterback lead or a quarterback run. So is the option of following the fullback and bouncing it outside, or looking for the cutback lane on the over pursuing linebacker. So basically they're isolating on the linebackers for Hamilton, making them to make a decision. All this movement and stuff, it's all window dressing. What you're trying to do is get the matchup that you want with your player on a player that you think.
First down, Durham.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, partner, but man, oh man, the original spotting of the ball, I thought they're at least a yard plus shy. They bring up the chain gang to confirm it, and by the nose of the football, first down for the Flippers.
Yeah, and Durham's got a little momentum here and everything else. Let's go back. Who received the ball to start the game?
That's true, partner.
So this one's got a little bit more urgency to it.
So with 1:57 left on the clock, according to Coach Ferwerda, with a 7-point lead, they are trying to add to it before having to get the possession back to Hamilton. Once again, it's Cameron Park, kind of lackadaisically carrying the ball, if you ask me. Sort of like Hamilton's arguing that they have the ball now. The one official comes in and says they do have it. Wow. I thought that Cameron Park was carrying that ball way too carelessly to his right side, and as a result, a Hamilton Tiger Cat punched it out before his knee hit the turf, and the Tiger Cats receive the ball deep in their own territory.
That was a huge play by the Ticats defense. You know, again, what they're doing there is they're showing that inside zone motion with a fullback coming across or with a slice action, and the quarterback is being the third option on the run there, just takes that off the off tackle to the wide side of the field. That time Hamilton didn't bite. Again, you had called it a little bit loosey-goosey with the ball, and again, turnover and downs. Hamilton's got to convert, though. They've got to do something offensively.
He was carrying that ball like a loaf of bread as a high pitch is settled down by the running back, and he'll gain a couple yards. Man, you talked about the high snap. What about the arc on that high pitch?
Well, a high pitch, but first of all, there is a flag on the play. I think you've got 13 men on the field for Durham, which is exactly what, as we see someone coming off for the Durham Dolphins.
It's a foolish penalty to take.
Well, you got 2 flags on there. Illegal substitution, Durham. Unnecessary roughness. That's interesting.
Against Hamilton.
Yeah, so that's probably the other thing that they're so determined to get out of football is that stiff arm or that hand to the face.
So as a result, Hamilton goes backwards here. The official picks up the ball and places it down at the 6-yard line. With 95 seconds left in this opening half of play, Hamilton will have to go 100-plus yards if they want to hit pay dirt and tie this game up before the halftime break.
Okay, so coaching point here. You bring the house, you bring something, you get a stop, you force it, you take a timeout, you force Hamilton to try to throw the ball, convert it. You're looking at if Hamilton can't make a first down here, you're looking at Hamilton having to give up another safety here.
So their quarterback, Evan Clark, feeling the pressure in the pocket, throws it to the near side. Ball was deflected, but it's still caught by the receiver. And it's Devin Kwame who led the team in receiving yards with 506 on 28 catches and 3 touchdowns in the regular season. Well shy of the first down, though, to bring up second down. But they get that real estate run that they desperately needed for their offense to have some breathing room from the back of their own end zone.
Yeah, you know, again, that was a big play. It doesn't seem like such a massive play, but that 10 yards that they got there was absolutely huge.
On a 2nd and 4, their quarterback throws the ball, but way over the head of the intended target to the far side. It'll bring up 3rd and 4.
Well, there's something that we've seen with a lot of the quarterbacks here today going into the wind, that ball over to the left-hand side with the wind at your back tends to be a little bit high today. Now, I don't know if it's the design of TD Stadium here or what's going on, or if it's the release points for the quarterbacks.
One thing
every ball that's being over to the left-hand side coming this way has been high today.
Well, most quarterbacks are right-handed, and as a result, you're throwing across your body, and something that Coach Schneider and I were talking during that Bantam game was specifically sweatiness. And yeah, you're going to towel off your hands, and most of these quarterbacks actually use gloves, but a lot of the time you get that slick sweatiness from this humidity that you just simply can't get rid of. Hamilton, by the way, will punt this one, Ron, and try and trust their defense to make a stop. Cameron Park, right up the middle, gets a block, literally hurdles to the outside, refuses to go down right away. And this is a kid that fumbled the ball and just says, you know what? I'm not going to let that happen twice, as he motors up to the 35-yard line. Another, notation on Cameron Park. Has this kid touched the turf today? Because even on that play, he stopped before he actually goes down on a tackle.
Yeah, again, and by the time he actually does go down, it was 6 guys from Hamilton that actually had to tackle him. So,
well, I think of the kick return that he brought up to the 30, where he tiptoed around 8 guys, even though there was a penalty for a block on that. I think of his safety that he conceded, where he extended to a 15-second play, where he turned into a Marietta in the end zone and made 4 or 5 guys miss before electing, you know what, I was just doing that for kicks and giggles. I'm going to step out of bounds and concede the safety anyway. A $1:04 left on the clock here in the opening half of play. Cameron Park takes the snap, rolls to the right side, forced to get rid of it, and only being able to get a single bear paw on it was Owen Marast. A little overthrown, but again, the pressure, and just as I said, he hadn't touched the turf, folks. Well, he touches the turf after that hit.
Yeah, he was introduced to the purple part of the Western logo there,
and he
really driven down there hard.
He did taste the turf earlier, but illegally, because he was the punter that got roughed up.
Yeah. So again, second down here for the Dolphins at the 34-yard line. 59 seconds basically is what we've got left.
Are you hoping for, if you're Durham, just to at least get into field goal range to extend it back to a 2-possession game?
again, we haven't seen much with the field goal units from either team. So
Cameron Park has a man open. The ball is caught at the 20-yard line, tackled at the 14. Great job by Isaiah Adams, who had 264 receiving yards on 10 catches in his first 4 games of the season. Did not catch a touchdown, though, ironically enough, for the Dolphins in 2019.
No, but again, that's the second time that they've gone to that fullback leak out seam route. So they've got something there. They've spotted something on film. They've got something, and they've been able. I think it's the third time they've gone to it. With my apologies, they've been able to complete it twice. So they've got something there. 45 seconds left to go in the half. Look for Durham to try to get some more points in here.
Quarterback Cameron Park right behind the center. He pitches it out. Trying to get out of the pocket is Isaiah Adams to the far side. He'll get past the 10-yard line for a gain of roughly 4 to 5 yards to bring up second down.
Yeah, good gain of 4, just right over the right edge. At this point, you're second down at the 10-yard line.
Just want to give you a random story as I see the Hawks circling above us here at TD Stadium with that incredible Jurassic Park-like nest they've built over one of the grandstand lights at the practice on Thursday night. I went, is this snakeskin on the ground? What is this? It was a ripped up fish. So essentially the hawk goes into the river behind us, folks, grabs a fish for its little young ones. As Park tries to do his best Michael Vick impersonation as he Superman dove towards the end zone. The officials say he'll be shy, but you know what? He'll move the chains. It'll be 1st and goal with a timeout being taken by Durham. But yeah, going back to my hawk story, yeah, the hawk is taking fresh fish from the Thames River, essentially chewing and mulching it up for its loved ones and its babies in the nest. And a lot of the, well, I hate to be frank, the fish gizzards or the leftovers have been spread across the TD turf. And man, oh man, it took me a couple seconds to realize, what are these, scaly like, pieces on the field? What is this? It was pieces of fish from the hawk.
Well, the Hawks had its way over there a little bit for the last couple of years. That nest has been there, I think, it's been about 5 or 6 years now.
And this is interesting because there's a baseball park close to us down Windermere Drive here in London. Same thing, Dan Pullman Park. They have one grandstand lights they can't turn on because a rare hawk has decided to build its Jurassic Park style nest right on top of the grandstand lights.
Yeah, at least they're coming back, but going back to football a little bit here. We've got
Enough bird talk.
Yeah, we've got a 1st and goal here, about the 2-yard line. 9 seconds left, so you've got 2 plays basically, because Durham has called their last timeout of the half. So you've got 2 plays left. John Morantz is being kind of their go-to guy in situations like this.
Yeah, Owen Morassi, like you said, 7 yards per carry during the regular season. He had 2 rushing touchdowns.
They've actually got him out in the slot here.
It's Isaiah Adams beside the quarterback. Pressure being thrown at Cameron Park. Throws it to the back of the end zone. Off the fingertips of the receiver. Incomplete pass, but as Ron alluded to, they have another shot here, but the question is, with 4 seconds left, do you take another shot to the end zone, or you take the 3 points that the game is willing to give you here?
They're bringing their field goal unit out by the looks of it here. Hamilton has, here's my dilemma. I like this not bringing the field goal unit out here, as they're going to go for it. Hamilton's offense hasn't shown anything today. Your defense is doing a fantastic job. You have a chance to go up 14 points or 2 scores here.
Cameron Park takes the snap from the shotgun, looks to go to the end zone, escapes to the left side, kind of gets off of 1 tackle, stays on his feet. Cameron Park into the end zone. Touchdown, Dolphins. Another stroll in the park for Cameron. And it's a touchdown for Durham to conclude the first half of play.
And that's why you go for it. Championships aren't won by conservative plays. We talked about it a little bit, Johnny. We were waiting for someone to kind of make a play, someone to kind of put a stamp on this game. There's kind of your stamp of the first half, as we saw Ottawa make a huge play in the Bantam game.
Wait, yes, you just mentioned something that's kind of quirky. Back-to-back championship games, back-to-back last play of the first half, a touchdown.
Yeah, and it's the momentum swing. So now all of a sudden, this extra point, if this is going to be good, you're up 14 points now, And that is a huge, again.
This one is blocked, though. The extra point is blocked, so it'll maintain a 15-2 lead. But to your point, though, Ron, that still makes it a 13-point game. 2 touchdowns needed by Hamilton.
Yeah, it's a 2-score game, though. And again, it's a massive, massive blow. Being down 1 score when you're getting the ball back to start the second half, that's something you can manage with. Okay, well, now you're just playing possession per possession football. Being down 2, that's a little bit different. There's quite a difference in that attitude of the coaching staff and of the play calling and everything else that you have to do.
So a 13-point lead for the Durham Dolphins as they go into the halftime break here in the OPFL junior varsity scene. It's the championship game for Ron Ferwerda. I am John Urban. We're going into the halftime break. Welcome back to TD Stadium. Hamilton kicks this ball away to start the second half of action. Returning it are the Durham Dolphins past the 35, up to the 40. A very impressive kick return by the Dolphins kick returner, I believe, in Aiden Mackerel. So decent field positioning provided by Mackerel as his ball's pushed up at the 40-yard line. And if you joined us in the first half of action, it really has been all Durham. 2 safeties conceded in this game, 1 by each team. And then Cameron Park, the Great 8 for the Flippers known as the Durham Dolphins, put his team on his back in the final minute of the second quarter and scored a pretty incredible touchdown to the near pylon to extend it to a 15-2 lead. Now, it could have been 16-2, but the extra point was blocked by Hamilton. A high snap settled down by the quarterback in Cameron Park. Moving over to the left side and being spun down past the 45-yard line is Isaiah Adams. And again, Adams during the regular season averaged 10.2 yards per carry, 376 yards on 37 carries for 6 touchdowns, and averaged 53.7 yards per game. So a second down now coming up here with 11:05 remaining in the third quarter clock. You've been tuning in to the OPFL Championship Premier Weekend here on your Saturday. We have the regional action on Sunday. This is the second of 3 broadcasts a day, 6 in total on the weekend. As Cameron Park fires a laser to the far sidelines, it is covered up by the receiver in front of the Hamilton bench. It should be good enough to move the chains for Durham. It's a first down for the visitors. And again, Durham technically is the visiting team coming into this game, averaging, well, a 2-6 record. That's right, 2 wins, 6 losses during the regular season. But they upset Ottawa on the road, then they upset Kingston to find themselves here in London against Hamilton for the championship dance. First and 10 now from the 53-yard line. A high snap goes over the head of Cameron Park. Park has to lay back on top of it. Had the ball loose, and to be honest with you, I don't believe he ever possessed it. He may have pinned the ball underneath his armpit. As you're checking it on the replay here, it squirted out not just once, but I believe twice. And I think Durham may have gotten away with something there, to be honest with you, because, again, it's not good enough just to pinch the ball against the ground. He has to possess it there, folks, and that ball appeared to be loose underneath the armpit of Cameron Park, but the officials give him the benefit of the doubt. Lost in all of this, though, is that bad snap will cost them roughly 15 yards in the wrong direction. 2nd and 25 coming up for the Dolphins. Empty backfield for Park. Park given time in the pocket, eventually flushed out. Throws the ball as he takes the hit. Now there could be a pass interference penalty coming up here against the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats, as there was a battle for the ball down the near sidelines with the intended target being Isaiah Adams. And after the officials have a quick talk, I believe they are granting pass interference, and this will be a free play for the Durham Dolphins to work with. It is. So the team that's already up 13 points, getting the ball back to start the second half of action, sees their offense, well, flowing a little bit with the help of some penalty yardage along the way. And once again, if you're just joining us earlier today, it was the Bantam OPFL Championship game between the host London Junior Mustangs and the Ottawa Sooners. The Sooners prevailed in a nail-biting classic, folks, thanks to a missed point-after touchdown by London, as the Sooners prevailed by a score of 28-27. We're here in the junior varsity game between the Durham Dolphins and the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats. And then later on at 7 p.m., we will have the Varsity OPFL Championship game between the Ottawa Sooners and the Essex Ravens, coached by Glenn Mills. And that will be, again, this is the second of 3 broadcasts today. But if you like football, and I think you do, on Sunday there is another 3 broadcasts as we get into the regional games. Once again, this is a handoff to Isaiah Adams. Adams to the far side. He'll be tackled in front of the Hamilton bench, as I once again am joined here in the London Free Press Media Center, known as the Hot Box in the summer months, by the voice of an angel and Coach Ron Ferwerda.
Greetings, salutations, and welcome back.
Now, Coach, you haven't missed much in the second half of action, but a decent kick return by the Durham Dolphins has allowed their offense to progress all the way up to midfield, also thanks to a pass interference penalty by Hamilton on this drive.
This is an interesting development, though. So Hamilton, elected to kick the ball, Durham elected to receive the ball, but Hamilton said, we're going to take the win in the fourth quarter. So they gave the ball and the win to them in the third quarter. Durham has got to capitalize by getting another score here. You see a man down on the far side of the field and flags.
Yeah, Park took a hit to make the play. Unfortunately, the play didn't come to fruition as it was an incomplete pass. There's a flag all the way down the field at the 32-yard line, and there's a Durham Dolphin down back at midfield. Just can't make out the number from here, partner, but we hope that gentleman's okay as he's struggling to get back to his own feet, though, kind of stuck on his two knees right now.
22, I believe.
Well, if that is number 22 for the Durham Dolphins, that would be Tyrell Cook. So we hope that Tyrell is okay. And again, with 8:17 remaining in the third quarter of play, not necessarily the hydration and cramps that we were seeing in the Ottawa-London game earlier in the fourth quarter. Kids were starting to drop off a little bit there, Ron.
Yeah, the kids got a little bit banged up and everything. It is a warm day out there. It's not as humid as it has been in some of the weeks that we've had.
And thank God for that.
Yeah, because it's warm, but you can still as the sun beats down on the turf, you can really feel the turf kind of draining the strength out of your legs, and that's what you're starting to see some of these kids. That was illegal contact against Hamilton that was downfield down there, so that's why we moved the ball up 10 yards. So it's first down for Durham again.
So the Flippers in their teal uniforms, the Durham Dolphins, get a big benefit after that penalty yardage. So not only have they had a pass interference, but now they've had illegal contact. And as a result, they find themselves in Hamilton territory. Here's a pitch to the near side, but just struggling to get back to the original line of scrimmage is number 13 on this play, and Javonte Smith. Or no, you're right. It is Isaiah Adams yet again. Adams getting the majority of the ball carrying load beside Cameron Park in the opening half of play.
Yeah, he's had himself a really solid game. He's had some really tough runs. He's a big physical kid, a good solid runner. They're just a toss play over to the wide side of the field, trying to get numbers and leverage, because Hamilton's really loading up the box inside now.
Durham's really killing a lot of clock here in this third quarter of play for a Hamilton offense eager to get back onto the field and do something for the first time here on your Saturday. Cameron Park taking a shot down the field. He has a man open. The ball is caught. Touchdown Dolphins. Javonte Smith from 43 yards out. And the Dolphins starting to pull away here in this OPFL Junior Varsity Championship game.
Just a simple go route on the outside here, and Hamilton's playing zone, and they don't really pick up the outside. But the cardinal rule of zone is you can't let somebody behind you, and you got to track the outside guy, because that's the guy that the chances are going to. Hamilton defender got lost inside a little bit, looking at an over matchup. They had three receivers out there, two defenders, lost track, and all of a sudden, late now, 45 yards later, touchdown, and Durham's up big in this game.
Javonte Smith, 257 yards caught as the two-point convert commences. Park forced to get rid of it early, double deflected and incomplete. So the extra point is no good. It's still a 19-point lead, though, for the Durham Dolphins in a 21-2 contest. And isn't that ironic? 2 missed extra points, but 2 safeties kind of make up for it, and it looks like there's 3 touchdowns on the board for Durham.
Yeah, again, this has been a patient game by the Durham Dolphins. Kind of a compared to the fireworks that we saw earlier today, a lackluster kind of game. Hamilton really hasn't shown up or done anything offensively, which has really been surprising to me, because they can be a very dynamic team when they want to be. They seem to be playing tight. It's almost like this Durham team saying, you know what? We played you guys 2 years ago. We beat you,
and this is a Hamilton team, Ron, that took out the undefeated London Junior Mustangs junior varsity team that went a perfect 8-0 during the regular season, including handing Hamilton a 38-14 loss. So you would think they would have brought their A game yet again to the same place that they won last week to get to this championship game. The ball at the 20-yard line. And now all of a sudden the kick returner making a little more out of this than I thought he could, as he brings it all the way up to the 40-yard line before being tackled down by a teal uniform.
Well, you see again some of that little extracurricular going on behind the scene there.
But if you're Hamilton, I'd imagine you're trying to stay avoidant of that, knowing that you still have to get back into this game down by 19.
Yeah, you're basically down 3 scores at this point. At some point, very, very soon, the desperation's got to hit in for Hamilton, and they've got to go, we need to score now. It may not necessarily be on this drive, but you have to start counting possessions.
I reflect, though, back to that London game last week here.
Here we go.
It was sort of the same thing, though. Hamilton's offense was somewhat flatlining as Durham calls a timeout, not seeing something in their defense that they like. But yeah, Hamilton's offense was sort of stuttering at the beginning of that game. And London, as a result, couldn't take the advantage they wanted to. They, too, failed to convert any majors in that game, did London. But still, it was very ironic that Hamilton came out flat-footed in that contest, offensively speaking, although their defense did a much better job. And I guess you're hoping, if you're a Hamilton fan watching this broadcast, that it's a similar fate, that all of a sudden those Bumblebee uniforms with the black buckets and pants wake up in a hurry.
Well, here's what you're going to start seeing is, what was the play design, or what was the play that beat the Junior Mustangs last week? It was that power full house.
That's
getting
right.
The boy, and that's how Hamilton just lined up. Good timeout by Durham, because all of a sudden they recognized it. So now they're changing their defense up a little bit, and they're going to play much more tighter inside. Watch out, because now the game is going to get really, really physical.
And it was this big boy package you're seeing here as this Donovan Malloy, the ball carrier, getting it. But wow, something that London simply couldn't do against the big boy package was stuff them in their tracks, and that's what Durham does after their defensive timeout.
So they made a few substitutions, and number 5 for the Durham Dolphins is now actually on the field. And again, 64 and 62 were there for the Durham Dolphins. Basically, what they're playing right now is they're playing 10 guys in the box, they're playing a single high safety, and they're playing man coverage on the outside. So they're bringing and now the safety's rolling down inside as well.
2nd and 11. It's a play action. The quarterback is sacked, though, well behind the line of scrimmage. And I believe that was number 5, Ron. You just mentioned him getting the job done and on the tackle, and Owen Morast.
Owen Morast, he's a really dynamic playmaker. He's played some offense, he played some defense, but there is the answer for that full house package that they probably spent all week preparing for, and now all of a sudden Hamilton, which used this formation to move up and down the field last week, goes 2 and out after showing it, and as we were saying, may not necessarily be on that drive that they had to score, but now all of a sudden the possession game is really starting to go against you as we have under 5 minutes and 40 seconds left in the third quarter.
After finishing the regular season with a 2-6 record, they upset the Sooners in Ottawa, they upset the Junior Gales in Kingston, and now they're trying to upset the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats here in London for the championship game. But what I find ironic, Ron, even if Durham wins this game, which they're currently leading by 19 points with 5:25 left in the third quarter, you combine their playoff record and their regular season record, this will be a championship team that finishes below 500 with a 5-6 record. How does that work?
Well, you get hot at the right time, and you win a game when you need to win a game, and you start playing your players that get you to the dance. You start rolling with your athletes, and you're saying, as we see this is coming back, holding against the Durham Dolphins here, but really Durham, again, go back to 2 years ago. I know, Johnny, you didn't see this team. This was the most dynamic physical team that I'd played against in a long, long time. They had a lot of speed and a lot of physicality. And now it's a very simple recipe that they've got. They've got the power running game going. They've got the speed at the quarterback position. And now all of a sudden they're able to take a shot downfield. And it's really nullified Hamilton's strength, which is this defensive line.
The boys in teal back up. Now, I guess the penalty was given after the first down, Ron, because now it's a 1st and 10 play.
Well, it was on the punt. It was on the punt return.
Correct. That's the summer heat and the second of 3 broadcasts on the day catching up with me, partner.
There you go.
In the pro set goes Cameron Park. He'll send 2 to the line. He's got 3 options to the right side. Instead, it's a handoff once again to Isaiah Adams. Adams spins off of one tackle and moves up to the 50-yard line to bring up a second, and I won't call it 4 coming up.
Really good dipsy-do. Just a simple outside zone play, again, that we've got going on to the near side of the field. So he's stretching the field, but what I really like is the finish on this run. A nice little spin move, which I'm not a huge fan of the spin move. But again, on the end of the run, he finishes with a shoulder square and going forward. So that's always a sign of a really solid run.
Durham sticks to a very similar play formation, almost again a bad snap, settled down highly by the quarterback Cameron Park.
Don't do this, son.
Now, the running back goes behind the line of scrimmage after he had 7 yards gained. What in the world was that?
Okay, you're not going to be happy as a coach here because he had the first down. All he has to do is catch that little slant play. This is number 22, I believe it was, for Durham Dolphins, who's playing a wide receiver. He's got the completion, and he had the first down yardage. But then he's on his own fruition. He ran backwards. So that's going to mean that you're going to be punting the ball here, which you had the first down.
I've never seen a player run further back towards the grain, against the grain, if you will, than that play right there at any level of football. Even on a, that's more of a popular move you see on a kick or a punt return where a guy decides to go one way, then C-hook back all the way the other. It rarely works on special teams, as Cameron Park felt the pressure coming in, and he's forced to boot this one in the air.
Okay, Cameron Park's a live player.
And Cameron Park drills the kick returner at the 45-yard line. But to your point, Ron, he was gambling because he can go after that ball as the kicker.
Yeah, here's something that is a play that you don't see a lot of times in the Canadian football league. The punter is an onside, so if that ball is recovered by the offense, if it's the punter that recovers this ball, it's Durham's ball.
Different officiating from the Bantam game earlier. Why do I say that? Well, on similar punts that we saw in the Bantam game earlier today, the officials would blow the punt down and give the benefit to the returning team.
Here's the difference, okay? This went beyond the first down marker. So when the punt doesn't go beyond the first down marker and it's within a 10-yard area.
But I was going to say by 5 yards, Ron.
Yeah, but, it is what it is, but that's what the rule is, and it's for player safety that they'll blow that play dead, that basically saying no play. And what they did is they actually gave a no yards call to number 42, who was inside that bubble as well.
So the ball is placed at the 51-yard line. Hamilton's offense trying to go back to work. Evan Clark flushed out of the pocket, runs up the field, avoids one tackle, moves to the outside edge. This kid keeps on going. First down and a little bit more. A gain of 15 yards on the hustle and muscle of Evan Clark.
Okay, so the urgency now has got to be in for Hamilton. They're going to need a score on this drive, and that was a good first play. Good, again, just looking downfield. Good coverage by the Dolphins across the board there. Clark was able to step up inside.
455 rushing yards on 42 carries by the quarterback for 3 touchdowns in the regular season. 3 run to the line, 3 options to his left side. Pocket collapses. He throws as he's hit. It goes off for the intended target's fingertips, though, and Lucas Mailer. And Mailer, again, had a team-high 4 touchdowns caught from his quarterback, Evan Clark, and 411 yards. He wants that one back.
Yeah, he wants that one back for sure. This is a high ball. You can see how deep Durham is playing on this. They're playing that shell, like all the way across, and we can see the quarterback is way back on the 15-yard line.
I mean, he plays like a punt returner.
Yeah,
It's second down, Ron. But man, oh man, a handful of times I've gone, is the punting unit out? Just judging by where the safety's located on the field. He is way outside of your screen, folks, to the left side as Evan Clark throws it over the top. Pass is caught. Great tackle by the Dolphins, though, and Braden Spence, because the Hamilton Tiger Cat looked like he was heading towards the first down marker.
Well, he's going to be short by a couple yards, but it's an interesting defensive philosophy that Durham is basically playing right now, is they're playing a soft coverage, a zone coverage across the board, but their linebackers and everything else are playing 5-6 yards off with the safety about 20 yards peak. So basically they're saying, I'll give you everything underneath, and I'm just going to run the clock on you. I'm just going to bleed you out of time. So I'm not sure if, the old 4 quarters that you used to play in basketball, I'm not sure if you can really do that at this point in the game.
2 run to the line, 3 options to the right side. The quarterback immediately hangs onto it, breaks off of one tackle, cuts in twice, and he'll be tackled down at the 24-yard line, but not before gaining the 3+ yards he needed for the first down.
That was a gutsy call on third down. We're starting to see the urgency of Hamilton. but a straight quarterback draw, and Durham had him in the backfield there, and just Clark was able to make the first guy miss, and he was able to scooch out there. But again, that was a gutsy call, just having a straight quarterback draw on 3rd and 3.
The third down conversion works for Hamilton. Blitz coming from the Dolphins, having to get rid of it in a hurry as Clark. He completes the pass to the far side, trying to make out those black and yellow numbers to the far sideline. I believe that was Donovan Malloy on the catch.
Not really, again, can't tell the number all the way across there. Actually, it's not. It's red shoes. It would have been the punter.
So number 25, that's Devin Kwame, partner.
Yeah, 25, that's Kwame out there.
It's one thing about these uniforms, there's just something about the numbering. I don't know why they wouldn't make it solid black, because you can make out solid black on yellow any day of the week. They go to the far sidelines. Did he get 1 foot in bounds? That's all he needs in this game, folks. He did.
I think he almost got 2 feet down there. This is a fantastic job. Just a little out route there to the 9 or 8 yard line. I think they're going to spot it at the 9 yard line. So we talked about this is a must drive for Hamilton. 1st and goal inside the 10.
And I feel like this is what we were saying in that game versus London, though, before the 4th quarter was, hey, they need to get going. And then all of a sudden, when they absolutely had to get going, well, they started to motor some points on the board.
Yeah.
So once again, Clark looking to go to the end zone. He's flushed out of the pocket. Clark forced a run here.
Coming back.
There is a flag on the play. Clark towards the end zone. Touchdown, Hamilton. But hold the phones. This one's coming back because of a flag.
Yeah, this is a holding call on the inside of the offensive line there. I don't know who it was on, but it was a hold, and I believe it was the right guard that reached up and grabbed somebody, and they actually spun around number 67.
Nehemiah Ford Bowen, I loved it, number 67 for the Teal team. Pretty much already given the holding back, doing all what the officials are supposed to do, but before the official does it.
Well, when you're the guy being held and you see the flag come out, there's kind of that sense of relief.
So as a result, they have 1st and 20 now.
1st and goal.
Yeah, 1st and goal from the 19. You're right, partner. So, barring a penalty, this could be the final play of the 3rd quarter. Down by 19, Hamilton snaps the ball, looking to get into the end zone. Clark throws it. A bit of a dying quail. This could get picked up, and it is. Interception, Durham. Coming back the other way for the Dolphins is Javonte Smith. A handful of flags with a bucket thrown off. An interception for Durham, their 2nd INT of the game.
Wow, you're going to have a couple calls going against here. There's some extracurricular. There's a player going off with Hamilton without his helmet. I don't know if it was knocked off or what was going on, if he tore it off, but he is not happy. Unnecessary roughness against Durham. Yeah, there was definitely a hit there, and I don't know who it was against, but it was on number 55. You cannot throw this ball rolling to your left.
A penalty was thrown, and they're concluding the 3rd quarter. That's the first time I've ever seen that too, Ron.
Because the quarter had ended, and it was after a change of possession, and it's a dead ball foul. So the
quarter can, in theory, end on a penalty in certain situations. They can't see your hand waving, Ron.
Well, it's waving. It's kind of like I'm not.
They're nonchalant, half handshake, half wave.
Yeah, no. This should be one more play, but because it's a change of possession, maybe that's
why they're killing it. Yeah. All right, well, go into the 4th quarter regardless. 21-2 in favor of the Durham Dolphins here at TD Stadium on your Saturday afternoon. Thank you for joining us, fans around YouTube and the world here for the OPFL Premier Action Games. Ron Forwerda joining yours truly, Johnny Urban. Happy to take you through. Earlier today was the Bantam Championship game where unfortunately London Junior Mustangs just fell by the skin of their teeth, 28-27. And in this game, well, a different one so far, although Hamilton was looking for a second there that they were going to try to respond until the interception. They trail by 19 points heading into the 4th and final quarter of play.
Yeah, and Durham's got a long field here. It's now you're gonna first down from the 1 yard line. We talked about it a little earlier. There's an edginess to this game that if the referees let it get out of control, it will get out of control, and you're starting to feel a little bit of that tension coming in.
So this will be the first play of the 4th quarter. Durham takes over the possession. Looks like a blitz coming here from Hamilton, and Man, oh man, the ball was never snapped and both teams charged at each other.
Well,
Take me through this one, Ron, because I've never seen it where the ball was never snapped and both teams, well, they go to work.
Well, they didn't snap the ball, but you can't move the back any further, so it wouldn't matter if it was procedure on offense or not.
Park throws it on the first play, and the guy is wide open, folks. 40, 50, his 50, 40, 30, going all the way. Isaiah Adams, 109-yard championship touchdown catch.
We talked about that seam route to the fullback against Hamilton a number of times. It's the same play that we talked about earlier. It's just simply gets to the edge there, and there's no safety help over the top. Hamilton's lazy getting their linebacker out there because they're so afraid of the run game. 109 yards later, this one's just about done.
That fish was flying downstream. The Dolphin and Isaiah Adams, 109 yards out. To give you an example, Isaiah Adams led the team in the regular season with 264 receiving yards. So he got a third of his total season yards in one play in this championship dance.
Yeah, this is, again, just really good game plan, good game design, and good physicality by Durham. You know, I'm surprised they're manhandling Hamilton as easily as they are.
A team that finished 2-6 in the regular season is 11 minutes and 40 seconds away from winning the Ontario Provincial Football League Junior Varsity title. And this is a team, I will not lie, has had a ton, and I mean a ton emphasized, of controversy in 2019. They started off the year in Kingston and beat the Junior Gales. It was found out later that they used an ineligible player, and the win was reversed to a 6-0 loss in favor of Kingston. Last week in Kingston, they won 14-2, but there were questions of ineligible players yet again used in that game, resulting in birth certificates and health cards having to be provided by every single player competing this weekend prior to suiting up. Then, to make matters worse, an incident involving a female staffer from Kingston and one of the gentlemen on the Durham Dolphins teams in a changing incident that took place on the field resulted in the player in question and the head coach of Durham being suspended for this championship game. At one point, the league had considered giving the win to Kingston, and it got double reversed to have Durham playing here today. So 2-6, controversy, missing their head coach. They are slaughtering Hamilton by 26 points in the fourth quarter, Ron, and a 2-6 team could win the championship, baby.
Yeah, again, but as we see the kick go out of bounds here, this is a really...
Are we living in bizarro world, Ron? Come on now, 2-6.
Yeah.
Tons of controversy out of any program in this league. They get even more controversy when they get into the playoffs. They're missing their head coach. How are they winning by 26 points over a team that upset an undefeated squad? You would think for Hamilton, this is somewhat a home game. It is a home game technically because of their 6-1-1 record, but they won in this same stadium and in theory to a tougher opponent.
Here's something that comes into it. Did you spend all your bullets last week? Was last week the emotional draining point? Was that, did you peak a week early? You know, you kind of threw out some stuff out there last week that they weren't prepared for, and you rode the wave to it. But this Durham team is very well prepared, and the Hamilton team has just felt sloppy all day.
Now they go with an empty backfield, does Hamilton. Their quarterback throws it on the run down the sidelines. They fight for it at the 35. Incomplete pass, the intended target being Devin Kwame. And for Clark, he's trying his best to keep his team in it, but time is becoming a thing of the essence for the Hamilton squad with 11:04 remaining on the clock.
Yeah, you've got no more tomorrows. You need a score, and you need to score quickly, which is what you're starting to see with this defense that they're playing. They're basically they're bringing 5 guys to rush, keeping 1 guy inside to spy, and everyone else is dropping way off like 15, 20 yards.
Back into the gun goes the QB and Evan Clark. Clark sends 4 to the line. 3 options to his right side, but he's looking to his left. Flushed out of the pocket. He'll have to throw it as he's hit, and it was almost intercepted by the Dolphins. Man, oh man, they brought pressure to Clark, and Clark, I think, is I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. He's stepping into quicksand here because he's trying to make something out of nothing, and in fact, he's digging deeper and deeper into his own grave.
But they didn't really bring pressure. This is just great line play. This is just great pressure from the defensive line. They're dropping 6-7 guys in the coverage, and they still have a high safety back there, and they're still forcing him out of the pocket. This Durham, again, he's not going to be the MVP because someone else is going to, but number 62 and number 64, the Durham Dolphins, for me have been hands down the best two players on the field in here. I know we don't get a say in it at the end of the day, Johnny, but the two defensive tackles have really dominated this game for Durham.
As this is a fake punt by Hamilton, they are trying to fake it. They run to the near sidelines. He skips off of one tackle, and you know what? I believe he's got the first down. So Hamilton fakes it. They go with Devin Kwame, and Kwame rumbles down the near sidelines for a first down.
When they came out in punt formation, I'm looking at the clock going, you don't have 4 more possessions to do this. You've got to go for it now. So good coaching call.
But I would say,
Hamilton.
Yeah, off of that point, Ron, if they straight up just show offensively that they're going for it, one more defensive push from the Durham Dolphins D-line, and one more swatting of Evan Clark, and it's a turnover on downs. They disguise everything through the punt, and as a result, Durham bites on the bait, and Devin Kwame gets the first down carry.
See, this is not really Hamilton's forte to go empty, and this is why Durham has got a really good game plan. Again, they're bringing 4, and they're getting there.
And Clark completes the pass, though. The intended target past the 40, past the 35, refusing to go down, then ripped down to the ground by Jason Lee. And I believe the intended target on that play for
21.
The Durham Dolphins was number 21 in Noah Puskas.
So it was, it was number 24 on the tackle for the Durham Dolphins that flung him to the ground. But just going back to my point, Hamilton wants to run the ball. They want to grind the clock out. They want to be a physical power team. This is not their forte to go empty, to go 6 wide, and again, Durham's getting pressure with 4 guys. Oh.
And that is a football play, folks. Take the hit to make the play, kid. It's a 13-yard catch up to the 20-yard line. And man, the entire crowd, both Hamilton and Durham fans, went, whoa, at the end of that play.
Yeah, because it was a big hit coming from the safety position. We've talked about him a lot, the quarterback, number 8 for the Durham Dolphins.
Hamilton, empty backfield, hurrying it up the offense. The quarterback has to get rid of the ball in a hurry because bringing the pain from the near edge was Nehemiah Ford Bowen. We named an awful lot in the first half of play.
Yeah, we've said a lot about these defensive tackles. They have really dominated this game. For me, it's really been the story of the game. The pressure that they've been able to apply by bringing just 4.
The Bumblebee uniforms of the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats down by 26 points here in a 28-2 game. Looking to get their first major of the contest. Clark gets rid of the ball. It's completed. The Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats have a chance towards the end zone. Now, the ball came loose, but the official quickly pointed out that the ground caused the fumble, not the hit. So it'll maintain Hamilton's possession with the ball at the 2-yard line.
It wouldn't have mattered because Hamilton jumped on the possession of that ball, so they would have kept the possession there. But it's again, you're kind of looking around going, well, where was this earlier? This is a different game plan that Hamilton's come up with because of the situation that they're in. And again, Durham's allowing it to happen.
Well, remember, they went to this big boy package that they're showing right now, Ron. They were stuffed twice in a row in their tracks, and they quickly went away from that game plan. Their quarterback, Evan Clark, right behind the center, takes the snap, looking for the QB sneak, pushes his way through the goal line. Now, neither official indicates a touchdown yet, though, and there was a flag on the play.
Yeah, you're going to have offside against somebody. I believe it's going to be against Durham, somebody lined up offside. And again, it's kind of a moot point because you can't move it half the distance to the goal from the 1. The ball just stays.
Well, the ball was at the 2, though, Ronnie, because you could split 2 in 1.
Okay, yeah. But I thought
a full yard
was on the 1, so
we'll see what the officials say. It is offside Durham. So after this, it's to the goal, and yeah, they go from the 2 to the 1 yard line. A full yard gained out of that penalty run.
Yeah, well, you sound surprised like it was offside like Durham because I told you. You can't argue football stuff with me like that. I'm always right.
You are always right, Ron. I will never argue on that, as far as football is concerned, mind you. as they go back to the QB sneak, does Hamilton, and this time the official gives the indication, touchdown Hamilton. Evan Clark on the QB sneak gets the job done with 7:43 remaining in the game.
I'm just doing some math real quickly here.
Well, don't let your brain catch on fire then, Ron.
Well, if you kick the one, you're at 9. It's a 21-point game. You go for 2, it's at 20. But if you miss it, you're at 22 and it's over. So you've got. This is why people go, well, why aren't you going for 2? Because you've got to get it. You've got to get it within that 3-score range here.
So they will actually go for the 1 point. Will Hamilton here, facing a 20-point deficit, they're going to try and cut it down to 19. Now the snap was bad. The holder though made up for it, and the kick was good, but. Flag on the play, and the official was trying to blow that play dead while the kick was taking place, as it is.
It's offside, Durham.
So then why would they not allow the kicking team to do exactly what they just did and split the uprights?
I don't know. There's been a few calls today and over the last couple of weeks that I don't get, so...
You know what? As a broadcaster, I do find it comforting, though, because earlier today, Matt Schneider, the head coach of the JV team, was struggling with some of the calls, and I see you, Coach Ron Ferwerda, with your wise wisdom, also struggling with some of these calls. And you know what? They repeat it, and it's the same result. The extra point is good. So now it's 28-9 in favor of the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats. The lead is down to 19 points, but like you were kind of indicating earlier on, it doesn't really matter because it's a 3-possession game regardless.
Yeah, it's a 3-possession game, and you've got to know that Hamilton's got to go onside kick here. They've got to get this back. They've got to recover it.
And I was going to go one further to say their defense, who, let's face it, hasn't had their best performance of 2019, needs to come up with a massive play, whether it's a fumble, an interception, or just sacking Cameron Park behind the line of scrimmage, something that they can spark on defense to keep their offense afloat.
Yeah, you've got to do something. You were able to drive the ball down and get your first major of the game, but is it too little too late? Really is what it's coming down to at this point. It feels like two very, very... I know they're two very different teams, but they both want to play the same style of game, and Durham has by far been able to implement their will over Hamilton. I don't know if it's coaching or play design or what it is, but Durham has hands down been the better team here today.
7:43 though remaining in this fourth quarter. It's not necessarily over just yet, but time is a huge enemy of the Junior Tiger Cats right now, with the ball placed at the 50-yard line, by the way. We'll see if Hamilton attempts that onside kick with just 3 Durham Dolphins stacked at the 50, although I do notice number 22 there and Tyrell Cook just tucked behind it. They actually go after Cook, and Hamilton, I believe, touched it last. Hamilton struggling for the ball. They're fighting for it now. Durham comes up with it, though, at the 30-yard line.
Okay, but there's a flag on the play, and I'm not sure if you're going to have Durham from obstruction, because you can't obstruct someone from getting the ball. It's kind of like the
illegal block in the back.
Yeah, so Durham recovered the ball here. About the 30-yard line.
Judging by the Durham coaching staff, though, they don't like what they're hearing. Just judging by the body language down there. So, what's lost in all of this is Durham should have possession of the ball.
Okay, so you're offside Hamilton. And you had illegal contact
by Durham.
So we're gonna re-kick the ball here, and we're gonna see the exact same play again.
Now, if you're Hamilton, though, they only stacked 3 guys at the 50 last time. They're gonna stack another 3 guys at the 50 this time. In fact, I apologize. They moved the ball up 5 yards to the 55. So now Durham, I apologize, respectively backtracks to the 45. But again, 3 guys at the original line, the first kick. Now they have 5 guys at the original line, which is now the 45-yard line on this kick. Plus they're moving Tyrell Cook up between the 40 and 45s. They go to the far side this time. And Durham barely recovers it at the 40-yard line. And a very late hit by Hamilton, a foolish one at that, will cost them some penalty yards.
Yeah, and again, this is what we talked about, that chippiness, that kind of edginess to these two teams just do not like each other. this is a unnecessary penalty to take. You can't do that. You have to maintain composure.
What is it about the regular season, though, and championships that becomes so different? Because let's face it, I know I'm sprinkling a lot of salt in your fresh wounds here, Ronnie, today, but you win in Ottawa 21-0 at MNP Park. The shoe flips, though, when you're back here in London, you lose a tight one, 28-27. In this game, Durham lost to Hamilton 48-42 during the regular season. They put up 48 points on the Dolphins. They've only got 9 points in this game as they trail 28-9.
It's just, again, preparation and your mentality going into a certain game of what you do sometimes.
They hand this ball off, and once again, it is Isaiah Adams on the carry. Thought about going to the left, eventually moved to the right. Gains maybe a yard on the play to bring up 2nd and 9.
See, and here's another thing that we haven't talked about. Who wasn't in that game the last time? Who wasn't available? Who was injured? Who was away at grad? Who was away, or whatever, who was maybe working? Yeah, these are 16-year-old kids for the most part. Some of them have jobs,
Girlfriends. Although I'm sure the coaches don't like that as an excuse.
No, we definitely do not like that as an excuse at all.
2nd and 9, 6:40 remains in this game. Cameron Park, the quarterback, looks to hang on to this for the Dolphins. Zigzags his way up the field, spins off of a tackle, and keeps on going up the field with the ball to the 40-yard line. Although I will say it looked like the plethora of yellow uniforms were trying to strip the ball away from the 8 teal uniform in Cameron Park instead of just trying to tackle him down to the turf.
Yeah, what they're trying to do is they're trying to spin him to the ground and rip that ball out instead of tackling him. And what happened is that he was actually stopped about the 45-yard line, and because of the spin and the extracurricular and not playing solid fundamental football, you're giving him another 10 yards on that, and we're inside the 40 all of a sudden.
Yeah, Cameron Park did his best ballerina impersonation going into the spin cycle as far as the laundry's concerned, and he just went with it. You want to spin me? Cool, I'm going to keep spinning up the field for more yards. As Cameron Park hands this ball off, and taking a page out of Cameron Park's book as spinning up the field this time is the number 5, and Owen Morass.
Yeah, Morass is just a straight dive play. He lines up in the fullback position. It's just a straight blast play going through the right side of the offensive line. And again, a gain of 5 yards. And they're stacking 5-6 guys on the line of scrimmage there and saying, we're going to stop you. Everybody knows in the stadium, Durham's going to run the ball. They're not going to throw the ball, because if the ball goes incomplete, it stops the clock. Right now, you just got to run the clock. The clock's in your favor. I'm not sure you have 3 possessions left in this game if you're Hamilton.
5:10 remains on the scoreboard. A high snap, once again settled down by Cameron Park, but he's flushed out of the pocket, dragged by his jersey, and eventually sacked down to the turf, well behind the line of scrimmage. But again, another flag on this play.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of laundry out on the field a few times today. I think we're going to have an offside here against Durham, and I believe that the penalty is going to be declined.
And again, just kind of recapping Durham's controversial season so far. They won in Kingston in week 1, but an ineligible player reversed it to a 6-0 loss to the Junior Gales at Richardson Memorial Stadium in the season opener. They would actually lose on paper 4 straight games to Kingston, Vaughan, London, and Ottawa before thumping the Niagara Spears 42-0 at Pine Ridge Secondary School on June 15th. That seemed to be the turning point, so to be, as they would then beat up the Mississauga Warriors 41-7 the following week, only to drop 2 games in a row to Hamilton and Burlington in tight contests. Cameron Park boots this one away on the punt all the way to the 20-yard line of Hamilton. 2 kick returners collide at the 15. One comes away with the ball and motors back close to the, we'll say, 28-yard line before scampering out of bounds. But this is a Durham Dolphins team that has won this championship with defense. They stymied the Ottawa Sooners at Carleton University back on July 20th in the opening game of the playoffs, 13-7. Then they won again a bit of a controversial game, as Kingston fans would say, 14-2 in the Limestone City. They've only allowed 9 points to be scored against them in this championship game against Hamilton here in London.
The old analogy is often sells tickets, defense wins championships, and Durham's defense has really come here to play. It's really being the dominating force. As you can see them just shorten everything down. And again, they're just dropping, go ahead, run the ball. Hamilton's in their empty set. again, you've got just under 4.5
A blitz
minutes
coming.
left.
Clark's going to have to be careful. He gets rid of it in a hurry. Incomplete pass to the far sidelines. And man, like a bull through a china shop with mean intentions. I believe that was Isaiah Hastings, who plays both on the offensive and defensive lines for the Durham Dolphins. Found a gap, nobody picked him up, and he started licking his chops at the quarterback.
And it's not even a blitz, it's a 4-man pressure. They've gotten consistent pressure with 4 men all day long.
Now, what he was doing there, though, Ron, was he set up on one side, and he was trying to rotate to the other side. Hamilton quickly snapped the ball, so you're right, he was a lineman, but all of a sudden he was coming almost from a low linebacker position. As Evan Clark, rolling back in the pocket, throws it over the top, passes in and out of the hands of the intended target at the 45, and frustrated at himself right now is the Hamilton wide receiver, because that's a play he has to make, not just to get the first down, but to give his team a chance here with under 4 minutes remaining in this championship final.
Well, and you also, to add insult to injury there, you've got a holding call against the Hamilton Ticats. It's declined, so it now brings up a 3rd down here, and must for Hamilton, as we're like 4 minutes left in the game here.
And they'll have to go for it. They gotta gamble now. Down by 19 with 3:56 to be exact remaining on the 4th quarter clock. And to make matters worse for Hamilton, the second that whistle went, time starts ticking down. So not only do they have to convert on this long 3rd down conversion, but they got a motor here, down by 19 in the championship final. The snap to Evan Clark. Can he keep his team alive? Throws it to the far sideline. Incomplete pass. Turnover on downs. Dolphins ball.
Yeah, it just, the sense of urgency just has never really felt like it was there today for Hamilton.
Unlike when they defeated the London Junior Mustangs, who were undefeated here at TD. I just find that so bizarre, Ron, that in my opinion, they took on a much tougher team that looked like they couldn't be beaten. They beat them, specifically with that big boy package that we saw for just a cup of tea in this game. They go up against a Durham Dolphins squad, which I know what you're saying, Ron. The playoffs are a different beast. People click at different times. You can't tell me a team that goes 2-6, 4 games below 500 in an 8-game season, finds themselves in the championship dance, and not only they find themselves, they are motoring through Hamilton today.
Again, 2 of those games two of those losses were by forfeit, though.
Default from an ineligible player. That is correct.
They had one, so really that's a 4-4 team. But still, this is a really, really good Durham team. They've got dynamic playmakers everywhere, and it's tough sometimes.
Owen Park willing to be the crash test dummy on this drive as it starts from their opponent's 27-yard line. He puts his body on the line as he carries it himself to the right side for maybe half a yard gain.
Again, all you're concerned about at this point is hold on to the ball and run the clock, because you're to the point where it's all but over. Hamilton's got like 6 men lined up on the defensive line here.
A high snap caught by one hand by
great.
Park, and he punts this into the end zone. It's a Canadian play that hits off of the crossbar, and it's recovered by the Durham Dolphins, but Ron, as it hit the crossbar, that's become a dead ball.
Well, I don't know if it hit the crossbar.
It did, though. It 100% hit the crossbar. Watch it on the replay right here. Bing.
Okay, so it should be a dead ball, but they're saying it's going to be no yards on this. It was a great call, the quick kick. I just don't know if there's a guy on side there.
In 10 years of broadcasting football, I had never seen the crossbar be hit live in a game that didn't involve a field goal attempt. Last week, or 2 weeks ago at the Canada Cup, I watched New Brunswick take a long snap and directly bing right off the crossbar. Now, the officials blew that play dead, and they redid it despite a lot of controversy coming out of that one. Here, we get it bing right off the crossbar, and what's even funnier, that took a one hop with the oval. It didn't hit the crossbar directly, it took a hop to get there. How much height are they getting on the ball to do that?
Yeah, you're quite a bit. It's 3-minute warning was just blown in with 2 minutes and 33 seconds left. Hamilton's going to get like a couple more kicks at the can here. You can see Durham's playing way back.
I thought Park was going to get the rouge there, partner, the way it set everything up.
Yeah, again, I think that was the idea, but again, what win there is in Durham's face right now, and I think that's the only reason that it kept out there.
Clark with an empty backfield goes to the screen play to the far side. Some real estate for Hamilton as they get past the 30-yard line, past the 35, and he's got real estate, folks. Past the 50, tries to make one man miss, and he does. Past the 40, past the 30, he's not going to be caught, folks. Past the 10, touchdown Hamilton. Oh my word, a 93-yard TD strike with a $1.56 left in the championship dance.
Well, maybe I spoke too early saying there's not enough time left for for this. You know, like
it's Canadian football. Any time is enough time.
Yeah, you know, I remember watching back a few years ago, the Vanier Cup, UBC and Western were playing, and I think there was like 3 scores in the last minute 48, and UBC ended up pulling up a win in a shocker. This is going way
I was going to say, a little moons ago, Ronnie.
Yeah, a few years ago.
Blue ones in there, too.
A few ones, but now, again, the importance is now, Hamilton has to convert this 2-point conversion.
So they are going to go for the 2-point convert here in a 28-15 ball game. Evan Clark, empty backfield, protected in the pocket for now, escapes the pressure, runs through the middle like a hot knife through butter, gets the 2-point convert to work. So my oh my, it's now a 28-17 game, but Ron, going back to that point, even with the 2-point convert, it's an 11-point game. So in theory, you're looking for another touchdown, another 2-point convert, and then hopefully a game-tying field goal to send it into overtime. We said it was over a couple minutes ago, but then that 93-yard TD strike, well, it's made us question things a little bit here.
I don't know if it was a TD strike. It was more of a TD scamper. It was a screenplay. Clark threw the ball. It was going to have 93 yards stat line for it.
But that
threw
yak,
the ball 5 yards.
Yeah, that yard after catch, that yak is so much important. And now we've seen Hamilton attempt 2 onside kicks. The first one got fumbled away, and with a plethora of penalties, they retook the kick. Then they took a shot to the far sideline where not only Durham recovered, but then Hamilton took a foolish late hit penalty.
Yeah.
So they've seen the onside to the near side. They've seen it to the far side. They go up the middle this time, Ron.
No, you're too spread out. I think the ball's coming over to this side.
A Durham coach pretty much on the field before Hamilton can kick this ball, trying to orchestrate the players, and they're still failing to do so. In fact, Durham had to get a player off the field. They had one too many players. I was really shocked that the officials allowed such a thing to happen.
Kick it to the 45-yard line. It's wide open.
The ball rolls off the tee as Hamilton was approaching the onside kick. Things are going well, like I said. When things aren't working for you, nothing works for you. You try and get into your house in a rush, the key breaks off in your door, and now you're stuck out of your own house. That's where Hamilton's right now. The onside kick to the near side. They go after number 63, and a great job by the big man to simply handle that ball with ease, and Damian Foster.
You know, I know everybody says, oh, put the ball up there and let your athlete go get it over someone else. Here's an idea. Just a thought. Number 63 is played himself a whale of a game. How often does he handle the ball on the ground? Kick it at his feet, make him try to pick it up, make him make a play. Make him hit the ball, and then you can go get it.
And I've seen Hamilton perform onside kicks throughout the regular season, and they've done exactly that. That skipping off the rock water type shot, because you never know what the oval's going to do, and it's a hot biscuit to handle off the turf.
It's easier to track a ball in the air than it is on the ground because of the shape of a football.
Cameron Park hands this ball off, and spinning off of a tackle, gets the first down and a little bit more, a gain of 14 yards on the ground by Isaiah Adams.
Yeah, and again, I just want to give a shout out to big number 62 who's playing the guard position. He wraps around on this and absolutely clears a lane for the running back to get the first down again. And again, we're starting to get into that point where, well, maybe there isn't enough time for Hamilton.
I do have to correct myself. On the prior play, it was 63 in Arkish Moen. Although you're right, this last play, and he's been playing a whale of a game, a dolphin of a game, in Mr. Foster. So watch out for 62 on the near edge here for the team in teal with a $1:32 left on this clock. Cameron Park will go off for a run, and he'll be smothered down by the Bumblebee uniforms before the 40. It'll bring up second down now with 86 seconds left in this championship contest.
Yeah, you know, again, it's been a great game plan, a patient game plan by the Durham Dolphins. Hamilton is just really, you know, and again, I apologize to the Hamilton fans. I am being as impartial as possible. Hamilton's just seemed out of sorts all day today, and they haven't had that same sense of urgency.
Well,
that they have
again, this is a Hamilton team, though, Ron, that's fresh in your memory bank because they defeated the undefeated London Junior Mustangs junior varsity team here at TD Stadium last week to get to this championship dance. And again, as no slouch to the Durham Dolphins, but let's face it, I think I'd rather go up against a 2-6 team than an 8-0 team, and yet Hamilton easily beat the 8-0 team and struggling against the 2-6 team, which, by the way, they beat during the regular season by a score of 48-42.
Well, again, yes, Hamilton beat them 46-42, or excuse me, 48-42 by the one score, but credit where credit is due. Durham learned from it, made adjustments. There hasn't been close to 40 points scored on this game by either team.
48 seconds left in this championship dance. A blitz coming off the edge by Hamilton. The ball comes loose. It is fresh and for the taking for Hamilton, but Durham somehow, some way gets the football GPS under control and gets the ball back into the possession.
Little bit of pushing, little bit of shoving after the play.
And once again, that's Arkish Moen. We mentioned his name earlier, helping out his team huge, because that would have been the second fumble of the game for their quarterback, Cameron Park. And I know it's still an 11-point game, but if you give Hamilton the ball back, the door does crank open, albeit by millimeters, with the opportunity on the other side.
Yeah, but again, Hamilton just called timeout. I'm not necessarily liking this call because, again, 34 seconds left in the game. You don't have two scores in you.
It looked like it was going to be a 2nd and 5 run, roughly 2nd and 4. The fumble by Cameron Park looked like Hamilton might get the ball. And then all of a sudden it's recovered by Moen for the Dolphins, and it ends up turning into a 9-yard gain to bring up 2nd and 1. And as a result, defensively, with 33 seconds left, Hamilton does burn a timeout.
But all you have to do is get the 1 yard here, and then if the game is over, you're just going to see Durham take a knee out, and that's going to be it.
If you joined us earlier today, it was the Bantam Championship game. The Ottawa Sooners, congratulations, beating the London Junior Mustangs in a classic here at TD Stadium, 28-27. We should say preemptively, congratulations to the Durham Dolphins, as it appears they're going to turn their 2-6 record into a championship year. And then later on today, as Cameron Park in the QB sneak pushes himself forward, it appears to be for the first down for Durham. We see the Ottawa Sooners varsity and Essex Ravens varsity teams getting prepared, as yes, we still have another championship game, the third of 3 on your Saturday. And a reminder, another 3 regional championships, which I find pretty cute. Each feature a York Lions team with 3 championship games tomorrow here at TD Stadium.
Yeah. Again, you're going to see Guelph in the Bantam game. You're going to see, I looked at it, I can't remember who's in the...
I know York's in every one of them. I believe Guelph has 2 teams in the final, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe it's JV and Bantam, and I know that it's North Bay in the varsity game, and that's the same North Bay that we saw last year win the Tier 2 or the regional rep championship at the varsity, and just a masterfully coached game and executed game, just milking the clock down for every possession you could get.
I always got a big, spot in my heart for those Northern Ontario teams like North Bay, like Sudbury, because not only are they building with a small geographical area to work with as far as players are concerned, I know we're talking about a massive geographical location in Northern Ontario, but then the travel. I mean, let's face it, no matter who North Bay or Sudbury plays, if it's not at home, they got some hours in front of them to get to their opponent's barn.
Yeah, there's a few miles that they have to go in between.
A few miles.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, like when you're accustomed to it and when you're used to it, a trip like that just becomes kind of second nature and second business, as I think we're just going to see victory formation kind of lining up here.
So Cameron Park lines up behind his center with the defense not really showing anything, and he'll take 1 knee. And imagine he just needs 1 more for the 2-6 Durham Dolphins to prevail as your 2019 junior varsity champions. I cannot believe I'm saying that, folks.
I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. You know,
Your words always kill me, Ron.
It's a gift, Johnny. But again, congratulations to Durham, who has done a fantastic job, a masterful job of really just. They knew exactly what they had to do today, and they did it to the best of their ability.
It must be a veteran that they just substituted on the field there, and Marcus Smith. He's supposed to be a defensive player, but they put him into the offensive tackle, and that's the ball game. You're 2-6 in the regular season, Durham Dolphins. Go to Ottawa and upset the Sooners. Go to Kingston and upset the Junior Gales. They head to London for the championship weekend, and without their head coach and several players suspended, they prevail over the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats 28-17. They're your 2019 Junior Varsity AAA OPFL champions. Unbelievable.
Yeah, again, you give credit where credit is due. They out-physicaled the physical team. They made the big plays when they had to, and these two teams are very familiar with each other, and again, Durham just has their number.
What I like between these two teams, you mentioned the spiciness, the little bit of a picante, the games within the games between these two programs. There's a lot of history, but man, oh man, Cameron Park, before the greatest line in all of sports even formed, was congratulating Hamilton players on their incredible season. There just seems to be this mutual respect at the end of the day, though, between two combatants when it comes to a championship game.
Yeah, you know, again, Cameron Park played himself a whale of a game. For me, hands down, the MVP of this game.
I mean, we knew coming into this game a kid that had all the passing from the quarterback position, completing, 63 passes in the regular season for 434 yards and 8 touchdowns. He also rushed for this Durham Dolphins squad an incredible passed for 970 yards, rushed for 434 yards, caught 33 yards, made a couple tackles, punted for over 500 yards, kick returned for over 300 yards. Yeah, we knew the thick Swiss Army knife known as Cameron Park was going to play a factor in this game, and he certainly did. The grade 8 gets it done.
Yeah, he was by far the most dynamic, the best player on the field. I thought number 42 for Durham played himself a whale of a game as well.
Isaiah Adams, that's right. He came into this game leading the team in rushing other than Cameron Park with 376 yards on 37 carries and 6 touchdowns. But you're right, he was the bulldozer, I thought, that they used on more of the north-south rushing game, whereas they had that agility, that, jiggle and jive from number 8 and Cameron Park. So elusive. I think back to when he conceded the safety run in the end zone. Like you said, it probably would have been just smart to take the ball and take the knee. Well, no. He goaled the Junior Tiger Cats into the end zone, skipped, jumped, hurdled, span, and then said, you know what? I've killed 15 seconds off the clock. I'll go out of bounds on my time. I know it was a meaningless play, and he actually loses 2 points on it, but it was the ability to just avoid every yellow uniform at will that made me think, well, when this kid gets the ball back offensively, he's going to do some damage, and he certainly did by scoring a touchdown later on.
Yeah, and again, he's a fantastic player and everything else. Just really, I didn't necessarily like that play. I know I've kind of talked about it to nauseum, on my point, but you can't have this here.
Old Durham is celebrating after they got the victory. I will say this, though. They shook their opponents' hands respectively, and now they're trying to celebrate the championship.
Well, there's a player on the field that shouldn't be on the field.
Yes, that's exactly. Sorry, sir. I did not catch that part. Yeah. Although I will say this. After you win the championships, the suspensions really still play a factor. I mean, the season technically is over, Ronnie. No?
It's
like I said, I would see you in that hawk nest with that Halloween mustache if it was you, my friend. I just know it.
No, you would see me under the H on the far side of the field with
H for hawk.
Yeah.
Now,
or under the K for the king.
The two teams will respectively line up as OPFL president down at field level, congratulating both teams on an incredible season. And for Hamilton, let's face it, they finished 2019 with a very impressive 6-1-1 record, and they defeated the undefeated Junior Mustangs Junior Varsity team that was a perfect 8-0 right here at TD Stadium to get to this championship dance. But you kind of alluded to it, Ron, and maybe I'll repeat it now. Did they empty that gas tank when going up against London last week? Because let's face it, this not the same Hamilton performance that we saw against the Junior Mustangs here today against the Durham Dolphins.
And again, they just announced number 62 for the Durham Dolphins as the defensive player of the game. He was hands down for me, like the force. He was the bull.
Yeah, Damian Foster, number 62 in a teal uniform, is presented the defensive player of the game. And really, I'm not going to argue that one. You're not going to argue that one. I felt like we said his name an awful lot throughout this game. The offensive player of the game, I don't think there's much debate, doubt, or worry. It's the grade 8, folks. Cameron Park put his team on his back, and after having a 2-6 regular season, that gentleman right there put the Dolphins on his back and motored through the postseason, through Ottawa, through Kingston, and through Hamilton here in London to raise the championship banner. And Durham sweeps this game as far as the MVPs are concerned. So, wow.
So I had them the other way around. I had number 8 as the MVP of the game. They gave number 42 the MVP of the game, and they gave number 8 the offensive player award.
I'll be honest with you, as far as the grind, the shovel in the dirt, the grunt work is concerned, I definitely would give it to Isaiah Adams because he did, again, the majority of the damage on the ground for his Dolphins squad. And it looks like Hamilton will be presented with the finalist banner. Something that I mentioned to Coach Snyder, though, in our earlier broadcast when your London Junior Mustangs were presented the finalist banner. Number one, there was no such thing as a finalist banner when I grew up playing as a kid in any form of sport. Number two, what do you do with a finalist banner? Do you actually hang it up like you would a championship banner?
You can. It depends on your philosophy. It depends on what you want to do.
Imagine where your program is and how much growth is left in the tree plays a factor in that decision.
Yeah, there's factors that go involved with it, but
for the most part, in Johnny Urban's closet, it'd be rolled up and in the backslide.
I would never, to be honest with you, I don't ever want to see it again.
The Durham Dolphins, though, will send their captains out there, and it's not the finalist banner. It's the 2019 AAA OPFL Junior Varsity Championship banner. Now, what I find is interesting is we saw in the previous game the coach receiving the game ball, which I think is an awfully nice little memento for a head coach to have out of a championship. But again, Durham's head coach and Bernie DeFore was suspended for this championship game because of some theatrics at the end of the Kingston contest to the Limestone City. And it's just interesting, a team that forfeited a loss in the regular season, finished 2-6, had a controversial victory after controversial victory here in the postseason. Well, controversy must be feeling pretty good when you're at the top of the mountain cementing the Durham Dolphin flag upon it.
Yeah, again, controversy is the key and everything else, but you go back a couple years ago, and I know it's Canadian CFL versus OPFL ball, but what was the Red Blacks record when they won the Grey Cup?
That's right.
A couple years ago. They were 7-8 going into that game. So,
to your credit though, they finished because they won 500.
Right.
Durham finishes with a record of 5-6 to finish 2019, and they're the champs. For instance, London goes 8-1. Hamilton goes 8-2-1, and it's the team that goes 5-6 that ends up being presented the championship trophy at midfield.
But that was also the team that was the better team, and this is the greatest thing about football it's a one-game match. So you got to give me everything you've got for one game, and if you can't do that, you absolutely you can't. You can't stake claim to anything. You don't win it last week. You don't win it in week 1. You win it on a Saturday afternoon in the heat in August. That's where the game was won. The better team, and I say it over and over again today, the better team today absolutely won this game.
After going 2-6 in the 2019 regular season, jumping with joy are the flippin' fish. It's the Durham Dolphins prevailing here, and it really was their defense that got it done. They only conceded 7 points to Ottawa, 2 points to Kingston, and yeah, they gave up a late one here to Hamilton to give up 17, but the offense did their job with 28 points on the board. For Ron Ferwerda, I am John Urban. This has been OPFL Championship Junior Varsity action. Oh yeah, we still got another game to go in the varsity scene later on between the Ottawa Sooners and the Essex Ravens as the PA system goes crazy here at TD Stadium. We bid you adieu. And welcome back to TD Stadium here on your Saturday afternoon turned evening, joined by Ross Pettigrew, a Western graduate, gone down to Windsor, so you're back in familiar confines, coming in though as an enemy opponent though, might I add, Ross. But the Essex Ravens are battling the Ottawa Sooners. We wouldn't have it any other way with the cream of the crop rising to the top here this afternoon.
Well, I guess in a way I can pull for Windsor, Windsor and the Essex Ravens, because it's closer to London than Ottawa is.
That is correct.
So that's a bit of a rationalization for me, John. But, the bottom line is I'm looking for a good game, and I think this is one where you throw out the records. The Essex Ravens coming in 7-1 in the season, the Sooners coming in at 4-4. But you just saw what happened last game, the one you called. Upsets can happen.
That is exactly it. And during the regular season, these two teams did hook it up once in our nation's capital. And the Essex Ravens handily won the game 33-2. But going off of what you were just saying there, Ross, every team that had lost in the regular season got their revenge today in the championship. But what kind of chance do you get the Ottawa Sooners knowing that they did lose by the widest margin, 31 points of the three teams today?
The Ravens are well aware of upsets being able to happen, and they've talked about it all week long. They want to come out from the get-go in full speed ahead, and they don't want to take the pedal off the metal until the final whistle goes.
Orange uniforms with black lettering, numbering, buckets, and pants are the Ottawa Sooners. And then in black uniforms, buckets and hats with white lettering and numbering, as well as a little bit of that Ravens teal dark blue, might I add, on the helmets, Ross, will be the guys from the Essex team.
Well, the one thing the Ravens are focusing on this day is to make their offense click from the get-go. They don't want to get a slow start, as I suggested, John. They've got a good passing game. They've got a good run game. They'll mix it up. They've got a quarterback who'd rather be hit almost than throw the ball. So he's a tough kid, and I think they're ready to play today. And I know I went out to dinner with them last night, and if any team's primed to play football, it's the Essex Ravens. But there's no doubt at all that the Ottawa Sooners feel exactly the same way.
Yeah, looking at the quarterbacks as the captains go out to the field for the coin toss, Emmett Rosati completed 49.1% of his passes in the regular season, 55 of 112 for 17 touchdowns and just 3 interceptions. But as you're alluding to it, there's no tomorrow. He's got to have his best game today.
It doesn't matter what he did yesterday. It's today that counts. And I think he's ready for it. He became the starter mid-year. And he took over. He didn't like coming into the game. He didn't like starting the game, John. He was better coming off the bench. But last week he started the game, went the distance, and had a great game.
Dylan Irish, I believe, is the guy's job that he essentially stole throughout the 2019 season in Rosati. And essentially in that game against the London Junior Mustangs in Essex, I mean, you were there, Ross, so was I, but I thought that Glenn Mills, or Coach Mills, I should say, had his team clicking on all cylinders. In all 3 facets of the game, there was a pick 6, great special teams, and the offense was flowing.
If you want to take a look at a perfect game, that's almost what it is. I will say this about Dylan Irish. He was hurt during the year, and they thought he might have had a concussion, so they haven't played him as much, partly because they don't want to aggravate a situation that might still exist. That's one reason why they went with Rosati.
And with youth football, that is something that, people don't understand coming into this equation in the amateur scene, is that these are kids at the end of the day that have schools, that have lives and a career in front of them, and you have to protect their best interests because, like old warriors or young warriors, some of them just don't want to come out of the game even though when they should.
They won't tell you sometimes when they're hurt. That happens in any sport, as you well know, but Coach Mills has a philosophy that is, if there's any chance that you're hurt, you're not going to play. And he's just going to hold kids out before they take a chance of further injury.
Now, giving a bit of a QB comparison to Rosati, Ethan McEwen, the head quarterback for the Ottawa Sooners, completed 42.4% of his passes, 36 of 85 for 4 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. It's safe to say one team's going to go to the air and one team's going to play it safe on the ground.
Ottawa's got a tremendous tailback, tremendous running back. And you know, sometimes there'll be gun splits, sometimes they'll be in like a pistol look, sometimes they'll be offset pistol. But the bottom line is they've got talent. The Ravens have to be aware of that. It should be a really good game.
We are heading off to the national anthem here at TD Stadium. For Ross Pettigrew, I am Johnny Urban. Varsity championship action is on the other side of this quick break. Well, they say third time's a charm, and thank you for tuning in to the third broadcast of the day here from TD Stadium. Earlier today, the Ottawa Sooners prevailed in a nail-biter 28-27 over the host London Junior Mustangs. And if you just joined us earlier, it was the Durham Dolphins who finished the regular season. Ross, I'm still scratching my head at this. 2-6 in the regular season. They run the table in the playoffs, though, and they're your OPFL junior varsity champions are the Durham Dolphins.
Well, I'm just going to suggest that the Durham Dolphins considered the season practice. And the real games didn't start until the playoffs.
And I know this isn't the right adage to take the approach on, Ross, but should more teams maybe follow suit? Because if you are going to make the postseason with 2 wins, and you can create an 8-game practice, I mean, you'd rather get out your best effort in the postseason, and that's what the Dolphins certainly did.
Well, like you suggested, John, this is when it counts. But one of the things I think they might do next year is to seed the playoffs from top to bottom.
And have a crossover.
Yes, rather than have East Conference versus West Conference.
And to that point that you just made, Ross, if that were to happen on the crossover, then Durham would never have made the postseason, and as a result wouldn't have had a chance at winning the championship. But we go from the junior varsity scene here to the varsity scene. The Ottawa Orange in the Sooners taking on those bad boys in black from the Essex Ravens crew. The ball's placed at the 45-yard line on the near hash, and they're going to boot this one away. I believe this will be Kazim Ferdinand kicking it off. And wow, you can really see the difference between Bantam, JV, and Varsity. This one goes all the way down to the 5-yard line. Essex extending the field widthwise. Ross, there's a hole past the 30, past the 40, and scampers out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Amazing field positioning to start this game.
That's a tremendous start for the Ravens, and that's Rashawn Januskis out of Herman in High School in Windsor, and he's headed to the University of Western Ontario Mustangs.
Wow, he's
making.
I
think it's going to take a year to get there. He's going to go back for his victory lap.
But this is a pretty good stadium to make your mark then, a stadium that he hopes to play in future years in his football career.
Well, if there are some Mustang coaches in the crowd, they're going to like that return.
1st and 10 for the Essex Ravens, starting this drive off from their own 43-yard line. 3 swag to the line. Looks like Rosati's going to fire a dart over to the far side. It is caught by the receiver, but really no yards after the catch to speak of as he's dropped at the 45.
I think that was Daniels that caught the ball, but the ball was a little high. He didn't really get it secure, and it enabled Ottawa to close on it very quickly.
Daniels had 270 receiving yards during the regular season on 17 catches and 2 touchdowns as a result. He also helped out the Ravens convert on a 2-point convert in the regular season. Once again, 3 run to the line. 4 options to Rosati's left side. Fires it to his left side. Over the intended target's head this time, and Ethan McKinnon. And Ross, he's got to be careful because that could have been intercepted, but you're pointing a flag on this play. Ross, what'd you see on this play that resulted in the penalty marker?
I think it was a bit of a late hit. Got there a little bit late, I was looking at the receiver, but I noticed out of the corner of my eye a little bit of peripheral vision for this old guy. That it was a late hit on the quarterback, and that gives the Ravens a new set of downs, and it can take a little bit of steam out of the Sooners.
Yeah, it puts the ball all the way up to the Ottawa 50-yard line, and thanks to that orange flag, the Ravens quickly find themselves in Ottawa territory here with 10:53 remaining in the opening quarter of play.
One of the things you don't want to do, John, as you well know, is commit too many penalties that are going to cost you. Of course, you want to avoid turnovers as well.
As once again, the ball is snapped to Rosati. It's a handoff right up the gut. They gain about 6 yards on this play. Behind the play, though, Coach, I found this pretty ironic. Number 81, I think that's Nicholas McKenzie, was missing his mouth guard. The sideline chucked his mouth guard to him, and he tried to pop it in his mouth while the play was being called in.
Well, I guess he didn't want to take a chance on losing a tooth, John, but that was Ty Colhoun playing on running the ball that time. His brother played at Michigan State and now plays in the CFL.
4 rushing touchdowns in 4 games for Calhoun. Protected in the pocket as Rosati throws it down the field. There was a man potentially open, but it's an incomplete pass. I think some Ravens fans wanted roughing the passer on that one. You're not going to get that on that affair, though.
I didn't think that was a roughing the passer. That's a good non-call. But, you know, the one thing you have to understand, too, Johnny, you know full well, those who are cheering for the Ravens think there's a penalty against Ottawa on every play, and those cheering for Ottawa think there's a penalty on the play against the Ravens every time.
And we thank those joining us, hopefully from coast to coast, Atlantic to Pacific, for this OPFL Varsity Championship game here in Ontario, featuring Essex, the Ravens as they're known, and the nation's capital team, the Ottawa Sooners. But having to punt this one away are the Ravens. That's Griffin Fenton, who had 52 punts during the regular season, averaged 35.2 yards per punt, 1,800 yards off of that gentleman's leg, and as he gets it down to the 10-yard line. Sooners trying to lengthen the field, past the 20, past the 30, rumbling up the field close to the 40, and eventually being pushed out of bounds. Now there is a flag on this field, but I believe it's for no yards, so I think Ottawa's getting even more yards on this affair.
Well, what my guess is if it is a no yards penalty, they'll turn it down because they would take it back from the spot, and I just don't see that happening.
And for the Sooners, naturally, you are right. It is not enough yards by the Essex Ravens, and it is declined by the Sooners with the ball placed at their 42-yard line.
Of course, went far more than 5 yards as a result. They'll go with the play.
Now, what can these guys in orange do? They're led by Ethan McEwen, but at the running back position, Eric Baptiste, in 6 games, collected 350 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns on 57 carries. He's beside the quarterback and Ethan McEwen right now with 3 options. Make that 4 to the right side. Quarterback protected in the pocket. Eventually flushed out. He's going to throw this ball sort of like a Johnny Manziel sidearm action. The pass is complete. First down for Ottawa. And one thing, Coach, I'm just looking down at the field level. I don't believe that was 12 that threw that ball.
I didn't catch the number, John, but you notice they're going to go quads a lot. They like to go quads to right or left and loose on the other side, which is going to force the Ravens into a combination coverage of zone and man.
Now, according to my sheet, Cameron Campbell, who normally wears 83 for the Sooners, who also competed at the quarterback position, is wearing number 7 today, and it's actually Cameron Campbell at the helm right now for the Sooners. 4 options to his left side. Hands this ball off, though, and trying to carry it up the field is number 29, so go figure, another Ottawa uniform and another different number. Instead of 88's normal number in Eric Baptiste, he's wearing 29 tonight, Coach, so...
We got some messed up numbers, John.
Yeah, essentially, but what's the more interesting thing for me is Cameron Campbell completed 47.7% of his passes during the regular season, did not throw a touchdown, but threw 5 interceptions, is the one at the helm to start this game for the Sooners.
Well, I guess we have to assume he improved a lot during the season.
And he whips this one to the far side. It is caught by Ben Williams. Williams tries to get something out of nothing on this play. He had 163 yards on 21 targets and 1 touchdown in the regular season. So 3rd down, and, you know, really wouldn't expect nothing less but seeing a battle of the punting units here early in this championship dance.
Well, the punter for Windsor, Griffin Fenton, is also a student at the University of Windsor, and he will probably be their field goal and punt guy this year.
So the black uniforms on the cover team come back out here, and essentially it'll be the punting unit trying to, well, retain the battle of the field positioning battle here early for the Ottawa Sooners. A magnificent punt kicked down to the 19-yard line. According to the official, Ross, there was enough yards given, but maybe my eyes are fooling me. Those orange jerseys look within 5 yards.
You know, that's a tough call for an official. From up here, it looked like he might have been within the halo. But it's a tough call, and it doesn't matter what we think, John.
That's right.
It matters what the guys in stripes think.
I've learned that in a hurry, as this one is marked at the 21-yard line. What did you see from the Essex Ravens offense? If anything, would you like to see them change up here on this second drive of the game?
I'd like to see them establish a bit more of a run game. And, of course, when you're this deep in your own end, it narrows the playbook down. You can't use everything that's in that massive playbook.
So 2 run to the line for their quarterback, and Rosati rolls back in the pocket, going to throw this one deep into double coverage. It's intercepted by the Sooners. Coming back to the 40, cutting back in on a block. That's Samir Lucian. Lucian still on his feet, past the 25, past the 20, cutting in at the 15, and he'll be swarmed by a plethora of black uniforms. It's an interception for the Sooners.
That was just an overthrown ball. You've got a safety back there playing center field, picks the ball off, takes it back.
Ross, you wanted to see them run the ball. Instead, they threw the ball, and Samir Lucian says, "Thank you very much. It's an interception for the Sooners."
I just have a feeling, I'm not on the headphones with Coach Mills and his offensive coordinator, Joe DeMore, the former coach of the Windsor Lancers.
The conversation isn't passive right now.
Not at all. But we can hope.
6:45 remains in this opening quarter of play from TD Stadium in the Varsity Championship action. The quarterback goes right behind the center, snaps the ball, a bit of a pitch play to the near side. Ottawa past the 10, into the 5, fumbled it out of bounds, Ross, but he'll maintain possession. That was number 29, I believe. Again, Eric Baptiste wearing 29 today.
Tremendous running back, and he had already stepped out of bounds when the ball popped.
It'll bring up second and short, and again, it is Cameron Campbell wearing number 7 here this afternoon turned evening in the Forest City, having the championship dance in front of him. One more game away, and this would be big for the Ottawa Sooners program, because if they win this game, they've won 2 championships today after beating the London Junior Mustangs 28-27 in the Bantam final.
They would love to have that happen.
Cameron Campbell right behind the center, hands this one off to his running back, but he is swarmed at the line of scrimmage. I don't think he got the 1.5 yards he needed. It'll be a third down affair coming up. So Baptiste is their best running back, and yet they matched it with their best defensive performance in the Ravens, as they stuffed a guy that averages 6.1 yards per carry to 0 yards.
You know they're going to go for it. They have to right now, I think, because they want to put the hammer down on the Ravens, and no better way to do it than put 6 up on the board right now.
But I beg your pardon, partner.
They're actually going to go for the 3.
Chad Olick goes out there to approach this field goal. It's a chip shot from 12 yards out, and he'll split the uprights. This is a guy that only kicked 40% of his field goals in 2019. He attempted 13 kicks in the regular season, only made 5 of them, Coach. And to make matters even more interesting for Chad Olick, out of the extra point affairs, he was 50%, 6 of 12. So this is a guy that not necessarily stat-wise could be relied upon to get it through the uprights, yet a 12-yard chip shot from the near hash mark's good, and it's a 3-0 game for Ottawa.
Again, the stats don't mean anything.
That's right.
That's history as far as the stats are concerned, John, so it doesn't matter, but there was a flag in the field.
And here I am all
conduct, and I'm not sure against whom it happened to be.
They're saying the Sooners.
It's the Sooners.
So
my guess is somebody was chirping.
And I mean, how frustrating is that to watch a team progress down the field, get points on the board, but then get a little too lippy and get a penalty yard? We've seen it actually a handful of times in the earlier junior varsity game as well as the Bantam game, getting lippy at the wrong times.
Just hurts your team.
So the play is blown in by the official. One runs to the line. It's a handoff, though, for the Ravens. Right up the gut is Calhoun out of Herman, right up to the 50-yard line. Needed 10, got 15.
And the interesting thing is, he started the season, Ty Calhoun started the season at slot receiver. But because of injuries, he was moved to tailback, and it's one of those Wally Pipp things with Lou Gehrig taking over for the Yankees many, many years ago, before I was born, John, just for the record. And Ty hasn't relinquished the starting role since.
Ty can catch the ball too, 89 yards received and 1 touchdown in the regular season to go along with his hundreds of rushing yards. They're going to flip this one to number 11 and Vashon Genesis, but unfortunately he tried to extend the play wide and Ottawa didn't bite.
Well, it was a stretch play, and they tried to get to the edge, but Ottawa strung it out very nicely, and there was nowhere to go for Januskis.
4:23 remains in this opening quarter. A 3-0 contest thanks to a 12-yard field goal by the Sooners on their last offensive drive of the game. So the bad boys in black trying to mount the attack right now as they're down by 3 here with 4:05 remaining in the first quarter. One in the backfield for Rosati. 3 run to the line to his left side. Looks over to his left side. Fires it over the top. Once again off the fingertips of a Sooner. Not his intended target, but Nicholas Sims could have picked off the quarterback for the second time today.
Rosati threw that into coverage where there was 1 black shirt and 3 orange ones. Not a good decision on Rosati's part.
You got to be able to thread the needle pretty quickly if you're going to throw the ball into those situations.
Or you better have a cannon for an arm.
3rd and we'll say a country mile here, Ross, as it'll force the punting unit out yet again for these Ravens squad. And it's Griffin Fenton, as I mentioned earlier, 52 punts during the regular season. This is not an Essex Ravens team that's not afraid to play the battle of field positioning.
No question.
So this one will be launched
That's
away.
A terrible punt, though.
Well, I wonder, just wondering, if he felt the pressure of Jared Wilkinson coming off of the near edge, because 42 got there, although it didn't seem like he played a factor. As we're seeing the replay here, he's away from the punter by about 4 or 5 yards. There's no reason why he played a factor on that.
My guess is he just shanked it, and it happens.
Although, when it comes to the championship dance, no matter what position you play, you don't want to leave the shanking till this time of the year.
You got to step up.
So the Ravens, surprisingly, and I'm not trying to scare you, Ross, but this is going off the same adage we saw earlier. London beat Ottawa in the regular season Bantam, but Ottawa won here. Durham lost to Hamilton in the regular season, but Durham won here.
John, up here I'm neutral.
Essex won during the regular season, but are trailing here 3-0 to Ottawa. Oh yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself, Ross. There's 3:20 left in the first quarter of play.
Well, London jumped out to a quick
14-0 lead. That's right.
No, last week it was 6-0.
That's right.
When Nichols took it the distance on the first play from scrimmage, and then they didn't score again till late in the fourth quarter.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was that pick 6 from one of your defensive linemen in the first half of play that really seemed to be that nail in the coffin early. And one thing I noted, though, from that play was Mills pretty much told his entire team, hey, this isn't over. Put your foots on their throats and finish them off right now.
Yeah, that was an inside linebacker, Van Leer, who picked it off and took it into the end zone. That was crushing for the Junior Mustangs.
Campbell, the quarterback, rolling out of the pocket. Looks to be rolling around like a bottle top back there, trying to avoid any sack, and then he just hucks this one away in the most awkward fashion possible. Now there's a hit after the play. I don't think the Ravens realized that it was a dead ball. And man, oh man, I am really shocked to not see any orange flags at the end of that one because, again, hits were being made when the play was dead.
Well, the play was, the official, the white hat, did not blow it dead. The ball was bouncing, and he did not blow the play dead. And the players are going to go by the whistle.
And as a
But
result,
there may be a late flag on it after having looked at it.
And it goes against the Essex Ravens here, and they'll repeat second down. So that's a massive benefit for the Ottawa Sooners, as it looked like they were having to punt this ball back quickly into Essex possession. You've known Mills for an awful long time. I'd imagine, despite the fact that it's just a 3-0 game, he's a little hot under the collar about what his team's performing out there right now.
Well, I've known him long enough because I was his high school coach.
Oh, my word. Was he always like this back in high school then, Coach?
He was one of the, well, I'll tell you, I coached a lot of kids over the years. You know, I coached at the University of Windsor. I coached at at high school, and it's Glenn Mills, the toughest kid I ever coached. Ed Fillion still disagrees with that because he played in the NFL for 4 years and the CFL for 8.
3 run to the line to the near side, throwing it over the top, in and out of the intended target's hands, and Armando Pascal de la Cruz. Ross, say that name 10 times fast.
I'll let you say it for me, John.
It brings up third down on that play. Given where they are positionally, though, it doesn't look like they're going to dare gamble here with 2:04 remaining in the opening quarter of play. They're going to continue to play this field positioning battle.
You know something, you can't fault them for that because it's early in the game. Why take chances early in the game? They've had field position in their favor so far this game, so keep taking advantage of it, but it's a fake.
It is a fake, but Ottawa can't get it done. The ball is loose, and Essex recovers at midfield. Ross, they get the ball at the most Canadian position of the field at the 55-yard line.
It is the Canadian position because when I go over to Ann Arbor and watch my Wolverines play, I never see a 55-yard line.
I'm still looking for the 55-yard line and the Rouge when I go watch NCAA football.
And if I watch too many Canadian games, I go over and say, why are they playing this game on a postage stamp?
So a massive play. They fake it to the special teams unit of the Ottawa Sooners, not biting where the Ravens. In fact, they one-up them. They get the fumble, they force it, and they recover it at midfield.
Well, now the field position's in favor of the Ravens at this moment.
Rosati, who completed 49.1% of his passes, looks to run on the quarterback keep to the right side. I
think they got a hold.
He's going to have the first down yardage, but Ross, I think you're right. This one's coming back on a holding penalty.
There's a penalty flag on the play.
88 seconds remaining in the first quarter of play, as already the Ravens are backing up. So that's usually a good indication that it is on the offensive team when the offense is already backtracking.
Absolutely.
Is this shocking to you at all, though, Ross? As I recall, during the regular season, 33-2, a 31-point deficit between these two teams the last time they hooked it up. Yet, it's a 3-0 defensive battle here with the championship on the line.
No, it's not a surprise to me at all because Ottawa's obviously improved and the Ravens aren't playing the game they want to play right now. So, as I said, in playoff football, anything can happen.
1st and 20, they go to the run up the middle, and they'll get to the 50-yard line. A gain of 6 yards on this play for Ty Calhoun.
Nicholas Sims on the tackle.
Coach, one thing you were saying, they need to establish that run game. They failed to do so early. As a result, Rosati was intercepted, which really led to that easy drive to get the field goal. In fact, in my opinion, Ottawa should have really gotten a touchdown out of that drive, considering they started within their opponent's red zone, but they'll take the 3 as they do have the lead here with under a minute remaining in the opening quarter.
All that matters is they've got the lead on the scoreboard, and that's what counts.
Rosati rolls back in the pocket. As it collapses, he throws it over the top, but his receiver stopped at the 45, and the ball went down to the 35. Incomplete pass, 3rd down, and man, oh man, I thought we were going to see the running backs shine. Then the wide receivers. We're getting a dose of the punters here early.
One of the things the quarterback and receiver have to do is be on the same page. I think that the quarterback, Rosati, was on page 2. His receiver was on page 1. And that's not going to connect.
I'm stealing that line from you, Ross. As the quarterback will have to sit on the bench for this one and see his punting unit go back out there. In the regular season, as I mentioned, over 50 punts by the Ravens, over 1,800 yards. They average an impressive 35.2 yards per punt, and they need a good one here after having a bit of a shank last time. And this one, again, not as bad, Ross, but to the same sideline and a similar result as it goes straight out of bounds. Now, is he being told to avoid the punt returners, and as a result, it's forcing the issue to the sidelines?
I don't know what they've told him, but I don't think they have to do that. He's got a good leg. They've got a good coverage unit. And they've been able to cover all year, so I just don't think that he's quite as focused as he need be. Coach Mills thought they jumped the gun that time, and he's pointing it out to the officials. He thinks that they were offside.
Ball be placed at the 40-yard line as a result. And as I was talking about before earlier, during the regular season, these two teams hooked it up, and it was a barn burner to say the least for one team, maybe not so much for the other, as it was a 33-2 final in favor of the Essex Ravens. Once again, the quarterback in Campbell, what would you call that throw? I call it the, low submarine Johnny Manziel style toss, but he's essentially throwing it with his elbow perpendicular with his wrist.
I didn't know if he was trying to pitch it or toss it or what he was trying to do. And I don't know if he let it go at the last second because he felt pressure. But bottom line is they were able to pick up sizable yardage on the play.
In that win versus the Ottawa Sooners, Emmett Rosati threw 3 of 8 passes for 118 yards and 2 touchdowns. But Dylan Irish also threw 7 of 11 passing for 116 yards and a touchdown as the two combined for 3 majors.
And it's possible as the game goes along, they may want to sit Rosati down for a few plays and put Irich in.
And Isakira Sukwa had 28 rushing yards for the Ravens and 1 rushing touchdown. In fact, he had the lone rushing major in that game, number 23 for the Ravens.
Yeah, Sukwa is a backup running back. He doesn't play a lot at that position, but when he does get some touches, he's able to do something with it.
As the quarterback goes into the gun again in Campbell. Campbell has 4 options to his right side. Throws it kind of again with that sidearm motion, completes the pass though, but Ottawa will fail to get to the first down marker at the 47-yard line. And once again, here early in the second quarter, we're going to get another dose of the punting staff.
I'll tell you, we're seeing a lot of punting here today. There's no question. It's almost like soccer on the gridiron.
Well, and the thing about it too is that it's not like anybody in particular is winning the field position battle, because no matter where they get the ball, the opposition seems to stutter at midfield.
Absolutely, and neither team has done a real good job of moving the chains.
A low snap to the punter. He's going to have to grab this off the ground. He throws the ball, so it turns into a fake. Ottawa will be stuffed at the 40-yard line. They'll turn over the ball on downs. An incredible special teams play by the Ravens gives their offense their best field positioning of the day.
Well, it certainly was set up by a poor snap from the center. He had to short hop it, and he didn't handle it well, so obviously he's never going to make the majors as a shortstop. But the bottom line is the Ravens end up with the ball at the 41-yard line of the Sooners. This is a golden opportunity for the Ravens. They've got to start taking advantage of these chances, and I think you're going to see Irish in there right now.
And it is Dylan Irish at the helm. Hands this one off to Calhoun, though. And Calhoun, well, gains a healthy 7 yards on the play. This is a guy during the regular season that averaged 9.6 yards per carry. That's awfully impressive numbers.
I think they're just sitting Rosati down so he can get it together. Just calm down. Don't get anxious. Don't get happy feet in the pocket. But Irish is a teammate of Ty Calhoun's at Herman. So
a little connection there.
They work together well, and we'll see what happens with Dylan in at quarterback.
And at the end of the day, no matter what, you'll take any quarterback that's going to lead you to victory, as once again it's that Herman connection for the first down as he hands it off again to Calhoun as he punches it past the 25-yard line. And I agree with you, settling down the starting quarterback in Emmett Rosati, but Coach, I mean, let's say they go down the field and drive here for a touchdown. That's an awfully tough decision to take Dylan Irish out of the game when he's been successful and put Emmett Rosati back in when he has been not so much.
I don't think it's a tough decision. I leave Irish in until he's stumbling.
So Irish in the gun, sends 3 to the line, 3 options to his left side. A bit of a handoff delayed here, but Calhoun still makes something out of nothing. Very impressive ability to escape out of the line of scrimmage to get 6 yards.
He probably, soaking wet, weighs close to 150 pounds. He's shorter than I am, and I'm only 5'9", but he slides well. He sees a crease, and he bursts through it.
Pinball Clemens-like.
And absolutely. And you know something, though, John? They lay a hand on him, and all of a sudden the hands are there, and then he's gone.
2nd and 3 coming up as the Ravens, for the first time on your Saturday evening, are in their opponent's red zone. It is Dylan Irish, the backup quarterback, with Rosati being the starter on the bench. Here's a handoff once again to Calhoun, but for the first time on this drive, Ottawa gets to Calhoun, but it looks like he gained enough yards for the first down regardless.
I think he's going to move the chains on this one, no question.
And you got to feel good if you are the Ravens. You are starting to motor offensively, and on top of which, it looks like it is a first down granted to the Ravens. So it won't be 1st and goal, though. It'll be a 1st and 10 play from the 14. So still an opportunity for Ottawa's defense to make a stand. And hopefully, if you're Ottawa,
You would take a field goal to come out of this situation with a tie game 3-3.
Anytime you're going to give up points, you'd far rather give up 3 than you would give up 6 and then the point after 7.
So let's see what Dylan Irish, who by the way threw 731 yards, 5 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions during the 2019 regular season does here. First and 10. 3 run to the line. 2 options to the near side. Irish throwing it over the top. Incomplete pass. Now looking around as there was a bit of a twister match between a bunch of orange and black uniforms, but no flag on this occasion. Is that some case there, Ross, where it's incidental contact and the officials just say, you know what, I gotta let you boys play this one out?
Well, sometimes their feet get tangled up and it looks like it's pretty bad, but it's not as bad as it looks to those of us up here.
2nd and 10. 8:30 remains here in the opening half of play of the OPFL AAA Varsity Championship. This is the 3rd of 3 broadcasts today. We got 3 more regional championships tomorrow, meaning that even after the end of this game, we're only halfway done the championship fun on this long weekend here in the Forest City. They go to Ty Calhoun. Calhoun to the outside. Calhoun makes one man miss, cuts back into the far pylon. They're going to say he was stuffed at the 1-yard line, so he would have enough for the first down to create a 1st and 10 situation.
They got another hold on the Ravens.
But another flag on the play. They can't be doing this too often, Ross, because let's face it, it's really killing the momentum of their offense, which has been fluent here on this drive in particular. By the way, I'm also noticing that luxurious Ravens ring that you're rocking there, Ross.
Yes, I have a few of them.
I have a few of them.
From high school, from the Ravens, yes.
You're looking like Tom Brady with your fist if you go out for family dinners.
I don't make his money.
Well, you said off the air in an interesting Ty Domi conversation. I don't know if we can get into the hockey stuff, but I did love the quick-mindedness of Ty Domi. Has never been lost on or off the ice.
Ty was quite a character. It was really a pleasure to coach him in football at Bell River High School.
And it's a pleasure calling the game with you, Ross Pettigrew, with your wealth of knowledge on a multitude of sports here in southwestern Ontario and abroad. A timeout is taken by Coach Mills' Ravens, though, here with the ball at the 24-yard line and a long second down play coming up.
Well, they want to think over what they're going to do right now. Dylan Irish hasn't played very much in the past 3 or 4 games, and as a result, his connection with his receivers, when you're the number 1 guy at practice, you're going to get more reps, and you get that timing down. Right now, I don't think Irish has got it with his receivers, but on a play like this, with it deep in there, when they've got almost a cab ride to go for the first down.
And to your point, Ross, Irish did not throw a ball last week in that victory over the London Junior Mustangs 38-16. It was Rosati who went 11 of 17 passing for 163 yards and 2 touchdowns, and more importantly, no interceptions. He's already been picked off once in this game, and as a result of some, we'll say, sluggishness for better lack of a word, Ross, they've gone to Dylan Irish now at the pivot.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what they call right here. Irish has got to be very careful not to throw it into somebody, into coverage where they've got coverage underneath and over top, because that can be a dangerous throw.
As now there's quads to the near side for the Ravens. 3 run to the line. They're going to fire it to that right side. The receiver grabs it at the 10-yard line. Being able to reel it in was Ethan McKinnon, who had 6 receiving touchdowns in 2019.
On the tackle for that, number 14, Shane Kosher.
Big decision for Coach Mills. Does he want to go for 3, or is he going to try and pick up the first down?
I've always played, maybe it's the wrong way to play, but especially in a championship game, take what the game is willing to give you. And right now, the game is willing to give the Essex Ravens 3 points, which would tie the game with 7:14 left in the first half. But Coach Mills, there's a Caesar's Palace in Windsor for a reason, Ross.
He just sent Calhoun into the game.
So they are going to go for it on 3rd down. They need 5 yards. Hold the phones. The whistle blows as a timeout again is taken by the Ravens.
Coach Mills may be rethinking it, or quite often Coach DeMore, who works from the press box, may have seen coverage he didn't like. He may have seen guys in the gaps that he didn't like. So he wants to call timeout.
Is it a possibility, too, that they were trying to get Ottawa to jump to get the free 5 yards, and once it wasn't there, they're going to call their timeout and probably send the field goal unit back out there?
I think they're going to go for field goal. I think that's the main reason why I called the timeout. And I think you're going to see number 18, Griffin Fenton, take the field. And let's see if we've got it. Yes, we have him out there.
7 of 12 field goals he made during the regular season. That's roughly 60%. He was perfect on the extra points, though, 39 of 39 in 2019.
He's got a very strong, accurate leg, and he's going to have to show that right now.
So after a 12-yard field goal by the Sooners, this will be a 16-yard field goal attempted by Griffin Fenton. Just inside the near hash mark. The snap is good, the hold is good, the boot is up, right through the uprights with a heck of a leg to your credit there, Ross. And we're tied up at 3 apiece with 6:58 remaining in the second quarter of play.
Well, we're back to square one. Everything's even. Now we got to find out which team is going to pick up the ball and take it into the end zone and perhaps get a major or two to start getting separation from the other team during the game.
Punt, 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 field goal. Punt, 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 field goal. And you mentioned it earlier that this is looking more like a sport of football, not football, being played here on the gridiron with these two teams simply kicking the ball back and forth at each other. And as a result, well, it's a brand new ball game. I will say this though, Ross, it would be a high-scoring soccer affair at 3 apiece, but definitely a low-scoring football affair with only 6 points put up on the board with less than 7 minutes remaining in the opening half of play.
John, if it's 9-6 for one of these teams at the end of the game with number of field goals being scored, they'll take it.
Right.
All they want to do is win, and they don't care how they get there.
We'll take you back to the Bantam game earlier where London lost by just 1 point. How did that procure that way? It was a blocked point after touchdown that resulted in the difference on the scoreboard in the Bantam final, where Ottawa exacted revenge, losing 21-0 in the regular season to beat the London Junior Mustangs by 1 point from that blocked extra point after the touchdown, 28-27.
Heartbreaking.
Now, I'll give you another one. We were at the Canada Cup in the bronze medal final, Alberta versus Ontario. Ontario could have kicked an extra point to tie the game. They went, no, we like Keanu Reeves at the Replacements movie. We'll go for 2 points. They failed on the 2-point convert. Somehow, they got a blocked punt with 10 seconds left in the game to kick a 32-yard field goal to win. They missed the field goal, and Charlie Deland for Alberta got out of the end zone to avoid the Rouge. They could have won the game a multitude of ways, Ross, and Ontario blew it in the bronze medal to Ontario. With Coach J.P. Cercelli at the helm, he's your new bench boss down at Windsor, by the way.
You're absolutely right.
The ball goes off the kick returner's hands. He has to actually pick it up at the goal line, and then the Charlie Brown pile continues to move past the 20, but the officials say, I've had enough of that, and blow the whistle.
Well, you know, as long as there's forward momentum, you're not going to blow the whistle. But it gets to the place where you want to avoid injury, the officials wisely are going to blow the whistle.
We seen actually earlier in the junior varsity game, Cameron Park, who was the offensive player of the game in the junior varsity championship win for the Durham Dolphins. He did that several times. Tuck it and run it, but then goes into the pile of humanity, and the big boys on the offensive line continue to push the quarterback forward. And like I say, that Charlie Brown-style football play where the entire pile continues to move up the field.
Absolutely.
3 run to the line. 4 options to the left side for the quarterback in Campbell, but he's going to hand this ball off instead. The rush play gets past the 25. It's a first down for the Ottawa Sooners. And wisely, in my opinion, skipping out of bounds on his own accord is, again, Eric Baptiste, wearing 29 instead of his normal 88 that he wore during the regular season.
That's one of the things the Ravens, if there's any weakness on their defense, they give up the edge too often. And sometimes they give up the edge by a linebacker, an outside linebacker, or a defensive end taking an inside-out path instead of an outside-in path to force it inside. There are more people in there inside to help you make the tackle than there are outside.
Baptiste averaged 58.3 rushing yards per game. His quarterback in Campbell goes right behind the center. Looks like handed off to Baptiste, but Baptiste will be struggling to get past the line of scrimmage for a gain of maybe 2 yards to bring up 2nd and 8.
Absolutely. Well, both teams, have big, girthy, road grading hog mollies out there, paving the way for the running backs, and they're nasty brutes. I wouldn't want to come up against them on a dark night in an alley.
And the fact that this is the championship game, and both teams know there's no tomorrow. They got to empty the tanks out and leave TD Stadium on fumes, win or loss. That only adds to that veracity, that strength, that pop that you're referring to.
Absolutely.
2nd down coming up for the Ottawa Sooners in those orange uniforms with black trim. Their quarterback in Cameron Campbell snaps the ball, a plethora of weapons to his left side, fires it to his right side, in and out of the hands of not one, but 2 Ravens. The Essex team really should have had an interception. But I guess they say third time's a charm for the reason, because there wasn't a third Raven to get to that ball.
The two defensive backs ran into one another, and they knocked the ball out of one another's hands.
That's a tough pill to swallow for the Ravens.
But you know something? Better it falls to the ground than completed as far as the Ravens are concerned.
And as a result, Ottawa will send out their punting staff yet again with a third down coming up here with 5:15 remaining in the opening half clock. So it benefits the Ravens regardless, because in theory, other than some trickery, they're going to get the ball back. As Ottawa gets behind this one as they punt somewhat into the wind gusts that come from the northern direction, close to the 40. The Ravens and Ty Calhoun will fight his way to the 50-yard line, and then there's a late flag thrown at the Ravens bench.
I think that's a pretty quick flag, to be honest with you. He was pulling the player down, and I think that's a bit of a quick draw McGraw flag.
And again, if you're
the Ravens will take it.
That's right. And again, if you're just joining us, this is the third of 3 championship broadcasts on your Saturday long weekend. We have another 3 regional championships tomorrow on tap for you here live on YouTube. So be sure to tune in back then. If you tuned in earlier today, congratulations to the Ottawa Sooners. They're your 2019 AAA Premier Bantam champions. Congratulations to the 2-6 regular season Durham Dolphins. They're your 2019 AAA Junior Varsity champions here in the OPFL. And again, a 3-3 battle with under 5 minutes left here in the second quarter to see who's going to win it between the Ravens and the Sooners here in the varsity scene. So Rosati sends 2 to the line, make that 3. 3 options to his left side, pump fakes, throws it over the top, has a man down the field. The pass was originally caught, but man, that's a football play. As coming in like a bull out of the china shop for the Ottawa Sooners was Isaac owning Onatimbe. And Onatimbe, let's face it, Ross, that was going to be a pass that got caught by the Ravens, but instead, the Sooner, with a nasty football hit, was able to dislodge the ball from the intended target.
Yeah, and you know, Irish was a little reckless, again, throwing it into coverage. But it was interesting because Januskis turned into a defensive back, making sure the Ottawa player didn't catch the ball.
2nd and 10 play. I should say Irish, going back to the air. This ball comes loose. It's a free ball for somebody, but I think a black uniform got to it first. And somehow, some way, that's going to benefit the Ravens, as it'll be a gain of roughly 8 yards. It's still third down, though. And with a 3rd and we'll say 2 coming up here, we go back to that riverboat mentality of Mr. Mills.
I think you're going to see Rosati go in now, and it could be a quarterback draw.
Well, just like you predicted, I got to get you to do the weather reports for me too, Ross, as Rosati goes right into the pile, instructs his offense, and man, oh man, number 7 back at the pivot.
I think it's either going to be a quarterback draw or he's going to give it to Ty Calhoun.
A 3rd and 1. Rosati right behind the line of center. Tries the QB sneak this right up the middle. Ottawa trying to push him back. Man, oh man, I don't think he had the forward progress. The official, though, right where he stopped. So let's see where they mark the ball. This is going to come down to inches. No, he's shy, Ross.
He's short.
Turnover on downs. A massive defensive play for the Sooners. They get the ball back with 3:18 left in the second quarter.
Rosati's too high. When you're going to wedge it or quarterback sneak it, whatever you want to call it,
Get
you've
low.
got to take a look where you're going, but you stay low. Follow your blocking, but stay low and squeeze it through. He was too high. They were able to grab a hold of him. As a result, turnover.
The lowest scoring game so far on your championship Saturday. 3-3. With 3:13 left on the second quarter clock. The Sooners, who striked first with a 12-yard field goal, with their offense back onto the field. 3 run to the line, they stutter out, they get the Essex Ravens to jump. The only thing I'll question, though, Ross, is a couple orange uniforms jump too.
It looked to me like a procedure call, but, you know, I'm never right on these calls, so
what I love about this
is
is one team always points at the other team, and the other team always reciprocates.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
procedure.
So it goes against the Ottawa Sooners.
As we say in America, false start.
That's right, false start. I never understood why they don't simply call that false start here in Canada.
I never understand why they don't call delay of game, they call time count violation.
That's right, too. Now,
let's keep it simple.
Yeah, I guess I'm too American influenced because I've been calling it delay of game this entire year, but you're right, it is a time count violation. Another little colloquial thing that I found so weird is calling the Canada Cup with a few Frenchmen from Montreal. Well, they refer to the single as a single in Quebec.
I've always referred to it as a rouge here in Ontario, and that seems...
To me, rouge is still a color. I call it single.
See, but I think it's just so backwards that Ontarios will use the rouge terminology, and in Quebec, they'll use a single. The francophones are driving me nuts.
How do you figure that?
As a second straight play, and he's got to be careful, this Cameron Campbell, because he spikes the ball right in front of the official, and it's the back judge that actually throws a late flag on it. Uncharacteristic and undisciplined penalties by the Sooners. It's one thing to be frustrated, Ross, but to physically spike the ball, Gronkowski style, 5 feet from the head official, is just downright silly.
Absolutely. Well, you know, the white hat right now, the referee is talking to Coach Mills. And I'm not sure if it's a discussion about a player or if he wants to take the down.
By the way, shout outs to Coach Mills because the walking boot is off. He had the walking cast on the last 3 weeks I've seen him, and yet the feet are free today.
Of course, I accused him of faking it.
Oh, okay. I did not know this.
But he doesn't fake anything, so it wasn't fake. He had surgery on his toe.
Well, if his team wins this game, he might re-aggravate that injury jumping for joy without the walking cast on.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the sticks aren't moving. Although it's going against what they've done is he had to take the long penalty against Ottawa.
Yeah, they've backtracked
so there was no
it.
turnover on the play.
So now it's 2nd and 20 for the Sooners with quads to the right side. Campbell throws it over the top, misses 2 open targets, including number 3, who was wide open, and Ben Williams, who collected, during the regular season, 163 yards on 21 targets. But man, oh man, he didn't just have 1 target open, Ross. He had 2, and he missed them both to bring up 3rd and a country mile to punt it yet again.
Well, he split them. He hit them. He wasn't sure which one to go to, so he didn't want to hurt the feelings of either one, so he threw it right in the middle.
An imperative punt coming up for the Sooners, given that there's only 2:33 left in this opening half of play, and I'm sure with their offense forced off the field, they don't want to give the Ravens offense a chance of taking a lead in this game. The punt is off, not quite the dramatics we saw in the last punt, as Ty Calhoun avoids 1 tackle, but can't avoid the second one at the 45-yard line, and that's where the Ravens, pretty good field positioning, will start this offensive drive with 2:24 remaining here before halftime.
Absolutely. That was a great open field tackle by number 6, Ambo Kimby, for the Sooners, and kept Ty Calhoun from getting big yardage on the return.
Now, do we see Rosati or do we see Irish? It appears to be Irish back at the helm. So now a bit of QB carousel going on from the Ravens camp.
I'm not big on rotating them every series. I think you got to it takes a chance out of getting into a rhythm.
Irish trying to go deep with a man open. That was Ty Calhoun. Incomplete pass. Great defense by the Sooners. Do you like that they took the shot there, though, to Calhoun? Let's face it, he's been getting it done on the ground and seems to be one of their only options in the air so far.
Well, they've got some great receivers, and I would like to see either Irish or Rosati connect with them because they've got great speed, and if they catch and they get separation, they can take it to the house.
Really shocked that they haven't targeted number 11, Vaishon Janusas, because let's face it, 2 yards shy of 700 yards caught during the regular season, 8 touchdowns, and average 77 yards per game. 3 run to the line, blitz coming from the Sooners. Protected on the line is Irish. Irish gets rid of it. Pass is caught at the 30-yard line and eventually tackled out of bounds around the 24-yard line. First down, Ravens.
And you know, that's a dangerous pass when you throw it almost from the right hash to the wide side, the Canadian field being so wide. That ball's got to get there because the coverage can get there very quickly on one like that. So good job by both Erich and his receiver.
Well past the 3-minute warning with 2:11 left on the clock, and the Ravens looking to taste their first lead of this ball game after being well shut out in the opening quarter of play, losing 3-0, and then tying it up on a field goal of their own. Calhoun struggles to get up to the 20-yard line. Great effort by the running back just to kind of get an extra yard out of that play to bring up 2nd and 7.
That was a play where Calhoun was looking for the spot, but the defender was there. If he had exploded through that crease, he might have been able to pick up a few more yards.
Get some personnel changing on the field as the big man rumbles up for the Ravens, and going in place for him is a smaller gentleman, number 81, and Nicholas McKenzie out of Chatham-Kent.
That's Noah Musso. He's really a defensive lineman, but he's been playing some offensive line at spot duty.
So once again, it's Dylan Irish. Irish, during the regular season, also ran for 91 yards and had 2 rushing touchdowns. Here he avoids a sack, and Irish is going to go for a run. Irish with the baseball slide down to the 15-yard line to bring up a 3rd and short here. But with $1:44 left on the clock, does Mills just take the field goal, and the Ravens get their first taste of the lead in this championship game?
Third down.
You know, he hasn't got any time. I don't think he's got a timeout left, so he's got to make a quick decision, John. But, you know, from the look of it right now, I think he's thinking go for it. He's waving him back in.
He was heavily debating it, though, and eventually he just said, you know what? Get in there, Irish. Let's see what you can do. So it comes down to this. 3rd and 2. Less than 90 seconds remaining before halftime. And gambling for it right now are the Ravens. A broken play, and the Sooners get to the QB at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be another turnover on downs for the Ravens. Ross, I mean, let's face it, that was a broken play. Irish took the snap, was looking for Ty Calhoun. You can see them barking at each other right now as they're coming off the field. That was a broken play from the set.
Irish hasn't been playing as much recently. That's a play where if you're going to call that play, you've got to have Rosati in there, not Irish.
And unfortunately, really getting the brunt of the wear, though, when he goes to the sidelines, it's not Irish, it's Ty Calhoun. So that just leaves me to suspect that he went left when the play was to the right. And maybe it's not so much on Irish as it was on the actual running back, because he's the one being talked to by the coaching staff right now.
Well, no, but if Rosati's in there, he's been calling that
more
play
cohesion
for the past 3 or 4 games.
Right.
Early hasn't been playing game, and game speed, you know, is a lot faster than practice speed.
As the Sooners use a rush to get up past the 20-yard line, I apologize.
As a result, when you put Irish in that position, he's not game ready, not like Rosati.
Right, no, and I fully agree with you on that point, Ross. You did mention, though, earlier the connection between, I believe it was Irish and Ty Calhoun, both out of Herman, correct?
But they don't run the same offense at Herman that they do here.
Correct. 1:12 remains here in the opening half of play. It's a 3-3 ball game. They say the offense sells the tickets. Well, it's defense that wins you championships, and we're in a defensive doozy here on your Saturday evening. Cameron Campbell throws it to the near side. Catching it on a knee, the play should have been dead immediately, and eventually they do blow it down. I was wondering why it took them so long. Ben Williams caught the ball, but his knee was already on the turf when he grabbed it.
Your knee's on the ground, it's dead, the referees missed it, that's all.
So 3rd down, and as a result, they actually lose 3 yards on that play with the knee going down from the Ottawa player in Williams. With a $1:07 left on the clock, the Ravens are going to get another chance to, and this is why I'm kind of confused, it could have been easily a 6-3 game, but instead they gambled for it, and now Ottawa's going to punt it back to him with under a minute left.
The Ravens were confused. Irish didn't have the right play. Take a 5-yard penalty and kick the field goal.
Yeah, it definitely would have been, under my opinion, the best option for them, as kicking it roughly from his own 5-yard line, but he squibs this one straight up in the air. He'll be lucky if they mark this at the 20, Ross. Wow, that's the second pooch punt of the game for the Sooners, and with 51 seconds left in the opening half of play, that pooch punt couldn't come at a worse time for the Sooners, as they'll actually officially mark the ball at the 21-yard line. Excellent field positioning for either Rosati or Irish to take over the helm. And I'd imagine they can't keep gambling here. Let's say they get stuffed on 3 downs. They got to kick the field goal and take the lead into the halftime break.
Well, you know my feelings. I got Rosati in there. Let him find his groove.
It's Irish, pump faking, going into the end zone, has a man slapped down by a defender, and a very wise defensive play just to sort of hack at the ball with the open bear paw, and as a result, Isaac Owings Amatimbe ends up knocking the ball down, incomplete pass.
Early is not finding the open player.
So do you debate going back to Rosati then?
No, I don't debate it. I go back to Rosati.
One thing I love about you, Ross, you cut right to the point.
Well, you asked me, John. I'm not going to push.
I like it though. I like it. Straight answers from a straight action guy. I love it. There is an Ottawa Sooner down around the 14-yard line. We hope he's okay. Gives the Water boys and girls respectively an opportunity to hydrate these two teams. You seeing on the TD turf too, the overcast given by the westward stands with the west setting sun behind us here as we're approaching 10 to 8 local time, and they've already turned on the grandstand lights. That's actually something that, no offense, but they usually screw up on here at TD Stadium. They take way too long to turn on the grandstand lights. Here, they wasted no time though, and with the overcast shadow across the entire stadium turf, the grandstand lights go on, and Ross, that means we're officially in for a Saturday night fight here from Western University.
We've got it right now.
Irish.
And you know, it's a draw right now.
Did he catch that ball or did he trap it? He's trying to sell that he caught it, but both officials concurrently say, no, you trapped that ball with the turf. Very upset with the officiating right now are the Ravens, but they're not going to get that call. It brings up 3rd and 10. I thought for a second he had an opportunity on it, but the ball was underthrown. As he cut back towards the ball, I don't think he was able to get his forearm underneath to essentially properly trap it to make it a receivable ball. He used the ground itself to trap the ball in. Regardless, already 1 for 1 from the field goal department. Ben will have an opportunity here to give the Ravens their first taste of the lead. The snap is good, the hold is good from 28 yards out. This one misses wide left, but is it going to get out of the back of the end zone? No, it doesn't even go out of the back of the end zone. The Sooners get out of the end zone. There is a late flag on, I think, a bit of an ugly block at the 10-yard line. So a missed field goal from 28 yards out. The Rouge by half a yard didn't come to fruition because the Sooner, who literally was breathing on the backside end zone boundary, escaped down the far sidelines and get it out of the end zone. And all you got to do is get out of the end zone, right, Ross? I mean, now he gets the
Get
field.
out of the end zone comes to the 20, but there's a flag in the play, and we'll see what the flag was.
29 seconds left. And again, a high-scoring football game or a low-scoring football game. It's 3-3 here from TD Stadium. And as a result from the penalty, they're going to place the ball back at the 5-yard line. And that's where the Sooners offense is going to commence here. I'd imagine if you're Ottawa, though, you're not thinking about going 105 yards in 30 seconds. You're more so thinking, let's get the 30 seconds off the clock and get into the halftime break.
I don't think they're going to do anything here but play it safe. Too much chance of having a ball bounce the wrong way.
As Ottawa will take a knee here. So you're right, not only are they not taking a chance at all, they're not even giving it to the running back in Baptiste to see what he could potentially make out of this situation 5 yards in front of their end zone. Instead, they take a knee and they actually go back to their 4-yard line. But the clock never ran. Well, wait a minute here. Now the officials
should be running.
As they officially whistle it in now and the clock starts. So a bit of an awkward pause in play there because essentially the scorekeeper didn't start the clock when they should have. Ottawa went back into the formation and went, well, wait a minute. Look at the clock. It hadn't started yet. And the officials blew it in. Now they're giving them all sorts of time as the clock's stripped down to 10 seconds. Another knee taken by Ottawa. And once again, the clock stops at 10.
They have no timeouts. But they stop it after every play, but they should wind
and
it
there's
right
the whistle.
away.
There it is.
Just
And
wind it
I
in.
think they missed the earlier whistle was the issue on the previous
It's going to
play.
run down to 0, John. They're going to
take another knee.
Take a knee, and that's the half.
And you are absolutely right, Ross Pettigrew. So, wow. One field goal by the Ottawa Sooners. One field goal by the Essex Ravens. And that just about does it for 24 minutes of football from TD Stadium in the OPFL AAA Premier Varsity Championship game. As it's 3-3 from Western University between the Ravens and the Sooners. Quickly, Ross, your thoughts on that first half of action. We knew that this was going to be a tight defensive affair. I didn't think it was going to be this tight and this defensive, and it truly is a battle of the punters/kickers, not a battle of the QBs or running backs that we're seeing here early.
Really, in some ways, it's a comedy of errors, John, because neither offense is connecting the way they want to. And as a result, that's why you're seeing so many punts, attempted field goals that aren't going through every time. And the second half has got to come out and be a different whole second half for both teams. More points got to be put on the board because this game is not going to develop into anything really fun to watch until they start cracking with some offense.
Now, Ross, I got to be more like you and let the stats be the stats in the past and let things roll off your shoulders more often. But I think back to that regular season game, 33-2 was the final for the Essex Ravens in the Sooners' barn during the regular season. 3-3 at halftime. Ottawa's offense has already produced a third more of a point than they thought they were going to from their previous occasion. Oh yeah, and their defense has stepped it up huge. Is it safe to say that this benefits the Sooners going into the halftime break as far as their confidence and their momentum going into the second half?
They're going to have far more confidence coming out in the second half, and the Ravens are still going to be recovering from the paint peeling in the dressing room after Coach Mills gets finished giving his say.
For Ross Bettigoo, I am John Urban. You are watching the Varsity Championship here on YouTube for the AAA OPFL Championship Dance, the third of 3 broadcasts, and go figure, 3-3 is the score at halftime between the Ravens and the Sooners. We'll catch you around for the second half of action after this quick break.
And welcome back to TD Stadium. Man, oh man, we've been in for a defensive battle between the Ottawa Sooners and the Essex Ravens here in the OPFL AAA Varsity Championship 3-3. A 12-yard field goal and another chip shot from, I think, roughly 20-plus yards out has made the difference maker as a battle of the punters, a battle of the kickers was commenced between these two teams in the first two quarters. But Ross, I'd like to think that this is more like a heavyweight boxing fight. Maybe that opening half was just these two teams feeling each other out like boxers do in the opening rounds. And hopefully, I dare say hopefully, we're in for a slugfest here in the second half of action from TD Stadium.
Well, one of these two teams better be ready to deliver a knockout punch pretty quickly, because neither team wants to go into the fourth quarter and late in the fourth quarter with a tie game. That really puts pressure on them. But I think both teams are pressing too hard. And really, they're not playing their game, and just got to relax and focus and do what they know they can do, both teams, and let's see who comes out the winner.
24 minutes in the book, still 24 minutes left to play, though, here at Western University's TD Stadium in the Forest City. Is it safe to say, Ross, that the first team that gets a major, not a field goal, not a chip shot safety or a rouge, I'm talking about a major, 6 points, can deal a back-breaking blow, that knockout punch you're referring to their opposition?
I don't think one score will do that, John, but I think it will give them confidence, and they're going to, the first team that scores, at least they know that they can put points on the board, and that'll give them some impetus and some momentum continuing throughout the rest of the game.
This game in particular would be huge for the Ottawa Sooners if they were to prevail, because not only would they be crowned the varsity, but they would also be crowned the Bantam champions in the premier division here at TD Stadium. You have your program as a whole, and then you have individual teams within your program. So I know that, certain, like my friend KJ Kedemy that helps run the London Junior Mustangs, he was heartbroken when the varsity team lost to Essex last week. But I told him, hey, coach, you're the Bantam guy. Why are you worrying about the varsity guys? So he took everything to heart. So I'm sure for both these two programs, everything's on the line as far as the heartstrings are concerned in the second half. But yes, going to Ottawa's point, if they were to prevail, I mean, 2 championships on the same day. Talk about a marquee day for the Ottawa Sooners program if that happens.
And it's up to the Essex Ravens to suck it up and stop that from happening, and it's all on them to do it.
And the Ravens have plenty of rings, plenty of banners in their history, plenty of experience, especially with their head coach in these championship situations. The ball is placed at the 45-yard line, and we're ready to kick off this second half of action between the Essex Ravens in their black uniforms and the Ottawa Sooners in their orange. As we saw in the first half, sort of a quarterback carousel between Emmett Rosati and Dylan Irish, although I would argue that I thought Irish had the better of the two performance-wise in the opening half, but you were saying you'd go back to Rosati after seeing what Irish was doing on that final drive.
I would start with Irish and then come in with Rosati, depending upon how well Irish does.
Ottawa's kick returner goes past the 20-yard line, and he is stuffed at the 21, so that's where the Sooners will start their offensive drive to start this second half of play. Defensively, for the Essex Ravens, you have to watch out for Jawan Johnson, who led the team with 37 tackles. I actually beg your pardon, leading the team was Caden Burdick with 42, but Johnson also had 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery for a touchdown in 2019, and the only reason why I refer to the defensive player so much, Ross, is this surely looks like it's a defensive battle.
Essex is known for its defenses more than it is its offenses.
Quarterback in Campbell takes the snap, gives it to his running back, who spins out of the gap to the far side and gets up to the 30-yard line. That was a pretty good video game move, if you ask me, by the running back to make something out of nothing there.
Well, when you bounce it outside and there's nobody there, it's easy to pick up yards. You've got to have either a safety or a halfback coming up for run support, or you've got to have your linebackers make sure that they don't let anybody get outside of them.
Let's see if Ottawa tries to get Kazim Ferdinand more involved in the action. He led the team with 317 receiving yards and 1 touchdown from the regular season. The quarterback, Cameron Campbell, to the near side, but his intended target who caught the ball is stuffed back at the 20-yard line. That was Armando Pascal de la Cruz going backwards for the Sooners. But there is a flag on the field here, Ross. But it's going against the Sooners.
Be interesting to see if Coach Mills wants it. It's illegal procedure. I suspect he's going to decline it, obviously, because they lost significant yardage on it. Forces a punting situation.
So 10:57 remains here in the third quarter of play. It's a 3-3 game between these two teams, the Sooners and the Ravens. The punter for the Sooners is back at the 15-yard line, and give or take, he's going to boot this one away into midfield. The Ravens back at the 55-yard line. Ty Calhoun. Calhoun makes his way into Sooner territory. Calhoun rode on by a Sooner all the way to the 40 and eventually slammed down to the TD turf.
That's a good return. The Ravens have good field position. Now it's up to them to do something with it.
As again, with 10:35 now remaining in the third quarter, playing a 3-3 ball game, we continue to see what we saw in the previous half.
Rosati is in at quarterback.
So there you go, Mr. Ross Pettigrew. You wanted Rosati, you got Rosati. But for how long? As Coach Mills has not been afraid to play musical chairs with a quarterback, I wouldn't want to be the one to sit down when the chair isn't in my place.
No, and we have an injured player over there.
All right,
I think that could be a huge loss for the Ravens if that's Ty Calhoun.
So with 10:35 remaining here in the fourth quarter of play, as the fans applauding the player to get back to their feet.
It is Ty Calhoun, but it looks like he's coming. Well, he's coming off under his own steam.
He's got to sit out for 3 plays, though, right?
And I'm not sure if he does on an exchange of possession in Canada, but he's going to be out for at least 2. I think he's going to be out for 3 plays until they find out exactly what the situation is with him.
I think he's going to be okay just judging by the body language on the sidelines, but man, oh man, if he wasn't able to come back into this game, that would be a huge loss for Rosati, who the quarterback keeps this ball, moves to the right, spins to the left, dives past the 25 for a first down for the QB, wearing number 7 in Emmett Rosati.
Emmett Rosati is a running back playing quarterback. He loves to run the ball. I said, do you mind getting hit? I like getting hit. So I didn't think he needed medical attention. He needed psychiatric attention.
230 rushing yards in the regular season on 24 keeps, 2 rushing touchdowns for Emmett Rosati. That's a guy that averages 9.7 yards per carry when the quarterback does decide to go. A blitz coming from the Sooners. It's a handoff, though, by the Ravens, and they get close to the red zone. I believe they've crossed the 20. 9:40 remains here in the third quarter of play. Still 3-3, Ross. I don't know why, but I'm scratching my head at that. I just can't believe the score we've been encountering here in this varsity championship game.
There's no question. It's far from a high-scoring game, and that's a massive understatement.
Emmett Rosati back at the helm in the shotgun. He's got a quad to the left side as it looks like 3 will run to the line. 2 options to his right side. Empty backfield. Rosati looked like he was going to go for a run, slipped, and actually gets swallowed up by the defensive lineman. Now, more flags than a UN meeting on this last play, Ross.
Well, it's either an illegal procedure or it's an offside.
As we look down to the field at the officials, both respectively picking up their orange flags, it would have been a 2nd and 5 coming up here. And just waiting for the officials' indication. There's no way they were picking up both flags on the same play. Judging by where the officials pointing in the direction, I think this one's going up against the Ottawa Sooners, and it is.
I think they're just trying to determine right now, John, whether or not it's a first down with the 5-yard penalty. And I think if it's not a first down, it's going to be very close.
It's a tough time for your defense to take an encroachment penalty, though. With 9:09 remaining now in the third quarter clock in a 3-3 game for the championship here in London, Ontario. OPFL AAA Premier Varsity Championship on the line. Thank you for joining us around the world here on YouTube. The quarterback, Rosati, keeps it on the QB sneak. He's going to spin forward, and I believe, given forward progression this time, unlike last time, the Essex Ravens have converted on 3rd down.
I think it's a first down. And it is.
Now, I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but the last time the Ravens went to the red zone, they had an easy peasy opportunity to kick 3 points and get a lead going into the locker room. Coach Mills said, no, I'm not satisfied with that. I need 6 points on this drive. They didn't convert. They didn't get the points. If a similar situation would occur here with the ball at the 13-yard line, does he just take the points that the game's giving him, knowing that this has turned into a defensive battle?
You don't want to come away without points.
Rosati into the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Ravens! From 13 yards out. And with 8:14 remaining in the third quarter of play, we get our first major of this championship dash.
Rosati's very confident, but he also had good protection from his offensive line. And it was just a simple slant pattern, and it was taken into the end zone. A great play by the Ravens. Gives them some breathing room, but they're still not out of the woods by any shot.
It's not a knockout punch, but they definitely have staggered their opponent down to the canvas after they get the first major in this game. Now the snap and the hold is good, and the extra point is through. It's officially a 10-3 ball game in favor of the Essex Ravens, who are looking to soar away with this one in the second half.
Now, the Ravens are noted for their defense, and the defense are going to be key right now. They've got to get the ball back from the offense so the offense has an opportunity to get further separation from the Ottawa Sooners.
Yeah, it's safe to say with a touchdown lead that the Essex Ravens defense can bend. They can possibly give up a field goal, but they certainly can't break. They can't allow the Sooners to retaliate with a touchdown of their own and tie this ball game back up on this next offensive drive.
And, you know, their focus right now is keep an eye. When they come out in quads, and sometimes and often they'll run away from quads. They got to be aware of that and not give the running back the edge when they run away from quads. Because quads, of course, is going to pull some of the defenders to the other side of the field. They'll zone up in that, and sometimes they leave only one player on the other side, a corner. He's on an island, and it's tough for him to count on making the play.
Now, there is a "We Are the Ravens" chant going across the TD Stadium stands, and that just shows you the healthy contingency that made the trip up the 401 from the Rose City here to the Forest City to cheer on their Ravens. The Sooners trying to retaliate a decent kick return past the 30-yard line, and that's where Campbell and their offense is going to procure onto the field.
The 30-yard line is the yard line that you want to get to, because anywhere from the 30-yard line out, you can expand your playbook, and you don't have to go too overly conservative. And that's one thing that the Ottawa Sooners want to be able to do. They want to mix it up. But what they're coming out right now in is gun split. So they've got their quarterback in the gun with a running back on either side. That gives them options. They can run counters, they can run sweeps, they can just do it a straight give. So we'll have to wait and see what they decide. They're not doing it this time.
Quads to the left for Ottawa. A delayed handoff to the running back who tries to zigzag his way up the field. And you know what? He gets at least to the 37-yard line to bring up a second and short. And just going back to that Emmett Rosati touchdown throw, I mean, we're talking about a roller coaster of emotions for that young gentleman. Came out a little flat, was replaced by Dylan Irish. Had to watch Irish actually have a couple good drives that resulted in tying the game on a field goal. You think, okay, is my day done in the sun, coach? Well, no, as the setting sun takes over the Forest City, Rosati goes back out there, and as the sun begins to fade, he begins to shine as the major goes on the board.
I think it's worth giving him another shot.
I'm not going to argue with you on that, Ross, as it is the Sooners once again going to the rush, and once again, a big second down defensive stop. You said that this team is built on defense. They're shining it right now. 6:55 remains here in the third quarter, and after getting a touchdown on their last offensive drive, it looks like the Ravens will get their offense back onto the field, exactly what Dr. Ross ordered when the Ottawa Sooners were about to take the field.
One of the things all Coach Mills' teams happen to do well is swarm to the ball, John, and that can either force a fumble or stop a drive right in its tracks.
As another punt, this one give or take from the 25-yard line by the Sooners. And after having a couple, I would say, dismal punts in the first half, this is his best punt of the day as it goes down on a roll to the 25-yard line. Trying to come up the other way with it for the Ravens is Malcolm Wallace out of Brennan, and the Brennan product gets it close to the 45-yard line, officially down at the 44.
That was an indecisive move by the two returners. They both looked at one another and said, you take it, an Alphonse and Gaston type of act. But the bottom line is, he recovered, and instead of it being a loss of about 15 yards, he put it in good field position. The Ravens have got good field position to start this drive.
And after throwing the first touchdown in this game, Coach Mills, well, gifts, you could say for better lack of word, Emmett Rosati this next offensive drive. One man in the backfield, check that, empty backfield as they rotate Ty Calhoun to the near side. Calhoun's wide open. Rosati takes a hit to make the play. The ball is caught at midfield. I think they'll be shy of the first down by a yard or two, but still, what a play by Rosati to stick into the jaw's mouth, the shark if it will, right down the throat, completes the pass.
Rosati is one of the most courageous quarterbacks in this league. He'll take a hit to make a play. Not all quarterbacks will do that. Some will bail, some will be flushed out of the pocket, and if you get flushed out of the pocket, there's usually no blocking out there. You want to step up in the pocket because that's the scheme of the blocking. So Rosati does that much better than Yearly, to be honest with you.
Second and short. It is Rosati still at the helm. 3 run to the line. Looks like a delayed handoff to Ty Calhoun, who tried to make his way to the right side. He only needed a yard. I believe he got 2 or 3 to move the chains. And as the PA announcer, which might I add, is the Essex PA announcer that they brought down. So a little bit of gamesmanship as it's a home crowd feel here at TD Stadium. When would you ever say that? The Windsor product in Essex has made London more of a hometown field.
John, I'm home.
That's right.
I went to school here. I grew up in London. I went to South, the best high school in the world.
But if you take one man from Windsor and another from London and you play euchre between the two, it's going to end in a war, as this one is a battle for it. And I think the Raven came away with the ball. Wow. A tug of war for the pigskin after Rosati threw it, and coming away out of it was the Ravens. Unfortunately, though, another orange flag, and this one's charged to the Ravens.
I'm not sure. I think it's a hold, but I'm not sure if it's a hold or a rough play.
It is a hold, 10-yard penalty going up against the Ravens. With a 7-point lead, their offense looked to be clicking, but that holding penalty brings them back to the 45. 4:30 remains here in the third quarter of play. It was 3-0 Sooners, then 3-3. We stayed that way till late in the third quarter of play, where Rosati found receiver deep in the end zone for the first and only major of this contest. He has 4 options to his left side, but he throws it over the top to the right side. Ty Calhoun will be tackled down at the 50-yard line, gains 5 yards. What do you like from the play design there, Ross?
Well, you know, what they want to do is they know the Sooners are going to drop back. They're anticipating pass, and they play a lot of man coverage. So what they're hoping to do is have the receivers run off that coverage, get Ty out into the open, Ty Calhoun out into the open, and he's a good broken field runner. It just didn't happen to work completely that time, but they did pick up some yardage, and now they're in a situation where to me it's a passing situation.
2nd and 15. Ty Calhoun behind his quarterback, but he'll be used to block on this affair. It is a pass right up the middle, incomplete. Now, once again, though, there was a Raven down on the turf before the ball even got there. A bunch of Ravens coaching staff pleading with the officials for a pass interference penalty. Simply aren't going to get it on this play.
Well, the umpire who usually makes that call was turned around. He didn't see it, but it was definitely, if it didn't get there too soon, it was very close.
It's a game of inches, Ross, and I guess that non-call came down to an inch or two. 3:33 in the third quarter. One team has 3, the other has 10. It's a 7-point game for the Essex Ravens, looking to take the varsity crown here in London, Ontario. And yeah, it's kind of a shame if you ask me that London is in this game, because I talked about the geographical rivalry between Windsor and London. As again, you could be playing long bowl, and all of a sudden I think a brawl would break out between a Windsor and London native, just because the rivalry's that good when it comes to sports.
You know, it's really interesting. So many of these kids play together on Team Ontario, so they get to know one another. And usually, there are obviously exceptions, The game last week in Windsor was a relatively clean game. And I saw guys pulling one another up, patting the other guy on the helmet, both teams. And, you know, the fans often get more excited about what's going on than the players on the field. They've got a job to do. Sometimes you get a call, sometimes you don't. You got to play over it. Sometimes you take a shot from somebody. Sometimes you say, hey, sorry. Sometimes you just got to keep playing.
Well, I think back to the earlier broadcast we had today in the junior varsity scene where it was Cameron Park, the quarterback for the Durham Dolphins, willing his 2-6 regular season team, might I add, to an OPFL AAA Junior Varsity Championship. But one thing is he was a crash test dummy for a guy that throws the ball, leads the team in rushing, is their punter and kick returner. But before the greatest line in sports had even formed, Cameron Park had gone over to his opposition and started shaking their hands as Ottawa goes deep on this play. Incomplete, but a late flag thrown all the way back at the 45-yard line. But yeah, going back to that sportsmanship adage, you got a guy like Cameron Park who had been hit, I would say, easily over 20 to 30 times in that game by Hamilton players, and yet he was quick to thank them for the journey as he came out on top as the champion today.
Absolutely. Yep.
And this penalty is going to cost the Ravens. It was thrown all the way back at the 45-yard line.
Hand to the face.
Something they're trying to get rid of in this game right now. Any contact to the head specifically.
It's going to draw a flag.
As the ball's placed at the 37-yard line, a bit of a high snap, settled down by Campbell, throws it right over the top. Ball is caught. He's ripped down to the turf around the 28, and he'll be just shy of a yard or two of the first down, although very liberal field positioning given by the officials. Rossi may have the first down. And if they say they don't have the first down, it's by the nose of the football. If I'm Ottawa, I'm taking your quarterback in Campbell, lining it right behind the center and pushing myself forward for the first down mark. And the officials...
Well, there's no question. That's an absolutely favorable spot. And I'm being as objective as I can.
Try not to be biased. I hear you.
I'm not. I mean, I call it like it is. But that's a very favorable spot.
I don't know if too many Sooners fans are going to believe you, though, Mr. Spedigue, when you're wearing that luxurious Ravens polo, and you also have that blinding bling on your right fist. That's a Ravens championship ring, my friend.
But the bottom line is, the people from Ottawa didn't give me a shirt. You know I would have put it on.
Yeah, you know what? Good point. Where's the Ottawa Sooner swag? And for that point, where's my Ravens swag, Ross?
It's coming, John.
It's coming. In the mail. It's in the mail. The crowd gets loud here at TD Stadium. 1st and 10. The defense trying to step it up for the Ravens. The Sooners offense, led by their quarterback in Campbell, had a man open down the far sidelines, just over the intended receiver's head. Well, there was a play there, Ross. They tried to execute it, but unfortunately, it didn't go down the way they wanted.
The receiver got behind the defender. He was wide open. The ball just came up short, or a little, I don't know, was it overthrown?
Overthrown a little bit. Now,
well, then the receiver came up short.
Now, with a 2nd and 10 situation coming up here, are you really worried if you're Ottawa that you have to get a touchdown here, or would you settle for 3 knowing that there's still plenty of game left, over a quarter and 2 minutes to play?
They want the major, John.
So the quarterback with an empty backfield. A bit of a high snap, settled down by the quarterback. He gets hit as he makes the play. The ball comes loose. It's still loose. One of the Ravens didn't recognize that. He was already running off the field. Who's got the ball? Regardless, I think the Sooners are well out of field goal range.
Sooners have the ball.
But Ross, they just cost themselves 13 yards, and as a result, man, oh man, they just knocked themselves out of field goal range. And to make matters worse, there appears to be a Sooner player down at field level. So 3rd and 10, 1:45 left here in the third quarter of play.
I think they're going to go for the field goal.
And they are. This is no chip shot, though, that we saw earlier in the first half of action. This would be a 47-yarder.
That's a heck of a kick if he gets it.
From 47 yards out, the Sooners are going to attempt a field goal, down by 7 with $1:40 left here in the third quarter of play.
But the Ravens have to be aware of any trickery.
Do Ottawa have a joker card up their sleeve? Or are they going to really try and man muscle this home from 47 yards out? The snap is good. The hold is good. The kick is up and it's wide right. But there is a multitude of flags on this play. Now the Ravens get out of the end zone from Ty Calhoun. Calhoun down the near sidelines. Looked like he had tipped out of bounds at the 30.
Doesn't matter. The Ravens were offside.
Now, in that situation, if you're the coaching staff, you just scream at your player, go out of bounds. Stop wasting your energy.
Get as much as you can.
You never know.
Right down the sideline.
You never know.
Tightrope down the sideline.
And the Ottawa Sooners have 2 players limping off the field here. I believe that's number 26 in Danny Ferdinand, the defensive back, who's limping to the sidelines, although he is going under his own accord, which is a good sign. And let's see how these multitude of flags play a factor here on this 3rd down and long. So, according to the officials, down at field level.
Well, move it up 5 and try the field goal again.
And this is a gentleman that, for instance, missed the field goal well wide right. But he's going to set it up again, and you give a guy an opportunity instead of at a 47-yarder. Somehow this turns into a 41-yarder. They give him another yard on this one, Ross.
Very doable.
This one's up. Does he have the distance? He does.
Yep.
It is good. Oh, my word.
That offside was very costly for the Ravens.
41-yard field goal is good for the Sooners. And as a result, Jad Olick gets his team within 4 points. It's a 10-6 ball game.
And the Ravens, I think, are going to opt to take it at the 30. Well, I don't know. It looks like he wants a kickoff.
No, to your point, though, Curtis, yeah, they put the ball at the 35.
I thought that's what they would do.
1:11 remains in this third quarter of play. It's just a 4-point game. And man, oh man, we knew, well, just playing out the percentages, that there was going to be a little more offense in the second half than the 6 points these two teams combined for in the first half. But they've already combined for 10 points in this third quarter.
It's been more of an offensive show, but by the same token, nothing you're going to write home about.
Emmett Rosati with the handoff to the running back who makes his way to the right side. A little pushing and shoving, and man, oh man, did you see that, Ross? It looked like a Raven made a kicking motion at a Sooner behind the official's back, and I mean, maybe he was just kicking out the ground, but that looked a little unsportsmanlike to me. I'm not in the battle of the trenches, though, so I don't know the context of the situation.
I didn't see it, and I was looking at the coverage actually during the play to see if they were going to...
It looked like more of a frustration kick, you know, and you're like...
It may have been.
When you shank that fairway shot trying to find the hole 200 yards out.
I'm used to that.
As Rosati takes a shot down the near sidelines, it is caught at the 45-yard line. Reeling it in is Dante Daniels from Brennan.
Dante Daniels is a tall, lanky receiver with great hands, soft hands. And if the ball's anywhere near him, John, he usually pulls it in.
17 receptions in the regular season for 270 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also helped this team convert on a 2-point convert, barring a penalty, which, let's face it, there's been a lot of them in this game. This will be the final play of the third quarter of action. Rosati with Ty Calhoun behind him. 3 run to the line to his right side. It's a handoff to Ty Calhoun who goes to the left side. And the Sooners, 3 of them, plow the line. Although, oh man, holding his left knee immediately is one of the Sooners, the first one in on the tackle, just trying to make out the number.
Boy, I sure hope he's okay, John.
And that would have been the final play of the third quarter as we try and head into the fourth, but for the Sooners, I mean, all they want to do, and what I love about this is who's the first one to offer water to the Sooner player is Coach Mills, of all people.
Coach Mills cares very much about players, whether they're Ravens, whether they're Sooners, or no matter what the team. The other thing is, he's coached many of these players with Team Ontario. And so, you know, he's a player's type of coach. Now, he can get on them, and believe me,
he
will get on them as well as anybody can do it. But the bottom line is, he cares about kids, and he doesn't want to see anybody injured, no matter which team it is.
It's funny that you say that because we got a coach here at Western University that's awfully like that. He was the U Sports Coach of the Year last year, the Frank Tyndall Trophy winner in Greg Marshall, and I've never seen a guy be able to be so angry at a football player in my life before, but yet he wears his heart on his sleeve as far as the personal well-being and their careers off the field, which I find quite heart-touching.
You know, I think most coaches are like that, John, and if they aren't, they shouldn't be in this game.
But it's one of those emotions of they're either completely 100% against you or completely 100% on your side, and yet they're both at the same time.
But injuries override the feelings of competition, the feelings of a misplay or a botched play. Injuries happen in this game. It's a contact game, and no coach wants to see any player on that field injured.
And as a result, the first play of this fourth quarter will be a 2nd and 11 play for the Essex Ravens with a 4-point lead, 10-6. The quarterback, Emmett Rosati, who started this game, then was relieved, back at the helm now, looks over to his right side, throws it over the top, incomplete pass. I believe the intended target on this play was the Villanova product in Ethan McKinnon.
Ethan McKinnon made a great play against London last week. He went right up, juggled the ball, lost his balance, regained his balance, and took it to the house.
And I'm sure if you're the London Junior Mustangs, there's got to be some of them in attendance today considering, well, I don't know, we're playing in their home barn here at TD Stadium. But not only that, but, you know, if I lose in a semifinal or a conference final like London did to the Essex, I would go to the championship game just to see what does it take? What was I missing in the tank? What more could I have gave out there? And, you know, what's that feeling like to motivate me next year? Because I want a ring, I want a banner. As the punt gets away just by the whiskers of his teeth, it'll go out of bounds around the 12-yard line.
That was close.
Yeah, close to being blocked.
Close to being blocked.
And yet, a masterful punt pins his opponent within the 20. So great job by the punting staff. But again, both punters have had their ups and had their downs throughout this championship game. 11:20 remains from the Essex Ravens winning the varsity championship here on your Saturday evening from London. But 11:20, you know, Ross, might as well be another world, another lifetime of time, especially if the Ottawa Sooners don't panic. We still got lots of football left to play.
A ton of time, John. This game is far from being over. And Ottawa is giving the Ravens all they can handle.
98 yards, though. That is what the Sooners will have to accomplish in order to get their first touchdown of this game. The first play of this drive is a handoff to the right side where they will mark it at the 16-yard line for a gain of 4. Big shout outs to all the volunteers, both up here in the broadcast booth, helping out with the stats, the camera work, and the production of this broadcast, as well as the hundreds of volunteers throughout the 2019 OPFL season, both here in London for the host at TD Stadium, but as well as guys like the Sooners, the Ravens, the Lions, the Vaughan Rebels, you name it, the Durham Dolphins. It takes a village to raise a child, and that's what you see across the OPFL. In the pro set, it's Ottawa going to the air, to the near sideline, trying to dive for it off of his fingertips. Great effort by the receiver, but unfortunately Justin Fail couldn't come up with the ball.
Well, he stretched out.
He made an
effort.
effort.
It was just a little bit beyond his fingertips, but he did everything he could to bring it in.
And if you're a quarterback, you appreciate that effort, obviously to make a better result, but at the end of the day, you'd rather see your receiver dive for a ball and try and make an attempt at it than just sort of watch it hit off the turf.
Hey, he gave up his body, it just didn't connect.
10:20 remains here in this fourth quarter. Do the Sooners concede a safety for the field positioning battle?
It often happens, but in a game like this, you hate to give up any points.
And they would be only giving up 4, turning into a 6. They don't gamble on the safety, though. Instead, they punt it away to midfield. The Ravens will have decent field positioning to start this drive off. Just how decent will it be as the kick returner stumbles out at the 40-yard line? Amazing field positioning. Obviously, it could have been a little bit better, granted, from where the punt was given. But still, it is getting the job done for the Ravens in this field positioning battle. I honestly, though, Ross, I know their offense hasn't clicked, but let's face it, they're down by 4. A field goal doesn't help them. They still lose this game by 1 point. So I would have conceded the safety to go down by 6, get better field positioning in this battle, and then hopefully get your offense clicking for a touchdown and you can still win this game. But again, I'm a silly broadcaster. not the head coach of one
You
of these
make
prestigious
a
programs.
good point, John. But, you know, the coach is looking at it from his point of view, what he thinks his team can do.
And as a result, Ty Calhoun goes through the Ottawa Sooners secondary like a hot knife through butter and gets roughly 14 yards on this rush to move the chains on a first down carry.
Well, the Ravens are hoping at the very least to come back and put 3 points on the board at a minimum.
Now, Ross, I've just been informed by a bit of a fly on the wall that when your coaching days, you would never concede a safety. You don't like that thinking, that mentality.
I hate the safety. And you know something? I've gone to, you know, I've had season tickets at Michigan for 40 years. 45 years. I don't think I've ever seen a safety.
Yeah, well, a different brand of football, though. Rosati going off for the carry. Rosati fighting towards the first down marker. And I believe QB7 has gotten the job done.
Well, that was a great job of faking by Rosati to set himself up for that return, or for that run.
And he moves the chains with the ball at the 15-yard line. And maybe Coach will go back to that safety conversation because, again, Ottawa could have conceded the safety for field positioning. They didn't. And now they find their opponent well within their red zone. Do you just feel like you had the better defense every time you went onto the gridiron?
Absolutely. The better team in every facet of the game.
That's the confidence a head coach has to have. Quads to the near side for the Ravens. They send 3 to the line. It's going to be Rosati on the run. Splits off of 1 tackle past the 10 through the 5. And Rosati, like a crash test dummy down at the Cami plant in Ingersoll, putting his body on the line. But he gets the job done. Another first down carry by Rosati.
Rosati's a warrior, plain and simple. And he doesn't mind taking a hit. He has courage to spare. And as I said, I told him once, I think you maybe need somebody to examine you for your thought processes, because he just has no fear. Sometimes you have to know when to have fear.
Yeah, that's actually such a good analysis there, is to know when to be gutless and when to be fearless, and knowing the difference between the two. As Rosati once again will hand this one off to Ty Calhoun, breaks off of 1 tackle into the end zone. Touchdown Ravens! From 4 yards out, Ty Calhoun has put his team up by 2 possessions here with 7:29 remaining in this championship game.
Do you think it's understating it if I say that was a key drive?
Now, the only thing, though, I hate to sound like we're spinning a broken record or kicking an unfortunate horse, but if the Ottawa Sooners concede that safety, they're down by 6, and the Ravens offense has to start all the way back in their own territory. Instead, they punt it away, they start the drive from their own 40, and it's capped off by Ty Calhoun run into the end zone, and the extra point is good. It extends the lead now to 17-6, so if you're Ottawa, you not only need a touchdown, but another field goal doesn't even do it for you, unless they were to convert on a 2-point convert. The simple math of it, though, Ross, is the Sooners have to look at this as a 2-touchdown game that they're facing right now.
Well, and time's becoming a factor now, John. We're in the 4th quarter, and 7.5 minutes to go. So when the Ravens get the ball back, assuming they will, of course, I don't think they're going to put it up in the air unless it's a needed situation. I think they're going to want to run clock.
7:29 is my partner in crime, Ross Pettigrew, away from adding more bling, that pretty powerful fist that you have for a right-hand partner.
But there's no drive behind it. I couldn't kill a fly.
The ball is placed at the 45-yard line after the touchdown from Ty Calhoun. And with 7:29 remaining in this championship dance, whisking away with it late appears to be the Essex Ravens. The bad boys in black are on the attack. As they kick this one down to the 15-yard line with a head of steam, the Sooners will return it past the 30, past the 40. He's got a seam. He just has the kicker to beat. And as I say that, a gentleman grabbed him from behind. I really thought that going the distance that time was going to be Kazim Ferdinand, and I was looking more up the field, and yet a Raven turned on the Jets on the back check and grabbed him by his rear end.
Fenton did not do a good job in the kickoff that time. It was a line drive kick. It doesn't give the coverage unit time to get downfield. And so you want to get more height on that ball. Drive it deep, but get more height on it. But that's a gift of 20, 25 yards for Ottawa.
Ravens defense trying to get this crowd loud here at TD Stadium. The Sooners starting this offensive drive from the 53-yard line. 7 minutes remains, down by 11. The Sooners with the handoff. It's a double reverse. Sticking out of it and getting out of the tackle is number 3 and Ben Williams. Williams down the far sideline. Williams tiptoes out of bounds around the 45. It's a first down on some trickery from the Sooners.
And except for a missed tackle, it would have been a huge loss.
And just sort of Deion Sanderson high-stepping out of that one, though, was Ben Williams.
It's a great call by the Ottawa staff.
6:46 remains in this championship dance. They actually marked him all the way back, I beg your pardon, at the 48.
I think he stepped out.
Okay.
But what happened on that, John, is Essex flowed to the play. It was going this way. You've got to stay home. You can't have your defensive backs and your outside linebackers flowing too far, too fast.
2nd and 1, and before they play the offense, the Sooners will take a timeout here with 6:29 remaining on the game clock. And I know you got the Ravens shirt on, but I know you're not biased, Ross. I picked up on that by the 4th quarter of this championship game, but you got to put the Sooner coaching cap on. What are you doing in this situation? It's a 2nd and 1, and let's face it, you mentioned time being a thing of the essence with 6:29 left on the ticker. They have to get offense, and they have to get offense on this drive.
Their passing game hasn't been working as well as their running game. I'm going to keep the running game going, but I'm going to try and mix it up a little bit, like they did with the double reverse. Maybe run a jet sweep. Maybe a screen, just a
simple
bubble screen,
yeah.
Or not a middle screen. That's dangerous. London did that last week, and it resulted in a touchdown for Essex. But
don't remind me there.
But if they can run something that's misdirection, maybe go out of, as I said earlier, out of the gun split with 2 backs on either side. Do some counter action, do some lead action. Just mix it up and do things that they haven't been doing thus far in the game.
On 2nd and 1, do the Sooners dare take a shot deep here as they send 3 to the line? They try and get the Ravens to stutter out. The Ravens wouldn't bite. The running back trying to fight for the first down yardage. Now, he appeared to have it originally, but then span off of a tackle, and it all depends on where the officials are going to give him progress. I believe they're going to say he lost 2 yards on this play. Man, oh man, it looked like he had gotten forward and then progressively went back, and the officials just marked the backtrack.
Yes, but I think we're at the spot in the game when they're in at the 50-yard line where they're going to be 3 down territory.
So that might have just been a case of trying to make something out of nothing, and as a result, he ends up, shooting himself in the foot and going backwards. This will be a 3rd and 3 play. The game on the line for the Sooners. They got to get 3 yards to keep this play alive and this drive alive and their championship hopes alive. The quarterback decides to go deep, overthrew the intended target, incomplete pass, turnover on downs, Essex ball.
Boy, that's a key play. More for both teams. Unfortunate for the Sooners, but a plus for the Ravens.
Am I crazy, Ross? Or if I'm coaching Ottawa, I would have done that the exact opposite. Would have taken my shot on 2nd and 1 far, and then on a 3rd and 1, if I didn't convert it, then go to that running play that eventually lost them 4 yards on the 2nd down occurrence.
The Ravens have been missing tackles on the run game. I think they had a better chance of getting the first down with the run. So basically what I'm saying, you're right, John.
It's a rare occurrence for me to hear that, Ross. I really appreciate that.
Take it when you can get it.
3 run to the line. Ty Calhoun breaks off of 1 tackle, but smothered by the orange jerseys at the 50-yard line. But the biggest friend indeed is a friend in need, and the friend in need, they got time in the Essex Ravens on their side with 5 minutes left in this championship dance.
And it's a two-score disadvantage right now.
And Ross, maybe, just maybe, I don't want you to get gloating on me now, but take me through some of the championship wonders you've seen from this Essex Ravens program during your time.
Well, the Essex Ravens have been in a number of championship games. They've lost a couple of them narrowly, but they're always in the hunt. And even if they're not in the title game, they always have a good year. And they play hard, they come to play, and the coaching staff does a great job with them. So, you're not going to win a championship every year. It's very difficult to win a championship, but they're always going to be in the title hunt each and every year.
And what is it? Maybe it's geographical convenience, just the football heart-loving fans of the southwestern Ontario spot of this country, but what makes the Ravens a contender every year? I'm sure it starts with great coaching in Mills, and it starts with a great program in the Ravens, but how do they keep finding these gem after gem after gem?
Well, the high school football coaching in Windsor, Essex is excellent. And it's a sports town. They love their sports. And when they love their sports like they do, it ends up successful. Boy, he's got a real
Chasm Ferdinand, if it wasn't for the ditching efforts of Matt Williams out of Holy Names, the free safety, I mean, it looked like going all the way was Chasm Ferdinand. That's the second return that he's had, though. But again, I refer back to your earlier point, a low punt that allowed him to run in on the ball and get that engine motoring in a hurry.
You want to get a high punt, you hope it turns over, and you want to get the coverage down there.
I'm
not sure if there was a penalty on the play.
Yeah, there was. So making matters worse for the Sooners as this penalty goes up against Ottawa, and it puts them in a backwards direction with 3:55 left in this game. Down by 11. The Sooners will start off this next offensive drive as the officials are marking it right now. Yeah, deep in their own territory.
Now, you saw number 1, Matt Williams, make that play. You're going to see him frequently. He'll be wearing purple and white in the fall, right on this field.
You mean J.P. Cercelli didn't snag any of these Ravens to keep them on the...
He got quite a few of them, and he got some really good ones because he does a great job. But you know something? Western is Western, and they'll always get some players.
Now going deep is Campbell, but there is nobody in an orange uniform within the vicinity. In fact, the only person that could have made a play on that ball was Caden Burdick out of Holy Names, and that would have been an interception, put this game away.
Burdick's a tremendous player. Holy Names and Herman are tremendous players, and both of them have a lot of players in this game.
As now 3:47 remains now in this championship dance for the Essex Ravens. Man, oh man, the Rose City will be bumping tonight with a Varsity Championship Premier victory.
I'm looking to see players like Nick Trayfon, James Hanlon and Nick Trayfon, the defensive ends for the Ravens, trying to force pressure on the quarterback at this point in the game.
We got a big shout out to Ross and Greg Wood, the founders that make this program possible. Ross, you play a factor on that much? As you're watching the Sooners go to work on this 2nd and 10 play, but they are well shy of the first down marker. So as one of the founders, though, Ross, I'd imagine this is a pretty nice moment for you.
It is, but I'm a coach. And as a result, with 3 minutes left and all the time left in the Canadian game of 3 minutes...
I could tell you were still coaching.
I'm thinking, we're not home yet.
That's right.
We're not home.
Well, the Canadian brand of football, to your point, Ross, I mean, it truly ain't over until it's over.
No, we're getting to the outskirts, but we haven't quite got even there yet.
And with the 3rd and long situation coming up, maybe the outskirts are getting a bit closer because it looks like Ottawa is electing to punt this one away. They're down by 11 with under 3 minutes left. Do they really think they're going to get the ball back twice?
I'd watch for the fake again. They did it earlier in the game, but they're going to kick it this time.
Bizarrely, they do punt it with under 3 minutes, down by 11. The Ravens and Ty Calhoun grabs this. Calhoun's going to get at least 7 yards, but you know what? The ball was in the air. No yards penalty coming up. That's a 15-yard penalty, so you just take the penalty if you're the Ravens. Wow. Okay, going back to earlier, before the Ravens put their last touchdown on the board in a 10-6 game, the Sooners could have conceded a safety to make it a 6-point game. Instead, they punted it away to their own 40. It allowed an easy-peasy drive for the Ravens to be capped off by the running back and Ty Calhoun. And now, with 2:59 left on the game clock, down by 11, they punt the ball to their opposition. Talk about having no faith in your offense. Either that or a complete faith in your defense. Either way, I'm confused.
Well, you know, I don't think he has as much faith in his offense as he does his defense. But, you know, he's been throwing the ball, and that's not their forte. They're better at running the ball. But I'm a little surprised, too. What's interesting there was Coach Mills going to take the penalty or the play.
Because it was a 15 yards.
Yes, he took the penalty yards because I think he ended up with about 3 or 4 more yards to his favor. But I really look to see the Ravens keep it on the ground right now.
Yeah, don't try and get it in the air because a pick 6 not only brings the team within a score, but then gives them that momentum back that they had lost.
The late and great Darrell Royal of the University of Texas. Put the ball in the air, 3 things can happen, 2 are bad.
Well, they stick to the ground here, coach. It's Ty Calhoun, and Calhoun was trying to break off of a tackle. Eventually he'll be tackled at the 33-yard line, but man, oh man, he breaks off of that Sooner player, and he's gone. And then that's officially some nails in the coffin.
One. Well, if the Ravens do find themselves punching it in for a major, it's over. And I'm kind of chubby, so I can break into song.
It'll be a 1st and 10 coming up for the Ravens here with 2:23 left on this championship game here between the Ottawa Sooners and those Essex Ravens as they're soaring here in London. Rosati pump faked when he really should have thrown it, and as a result, he is smothered in the backfield. Great defensive play by Jack Gillis, the linebacker.
I have no idea why they're trying to throw the ball. None. Just not, in my opinion, the right call.
Well, even let's say...
Because they're going to tee off. They're teeing off.
And let's say Rosati, let's say that's a fake pass, and he's going to quarterback keep it. By the time the defensive line breaks through the offensive line, after he pump faked it once, he's got 3 Sooners on top of him.
If he's going to throw the ball when they're bringing the house like that, it's got to be a one-step, let it go.
So 2 minutes now remains. The clock in the favor of the Ravens with their 11-point lead in this 17-6 game.
And
they go to Ty Calhoun. Calhoun up the middle for a gain of 3 or 4 yards. So this will bring up 3rd down with a $1:52 left on the clock. So if you're the Sooners, I guess they made me wrong, Coach, because they do get the ball back, but my confusion lies in the fact that even if they were to go all the way down the field in the next minute and 52 seconds, and let's say they even converted on a 2-point convert, they're still trailing by a field goal. They would have to, in theory, kick an onside kick, recover it, get further into Essex territory, and kick the game-tying field goal after a 2-point convert. Woo, I'm out of breath because all that has to happen in a minute and 50 seconds, and I just don't think it's possible.
I think by the time this is said and done, we're going to be down to about a minute and a half.
So they wait to drip down some more clock to the Ravens, and a beautiful punt trying to pin his opponent within the 20 for the 3rd time in this game, and he does so. The officials mark the ball out officially at, I was going to say the 11, but he marks all the way up to the 18-yard line. Regardless, still pinned his opponent within the 20. The punter did his job.
He did do his job, and he didn't want, their return game is for Ottawa. The return game for Ottawa has been excellent tonight. That's why he was angling for the sideline. Doesn't want to give him a chance to pick up too many yards on the run back, or worse for the Ravens, take it to the house.
97 seconds left in this game. 92 yards is what the Sooners need just to get their first touchdown of this game. 2 field goals is all the offense has produced so far in this championship dance. But I will note that 33-2 is a lot different of a scoreboard than we see here in a 17-6 game. Ottawa forced to throw it deep, but it's intercepted by the Ravens. They tried to get tricky with it, and it backfired. The Ravens get the ball back. Plenty of flags at the end of this play. Ravens ball with 86 seconds left in this game.
I think it was it looked to me like a halfback option pass. I think it was. But it,
not enough mustard on that ball, though.
They don't usually throw the ball. It's not their thing.
So they try to get tricky with it really late. And as a result, it was number 37, I believe, and Zach Argent that was trying to get the job done. But you mentioned it, Ross. That's a guy that normally doesn't throw the ball. And after the tomfoolery at the end of that last play, it puts the ball all the way up to the 12-yard line. So go figure. The Essex Ravens start this drive already within their opponent's red zone with an 11-point lead. 86 seconds left in the championship dance.
Play your game, Ravens. Keep it on the ground. Put points up if you can. If you have to take a field goal, do it.
Lone man back, and I believe, is that Irish back at the helm for the Ravens? It's number 16, actually, Ross.
I think that might be Aiden Matrevsky.
And you are right. Aiden Matrevsky out of St. Anne's, the 3rd quarterback for the Ravens we've seen in this game. So just giving him some championship action. I kind of like that from Coach Mills.
Well, he's been with the Ravens for 3 years. He's been a backup. He's been faithful at practice. He's worked hard. He's improved tremendously. Just not enough to deserve the opportunity to start. But I very much doubt that he's going to put it up in the air. He'll just probably hand it off and chew up clock as much as they can.
3 run to the line, and you're right, it is a handoff to the running back who bulldozes his way close to the 5-yard line. It brings up 3rd down. And now I imagine if you're the Ravens, you just kick the field goal, correct? And now you would improve it to a 14-point lead.
You know, I'm not sure they're going to go field goal or if they're going to run it. If they run it, what they're going to do is, it's a long way. They're going to use up some clock, maybe take a timeout with 19 seconds used up on the clock, run the play, and if they're going to run the ball, they got to look at the distance they'd have to go to score.
They are going to go for it. It is a run play, and it does appear to be a 1st down for the Ravens. He had to get to the 2-yard line, and I believe they're going to mark him down at the 1. 1st down, Ravens. 1st and goal coming up with 48 seconds left.
Because you're a nice guy, John, I will not break into song.
Okay, all right. I'm still waiting for my Ravens swag in the mail, though, by the way, Ross.
And I'm getting from my broadcasting partner in your TV in Windsor, Rick Burns, is flashing a sign to me, don't sing, don't sing.
The quarterback keeps the ball, and the 3rd-year quarterback gets it on the QB sneak. What a moment for that gentleman and Aiden Matrevsky out of St. Anne's. You talked about all the hard work that gentleman has put into this Essex Ravens program. Mills gives him the pivot position for the final drive, and he reciprocates to his veteran head coach with a touchdown of his own.
And for Aiden Matrevsky, a wonderful young man, it doesn't get any better than this. It caps off a fine career as an Essex Raven.
Watching him go back to the Ravens bench being swarmed by the coaching staff with hugs and loves. It's what OPFL football is all about here with 31 seconds left in this championship. And I'm not, I didn't say this to you, Ross. I said it to some other patrons as the snap to the hold and the kick after the touchdown is good. And I'll just say it now. At the halftime break, I was telling some people that I really felt like, despite the fact that it was a 3-3 knuckle-tight affair, the Ravens were going to explode in the second half. Well, they certainly have. They only allowed another 3 points by the Sooners, but they've added, 21
John, you
points of their
didn't tell
own.
me that, though, so I was worried all half. You didn't give me a chance on that.
I'm sure you had a gut feeling way before I did, though, Ross, watching this team throughout the beginning of the year, all the way till now. And let's face it, this was a team, ironically enough, that lost here at TD Stadium in the season opener on May 12th.
That's correct.
They'll end the year with the championship victory in the same barn here at TD Stadium.
John, to be honest with you, and I wouldn't say it because you have to be balanced, but I was quietly confident that they would come out and be a different team in the second half.
Coach Mills got the Gatorade shower. There's a pause in play because they're having to kick all the ice that came out of the coach's shower that scattered onto the field.
Well, maybe they'll throw a flag on delay of game.
Well, you know what? I know they won't because they're being sportsmanlike, but the official was well within their right to do so because it was something that the Ravens did, and it's on the Ravens sideline delaying this game.
Coach Mills didn't mind that shower at all.
And wow, the chants from the crowd here, and I think that's something that maybe people didn't estimate here in London, was the contingency that made the trip down the 401 from the Rose City to cheer on these Ravens in this championship dance. As this one is received by the kick returner at the 25-yard line. He'll try and extend the field width wide, but tackled from behind, fiercely might I add, by Jawan Johnson. And if this school exists, I want to go to it. Sandwich School.
Nice name for a school.
I like it.
They produce some excellent athletes.
And another Gatorade shower at midfield. Man, Coach Mills is going to... How many Gatorade showers are they going to give him? That's 2. I'm keeping an eye on that third cooler box to see if they give him a third one.
He won't care if he gets 20 of them the rest of the night.
Well, the Rose City, like I mentioned earlier, can party tonight. The Essex Ravens appear to be going away with the victory. They're calling a penalty against the Ravens, though.
Maybe some chirping, taunting, I don't know.
I think they're complaining still about that ice, saying that you didn't do a good enough job as another plethora of coaching staff tried to kick further ice off the field. I'm really surprised that the officials don't just wave the flag on this one. They give Ottawa the ball at the 38-yard line as a result. All this theatrics, though, is lost, Ross Pettigrew, because let's face it, 24 seconds away are the Ravens from a championship victory.
Well, it's never over till it's over, but it's getting close.
The Sooners quarterback in Campbell throws it on the run. This looked like it could have been picked off too, but it went in and out of the hands of a Raven. 18 seconds left on the clock. And I just want to congratulate Coach Mills, the rest of his coaching staff, and the Ravens program on an incredible varsity season. They beat the London Junior Mustangs in their own barn last week to get to this championship, ironically, in London this week. And they certainly didn't disappoint. Looks like this is going to be a 24-6 final in favor of those Ravens in black on the attack from Essex.
Well, you know, you work hard. All teams work hard from the beginning of practice and even in the winter to get to this point, and it's just capped off with a marvelous championship. And I know that all of those in the Raven Nation, particularly the parents and the fans and even the girlfriends of the players, will be cheering them on and really happy for them tonight.
Now for the Sooners, though, yes, they have to be disappointed in this game, but for the Sooners program, they still walk away from London with a championship. They beat the host London Junior Mustangs 28-27 in a nail-biting Bantam finish at the first of 3 championship games here today.
And you know something, you got to give it to the Ottawa Sooners. They played full out the whole game. There was no quit in them. And they're a really fine team, and they showed that here tonight. The Ravens just happened to be better on this occasion.
The Sooners forced to go for it on 3rd down, a fumble right off the top, somehow recovered by the Sooners, but they're tackled before the line of scrimmage. Turnover on downs, Ravens ball. And imagine their offense goes back onto the field into victory formation to conclude this ball game. Ross,
no reason to do anything but be in victory formation, John.
Ross, your final thoughts. The Essex Ravens are the OPFL AAA Premier Varsity Champions of 2019.
It's a fine program. It's a well-deserved victory, a well-deserved championship, and I know they're going to have a lot of fun celebrating it at some place in London before they head home to the Windsor-Essex area. But they're very proud of the support they get from that Windsor-Essex area. So Glenn Mills will think it's a champion for all the high school coaches and every coach, the AKO coaches, the university coaches, everybody in the Windsor area will be very gratified by this.
After losing at TD Stadium to the London Junior Mustangs on Sunday, May 12th, here in August, after taking the knee, the Ravens soar as high as the sky in 2019. They prevail as their OPFL AAA Premier Varsity Champions. Congratulations to the attack in black, known as the Essex Ravens. Ross, the greatest line in all of sports will form at midfield. I know you want to get down there and celebrate with your contingency. Your final thoughts from this championship dance. Congratulations again to you and the Ravens program.
John, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure to call the game with you. I really appreciate your efforts throughout the year. It's fun to listen to you.
Thank you.
And it's been a pleasure to finally get to work with you, and I hope we can do it again.
Yeah, 2 London natives.
Absolutely, and maybe we can come back to this very same spot next year and do another championship game. But it's a wonderful win for the Ravens. Credit to the Ottawa Sooners for giving them one heck of a game, but the Ravens are going to kick back, enjoy this, and already they're starting to prepare for next year.
The Ottawa Sooners Bantam team prevailed today. The Durham Dolphins junior varsity team prevailed today. But they say they leave the best for last. The Essex Ravens prevail here 24-6 over the Ottawa Sooners to take the OPFL Varsity Championship here in London. What a sight, and congratulations again to you, Ross Pettigrew, as well as the rest of the Windsor, or I should say, Essex Ravens coaching staff.
Thanks so much, John.
Appreciate it. As we'll let you get down there and party it up as you deservedly deserve that, I will try and take you guys through the defensive, offensive, and players of the game throughout the rest of this broadcast. I do want to give a big thank you and a shout out to not just Ross Pettigrew, who joined me on this broadcast, Ron Ferwerda, who joined us on the junior varsity broadcast, as well as Matt Schneider, who joined us on the Bantam broadcast. Woo! 3 broadcasts in one day. Oh yeah, it's football, baby. 12 quarters of action, all recapped live on YouTube. We appreciate you tuning in all around the world and hopefully all across this beautiful province we call Ontario for OPFL Premier Championship action. And a quick reminder that, oh my word,
we're actually only halfway done. There are 3 regional championship games tomorrow, with each game ironically featuring the York Lions football program. But we gotta wait till that celebration occurs, as we're still getting into this celebration here tonight. It is a sight to behold for the Rose City faithful, as it is the Essex Ravens prevailing by 18 points over the Ottawa Sooners. And again, if you're an Ottawa Sooners fan, don't hang your head low. Your Bantam team walked away with the championship earlier today. And, well, let's face it, the better team won here in the varsity scene, 24-6 in the Essex Ravens. So congratulations to, like I said, the Ottawa Sooners Bantam team, the Durham Dolphins Junior varsity team, as well as now the Essex Ravens varsity team on winning these OPFL AAA championships here at TD Stadium on your Saturday afternoon turned evening, live on YouTube all around the world. As both these two teams respectively line up at their 45-yard lines after forming the greatest line in all of sports. Man, oh man, what a great day for football here at TD Stadium. And I love it. The fans were great that made the trip down from the 401. I would argue, and I hate to say this to London fans, but where were you for the Bantam game? This Essex team brought half of Windsor down to TD Stadium and actually properly cheered their team to a championship victory, 24-6. And I dare say it, but it does make the difference, the devil in the details. This crowd got loud, especially when offense was on the field for Ottawa. This Essex contingency that made the trip down created this roar, this buzz that we didn't quite hear throughout the rest of the day at TD Stadium. And I think that might have thrown the Ottawa offense off just a little bit, as we get the, I believe, offensive player of the game down at field level. Or no, I apologize. That's the defensive player of the game, folks. It goes to the Ottawa Sooners, Isaac Owings Omatembe. So to Omatembe, we congratulate you, good sir, on being the defensive player of the game here. And it will be Alexander Walsh, one of the executives, as well as works closely with the Kingston Junior Gales program. And is Ty Calhoun getting the offensive player of the game, getting the award from Miss Walsh at midfield. That's got to feel good when you win a championship and you walk away with some personal hardware too out of this championship affair. So after the defensive player of the game, the offensive player of the game, we get the overall MVP of this championship dance. And it's going to go to the Essex Ravens, Emmett Rosati. Congratulations to this man. What a roller coaster night. He started off a little flat. His main man in Coach Mills said, you know what, kid? I don't know if you got what it takes tonight. Went to Dylan Irish, his backup. Irish actually had a great drive that led to the Ravens tying this game up 3-3 in the early journey of this contest. Then, all of a sudden, after Dylan Irish went flat, Mills went back to his starting quarterback in Emmett Rosati. Rosati gets a plethora of touchdowns with the help of Ty Calhoun in the second half. And as a result, they pull out the 24-6 victory. This will be a night that Emmett Rosati will never forget. Man, oh man, he's not only walking away from TD Stadium as the AAA Premier Junior Varsity Champions of the OPFL in 2019, he walks away as the MVP of this game, as the Ottawa Sooners at field level are presented with the 2019 finalist banner. And to be honest with you, much like the Junior Mustangs in the Bantam game, much like the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats in the Junior Varsity game, they can be proud of the Ottawa Sooners of raising that championship finalist banner, as essentially it takes a lot of hard effort and a lot of hard work to get here. Coach Mills presented with the game ball. That's got to feel awfully good for the gentleman that didn't just get one, but two Gatorade showers. But the most important championship ceremony and presentation will occur right now. We're not talking about offensive and defensive MVPs. We're not talking about finalist banners. No. We're talking about that AAA championship banner of 2019. And after beating the London Junior Mustangs in their barn last week in Windsor, quite handily, might I add, it wasn't quite the 33-2 victory they had over Ottawa in our nation's capital in the season, but they'll definitely take this 18-point championship victory here, 24-6 here in London, Ontario.
Congratulations to the Essex Ravens on becoming your 2019 OPFL Varsity Champions.
And finally,
Just want to congratulate not just the Durham Dolphins junior varsity team and the Ottawa Sooners Bantam team, as well as the Essex Ravens, who will go around the championship at midfield. They raise it above their heads. Soaring high as the sky in 2019 are the Essex Ravens. The attack in black came back from down 3-0 against the Ottawa Sooners to prevail 24-6. For the rest of the crew here at the London Free Press Media Center, the incredible camera work as well as the production that you just simply don't see. You just see this ugly face on the camera, folks. Unfortunately, I got to thank Ron Forwarda as well as Matt Schneider, who could not be here right now, as well as Ross Pettigrew, who just went down to celebrate with his homies, and rightfully so. I am John Urban. This has been an incredible day of Saturday football, championship football, premier championship football. Bantam's in the bag. Ottawa is your winners. Junior varsity's in the bag. Durham's got your back. And here in the varsity scene, it's the Essex Ravens raising the title above their heads. Tune in tomorrow. Oh yeah, we got another 3 championship broadcasts for you in the regional division. For the rest of the crew, for this entire Saturday of football action, I'm Johnny U. Have a safe and enjoyable evening, and we'll catch you tomorrow here at TD Stadium.